Noah felt some pressure being applied to his mental sphere as the formation led him inside the separate dimension. A long time had passed since a similar pressure was able to affect his mind, but he could easily endure it. That pressure vanished at some point, and Noah directly cast the dark cover spell before even opening his eyes. He was almost sure that the separate dimension wasn't too dangerous for him, but he didn't mind being careful. A dark layer covered his figure as he flew higher in the sky to take a better look at the environment with his real eyes. Vast prairies spread for kilometers in all directions, and small hills appeared from time to time on the horizon. The two red moons stood up in the sky. They seemed about to overlap in a matter of hours. No star could be seen in the sky, and its dark blue color radiated a soft light that filled the entirety of the separate dimension with an eerie and obscure feeling. The breath was as scarce just as Havoc had sensed. Noah guessed that cultivators wouldn't be even able to reach the second rank in that environment. Yet, his Danteon wasn't affected by that issue. Heroic cultivators absorbed the breath inside the matter, the energy that carried a trace of the laws of their element. They would be able to train their Dantians as long as there was matter. Only his body seemed to complain about that density since it still absorbed the breath in the air. However, Noah's stash of corpses of rank 4 magical beasts was so large that it would take decades to deplete it. There wasn't any living being in the area. The only form of life seemed to be the dark green grass that grew from the terrain. Is it even a life form? Noah questioned himself about the grass as he flew toward the ground. His doubt turned out to be on point. The grass turned into breath of various elements when Noah took a handful of it from the ground and squeezed it in his palm. That was the last confirmation that he needed for what concerned the nature of that environment. He was now entirely sure that he was inside a separate dimension. That discovery further increased his amazement. The sky and ground were incredibly lifelike. It was as if someone had directly moved a real environment in that realm. That method had been used in the royal inheritance and was already spectacular in many ways. Yet, that dimension perfectly recreated a real world without even showing the slight ripple on its fabric. Same school as eccentric thunder, but far better executed. Noah concluded in his mind before returning in the air to analyze his surroundings. His gaze swept the areas far in the distance and stopped when he saw the shapes of the roofs that he had noticed through Havoc's eyes. He began to fly toward that sign of human life without dispersing his hiding spell. He wasn't sure that he would find cultivators, and he couldn't be certain that they would be friendly. So, he kept the dark cover spell active in case he needed to perform a surprise attack. Noah flew for an entire day through that motionless scenery. The wind didn't blow in the separated dimension, and the only event that could make anyone keep track of the time was the movement of the moons. Noah didn't find problems regarding that feature. His mind couldn't be affected so easily. 2 massive castles appeared in his view at some point. They were tall buildings that didn't reflect the modern architecture found in the structures of the Nation and Coral Archipelago, and both of them exuded an ancient aura. It soon became apparent that those castles belonged to a different era. Their aura didn't surprise Noah. That feature was in line with the age of the formation after all. Yet, he couldn't help but stop his advance when he noticed that other small habitations surrounded by large yards covered the prairie around the castles. The habitations were nothing more than 1-story houses. But what surprised Noah was that he could sense traces of life coming from inside them. Noah wanted to investigate further, but one of the castles suddenly radiated a wave of subtle energy that reached for him. Have I been discovered? Noah was amazed when he saw those mental waves coming for him, but he quickly flew higher in the air to dodge them. The mental waves didn't react to his movement. They simply continued to move forward and dispersed in the air at a few hundred meters from his position. They don't seem to be controlled by a heroic cultivator. Maybe it's some kind of automatic feature of the castles. Noah's interest toward those buildings rose at that point, but the same could be said for his awareness. There were traces of life and inscribed items in a separate dimension that had remained hidden inside the mystical fog for more than 1,000 years. There couldn't be anything simple behind them. Noah slowly neared the houses again and used his mental energy to analyze their insides. Humans slept inside them, and Noah guessed that he had arrived during what they considered nighttime. However, he was soon able to notice that something was off. There isn't any life form around here. How can they even survive? The grass was made of breath, and those humans were mostly commoners. Only a few of them were cultivators in the first rank. Yet, humans couldn't survive without nourishments even when they reached the heroic ranks. So Noah couldn't understand how could those rank 1 cultivators be alive in such a barren land. You out there, stop hiding. I'm too old to play hide and seek. Those words suddenly resounded from the same castle that had sent the mental waves. The words weren't spoken by a voice but conveyed through the consciousness of the being inside the structure. The only existence in the area who had a consciousness strong enough to hear them was Noah, so it was clear that they were directed to him. He doesn't know my precise position, but he is aware that someone has entered the range of the castles. He should be in the 5th rank. Noah evaluated in his mind. A male voice carried those mental words, and the cultivator behind them had managed to notice something, even when Noah was using the dark cover spell fueled by the energy inside his liquid dantian. The cultivator in the castle could only be in existence in the 5th rank to notice someone hidden behind a spell with the power of a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage. Who are you? Noah used his consciousness to ask that question. His mental waves carried his words as they reached for the castles. A long moment of silence followed his question, and Noah calmly waited in the air while keeping the energy inside his liquid dantian ready to fuel the shadow sprint martial art. Then an answer came. I am Flying Demon. The words conveyed through the consciousness of the existence inside the castle carried intense tinges of pride. However, Noah had survived in his long journeys as a lone cultivator because he didn't leave anything to chance. He was only able to make out the power of the entity inside the castle, but he didn't know anything about his real intentions or situation. To put it simply, he didn't trust him. The consciousnesses of the 2 heroic cultivators didn't send other messages. Noah remained silent as he observed the reactions of the man inside the castle, and the latter waited for some sort of answer that never arrived. In the end, the rank 5 cultivator put an end to that silence. Who are you, Silent One? The demon prince of the chasing demon sect. Ha! Flying Demon couldn't help but gave a real voice to his surprise when he heard Noah's answer. His gasp resounded in the area and startled the commoners and rank 1 cultivators living around the castle. Those men and women came out of their habitations wearing confused expressions. However, they soon kowtowed toward the castles and began to chant what seemed to be a prayer. Praised be the Ancient One, for his blood is prosperity. Praised be the Ancient One, for his blood is hope. Praised be the Ancient One, for his blood is life. The kowtowed men and women repeated those lines in unison. Noah didn't let any detail of that scene escape his eyes and ears. He saw how those humans appeared used to that procedure. They had an innate synergy that couldn't be achieved in a matter of months. The prayer, though, didn't have any hidden effects. It was a simple ritual that those people were used to perform. Of course, Noah didn't ignore the meaning behind the words of the prayer. Blood of the Ancient One. Is he feeding them with his blood to make them survive in this wasteland? Noah instantly linked the 2 clues in his mind. Heroic cultivators were existences far above those in the human ranks. An incredible amount of power filled their entire beings. It should be possible, at least theoretically. The blood of a rank 5 cultivator would need to go through many processes and purifications to provide the nourishments that humans need to survive, but it should be possible. Noah had even activated the divine deduction technique to analyze every aspect of that situation in the shortest period. After all, there was a rank 5 cultivator in front of him. Nothing had to be left to chance when against such a powerful existence. The prayer lasted for a few hours, but when those men and women saw no reactions from the castle, they returned to their habitations to rest. Noah had remained silent for the whole time. He didn't mind waiting to learn more about that situation. Yet, he decided to ask a few questions with his consciousness when the crowd under him dispersed. Did you keep these people alive with your blood? He wasn't worried that his consciousness would be tracked if he kept on releasing mental waves. The dark cover spell hid the entirety of his presence, and Flying Demon hadn't been able to pinpoint his location. That shouldn't happen against someone in the 5th rank, but Noah guessed that there had to be some restrictions on that powerful existence. Otherwise, why would he just talk instead of coming out to face him? Yes. Why? It would be a miracle if one of them reached the second rank. Noah questioned Flying Demon again as soon as the latter answered. Because they are the future of the Flying Demon sect and Dreaming Demon sect. Tell me, how is Rufus? He was only at the peak of the 4th rank back then, but he is an heir now. Flying Demon's words surprised Noah. He had heard Chasing Demon's real name only when he listened to Divine Demon's message. Those words made him start to believe the entity inside the castle, but he still didn't move when he answered. Chasing Demon has reached the 6th rank and has tasked me to gather the remains of the demon sects. Our organization is called Hive and would be more than willing to offer protection and support to beings of your caliber. Flying Demon consciousness flickered when Noah's words reached him, and he went silent for a while before resuming to talk. Did he avenge Charming Demon? No, not yet. What about the other demon sects? Only ghosts and human cultivators remain. You are the first heroic cultivator that I found during my task. Flying Demon hesitated a bit before replying to that statement. I am a ghost too, Demon Prince of the Chasing Demon sect. Come inside. Let's talk face to face. Noah heard that offer but didn't move. He would never go inside the lair of a rank 5 cultivator that he didn't trust. That act went against all his survival instincts. Flying Demon didn't take much to understand Noah's personality. He had been one of the leaders of the unorthodox organizations of the Papal Nation after all. You don't trust me, do you? No. Noah answered the cultivator's question without showing any hesitation. He knew fear. He had experienced the feeling of being powerless against an entity far more potent than him. That was why he couldn't take the first step toward Flying Demon. He would never risk putting himself in one of those helpless situations. My master would like you, Flying Demon said, and an earthquake filled the area when that phrase ended. The humans came out of their habitation again to pray, but Noah's attention was on the castle. The large rocks that made the castle began to float and separate from the main structure, creating a large opening on the surface of the building. Then, a large wooden throne came out from that opening and flew in the sky above those structures. Noah saw a skeletal man with disheveled white hair and a long white beard sitting on the floating throne. Countless needles were stabbed on his half-naked, pale body, which seemed not to have even a trace of muscle tissue left. Inscriptions covered the surface of those needles, and small drops of blood accumulated on their tips. Noah couldn't help but think that such a mighty cultivator was nothing more than a half-dead man. Don't look down on me. My body is drained, and my dantian is a mess, but I can still do wonders with my sea of consciousness. Follow me now, Junior. You have to pay your greetings to Dreaming Demon. Flying Demon used his rough voice to say those words, and Noah was somewhat able to understand how weakened that rank 5 cultivator was. His cultivation level wasn't low. Noah guessed that he was on par with Elder Julia, who seemed to be the strongest among the elders. Yet, he was so weakened that a simple attack could make his body crumble. Noah decided to follow him at that point. Noah decided to follow Flying Demon when he understood how weakened he was. He didn't have the confidence in beating him with his power, but he still had items that could protect him and Chasing Demon's talisman. Flying Demon couldn't kill him in one attack even if he wanted to. His body alone would be enough to prevent that outcome. The duo flew toward the other castle where the same event from before happened. The large rocks that made the surface of that structure began to float and opened a passage to the insides of that inscribed habitation. Flying Demon directly flew through that passage, but Noah inspected that area for a bit before deciding to follow him inside. A large hall illuminated by the soft light radiated by a few candles could be seen on the other side of the opening, and a few inscriptions covered the floor of that area. Noah couldn't sense any threat coming from those inscriptions since they were mostly meant to protect something placed at the center of the hall. His instincts didn't sense any threat, so he decided to follow the elder seated on the wooden throne. The hall didn't have anything peculiar except for a large bed placed in its center and surrounded by defensive inscriptions. A woman was sleeping on the bed, and Noah was surprised to realize that she was another rank 5 cultivator. I must warn you. Flying Demon stopped his tracks and began to speak when Noah laid his eyes on the woman. Try anything funny, and I will use all my remaining power to destroy every trace of your existence." Killing intent accompanied Flying Demon's words, and Noah felt the fear that it generated inside him. Noah could sense that the ruined elder still had enough power to launch one last full-powered attack, and that he was more than willing to use it to protect the sleeping woman. "Is she dreaming demon?" Noah asked without showing any reaction to that loud threat. "Yes, and she is the only reason why our sects have survived during the exile," Flying Demon answered before continuing to float toward the bed. The defensive inscriptions around Dreaming Demon stopped shining when he flew over them, and Noah understood that the elder was opening a path for him. Noah silently followed him at that point, and Dreaming Demon's features became more evident when he reached a spot right above her. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman with extraordinarily long and straight black hair. A pure skin, her small nose, and a pair of slim eyebrows gave her face a harmonious appearance, but it was evident that her sleep wasn't natural. She would breathe only every few minutes, and a minimal amount of breath and mental energy dispersed in the air every time that happened. "She is constantly weakening in this state. I'm surprised that she is still in the 5th rank," Noah thought when he analyzed her cultivation level. Dreaming Demon seemed a bit stronger than Elder Julia even after who knows how many years in that state. "How?" Noah asked that simple question, but Flying Demon understood that he wanted a complete explanation of the situation. "Our sects have been chased out of the Papal Nation during Ravaging Demon's betrayal, but I guess you are already aware of that." Noah didn't answer and let Flying Demon explain. After all, he was already a rank 5 cultivator during the exile. His story would be far more detailed compared to the other sources that Noah had questioned. Master and Divine Elder Tabitha left their inheritances in the mortal lands when they ascended. Master was a demon to his very core, and he wanted the cultivators of demon sects to find and prove themselves worthy of his heritage. Yet, the Orthodox sect's focus is on their organizations as a whole rather than on the personal power of their members. Noah agreed with those words. Orthodox organizations generally had weaker human assets due to the kind of nurturing that they provided to their members. However, they made up for that weakness with the higher number of cultivators under their domain. Also, that nurturing didn't prevent the appearance of exceptional individuals. Orthodox organizations could give birth to powerful heroic assets since cultivators could obtain a strong individuality even in a peaceful environment. It was simply rarer. The Ravaging Demons sect secretly joined the council and obtained part of Divine Elder Tabitha's inheritance in exchange for information about the demon sects and their leaders. Ravaging Demon reached the 5th rank in that period, and the council prepared specific countermeasures for each of us. Our defeat was unavoidable. Noah didn't show any reaction, but he could somewhat understand Ravaging Demon. He had found an opportunity to reach the 5th rank and sacrificed all his allies to claim it. That act required a lot of determination and planning, especially with the threat of a divine being in the immortal lands. The truth was that Noah had already considered exploiting the weakened state of those 2 rank 5 elders to obtain their dantions, but the task didn't seem feasible. Also, a large part of him thought that it wasn't worth it. Adding 2 rank 5 elders to the ranks of the hive would directly improve his situation, and he didn't necessarily need those nourishments. Noah didn't believe that to be the best approach, even if those 2 dantions were to push his body in the middle tier. After all, he could obtain the same results while hunting magical beasts, but nothing could compare to increasing the number of rank 5 heroic assets of the hive. Dreaming Demon is a genius and a pioneer in her field. Her techniques allow her to interfere with the heaven and earth's will in the world and divine specific aspects or even future events. She managed to divine this separate dimension with her abilities, but the effort has forced her in this state. Noah couldn't help but think about Ruth when he heard those words. Yet, he knew that Dreaming Demon's feats were far more amazing since she was forcing heaven and earth to reveal something. She said that every other path would lead to our destruction, but there was hope for our survival inside this dimension. I still remember her words from 1,000 years ago. A warm smile formed on Flying Demon's skeletal face at that point, and Noah's eyes widened when his words resounded inside the hall. I can see the council crushing us and the Shandal Empire enslaving us at the end of each of those roads. Yet, It seems that even heaven and earth can't predict what would happen if we enter the formation. There is only darkness on the other side, and darkness is our only hope. Dreaming Demon had been able to foresee the destruction of the two demon sects, but she couldn't see what would have happened if they entered the separate dimension. So, you trusted her words and stayed in this dimension for 1,000 years. Why didn't you just leave? Why did you even consume your body to feed those weaklings? Noah asked. He couldn't understand why such a mighty existence would force himself to remain in that place over a divination. You learn to trust your lover with your life after you spend decades with her. Flying Demon's answer was short, but it explained the reason behind his complete trust in her predictions. Why the feeding then? And why didn't you just leave with her after so many centuries? Noah continued to ask questions. That situation simply didn't make sense in his mind. Flying Demon released a weak sigh and flew away from the hall to return in the outside world when he heard Noah's words. Noah followed him and was confused when he saw the elder stopping in the air above the castles and staring at the two moons in the sky. Invading heaven and earth's will has a cost, even for rank 5 existences. Dreaming Demon can use her power to pay it, but she can't recover with her own energies. It's as if the world curses her when she performs her divinations. Flying Demon then slowly lifted a finger, and strange energy began to gather in the air above the houses where the commoners and rank 1 cultivators lived. Her energy can only be replenished by cultivators that train in her same methods. I spent these years passing down her techniques to the same humans that I kept alive. The energy condensed and flew toward the castle where Dreaming Demon was sleeping. Noah followed it with his gaze and activated the divine deduction technique to analyze it. The energy seemed some sort of mental energy, only far thinner. Yet, it was clear that it came from the minds of the sleeping rank 1 cultivators inside the houses. Her energy has been replenished during all those years, but she still won't wake up. I think her consciousness has atrophied after sleeping for so many centuries. Flying Demon appeared on the verge of falling apart when he said those words. The condition of his lover hurt him deeply. However, Noah still had some doubts. Why didn't you just take her outside? Noah asked. He could guess that most of the resources of the demon sects had been lost during the escape, and they didn't have pills or potions that could improve their situation. Yet, there was a whole world outside of that dimension that had them. Exiting this separate dimension is not easy. This place is as large as the continent. It would be hard to find the exit. You had 1,000 years to explore it. Noah commented on Flying Demon's excuse. His answer didn't make sense. He was a rank 5 cultivator after all. It would take him less than a decade to explore the entirety of the dimension and find the teleportation matrix that linked that place to the outside world. Also, since the scenery there was always the same, it would take even less to find the exit. Demon Prince of the Chasing Demon Sect. My words alone can't explain the dangers of this place. Wait 2 days, and you will have your answers. Flying Demon returned inside his castle at that point, leaving a confused Noah in the air. Yet, 2 days were nothing for a heroic cultivator, and Noah simply spent them letting his mind ponder about the situation and his individuality. He had already decided that he would simply leave those 2 elders to their fate and hand the matter to the hive once he resurfaced. Exploring a separate dimension as large as the old continent was quite appealing, and Noah wouldn't waste that chance to be in the company of 2 ruined cultivators. However, when 2 days passed, something strange happened inside the dimension. The moons suddenly stopped their motion, and breath began to come out from their surface. The moons were just a creation of the dimension, but Noah recognized the breath that came out from the moon closest to his position, since it was identical to that found inside the mystical fog. The breath, though, didn't reach the terrain but accumulated in the sky where it condensed into black clouds. Orange sparks filled the surface of the clouds that covered the entirety of the central area of the dimension. The memories of the cursed dragons appeared inside Noah's mind at that sight. The scene was remarkably similar to what he had seen in his dreams. However, the might of that heaven tribulation didn't match that in his dreams. The black clouds began to release lightning bolts that crashed on the ground and destroyed large chunks of the endless prairie. Nevertheless, the dimension depleted the breath inside its fabric to quickly reform that terrain. A cycle of destruction and reconstruction followed the arrival of the black clouds, and Noah analyzed everything with the utmost attention. The barrage of lightning was as large as the area of influence of the Empire. It occupied 1/3 of the dimension, separating it into 2 safe zones and a dangerous one. The tribulation lasted until all the breath inside the clouds was depleted and dispersed immediately after. Noah noticed how the breath in the air had slightly diminished after that process. It was evident that the separate dimension had used its reserves of energy to fix the damages caused by the lightning bolts. "What have you discovered in these years?" Noah asked without moving his gaze from the horizon, but Flying Demon knew that the question was directed to him. He flew outside of his castle again at that point and reached Noah, who was standing in the air above it. "There is a similar tribulation every week, and the power of the lightning bolts in the central areas reaches the 6th rank. This side of the dimension doesn't have the exit, and I've only managed to explore less than half of the central area before being injured by the tribulation. We are trapped." Flying Demon's words entered Noah's mind, but he wasn't affected by the helplessness that they carried. The tribulation was scary, but there were ways to escape from that situation. "I can create an exit through sheer power, but I think that Flying Demon has already tried it. Wait for the breath inside the dimension to be depleted? That would take too much time. Yet, I might be able to cross it with the help of the 2 elders." Noah began to analyze his possibilities, but Flying Demon interrupted his thoughts with a few words. "Darkness is our only hope. Demon Prince, your element is darkness, right?" It wasn't hard to understand the aptitude of heroic cultivators. Their figures naturally exuded an aura in line with their element, and a short inspection was enough to understand the aptitude of those powerful entities. Noah had a dark halo continually surrounding him, and Flying Demon could immediately guess his element due to that feature. "The future is a mystery filled with uncertainties. I don't want the weight of your hope," Noah replied to Flying Demon. Even heaven and earth had failed to predict his future. There was no chance that a rank 5 cultivator could succeed where they had failed. Instead, her divination proved something else. She hadn't been able to predict the events inside this separate dimension, but she could see the destruction of the 2 demon sects on the other paths. "This place should have something similar to my innate mistake. It is a world that doesn't belong to heaven and earth." Noah began to formulate hypotheses, but he soon turned toward Flying Demon. The broken rank 5 cultivator had remained in that place for 1,000 years. His understanding of the dimension had to be profound. "Tell me everything you've discovered over the years. I can't carry your hope, but I might be able to grant it," Noah said, and Flying Demon took a long look at the young-looking cultivator next to him. Intense green eyes could be seen under his half-closed eyelids. There was life hidden under that skeletal body. His body was on the verge of falling apart, and his dantian had been injured when he explored the central areas of the dimension, but his sea of consciousness was fine. There wasn't much that could be hidden from a rank 5 mage, especially since Noah's mind was still in the 4th rank. However, Flying Demon felt that he couldn't grasp the entirety of Noah's being. It was as if he had a violent form of protection that naturally covered his figure. The rank 5 elder didn't know if he could trust Noah and couldn't understand it from his inspection. Yet, he could realize in an instant that the demon prince of the chasing demon sect was amazing. That realization made him begin to speak. The separate dimension cut off any form of communication with the outside world. That was a feature often seen in similar places, but the presence of the heaven tribulation showed that there was some connection with the landmass above. "In my long years spent here, I've concluded that the creator of this dimension wanted to replicate the mortal lands. I don't know the reasons behind that gesture nor what the creator wanted to obtain with it. Still, I know that heaven and earth didn't like it." Flying Demon explained the conclusions that he had reached in the past centuries, and Noah attentively listened to him. "This dimension is as large as the continent, but it wasn't created in only one process. Its borders aren't stable nor fixed, which I believe isn't random. The creator has probably slowly enlarged it through the years and aimed to cover the entirety of the mortal lands with it." Noah could only nod at those words. He didn't know much about separate dimensions, so he could only trust the words of the elders. Of course, the idea that someone had attempted to replicate the mortal lands surpassed any definition of defiance. After all, that was a feat worthy of a god. This is only my supposition. Still, I think that the mountain chain on the south and the mystical fog in the north have been placed by heaven and earth to seep their breath and cause the tribulations. The energy passes through the moons every week and only when they are precisely under those danger zones. The moons might be heaven and earth's creations too. It would make sense. Heaven and earth have tried to stop my fusion, and the same would apply to this place. Noah thought when he heard those words. He felt that there was something more about that dimension, but Flying Demon's explanation seemed to cover most of its nature. I've tried to create an exit, but all my efforts only pushed the limits of the dimension backward, stretching it in the process. I've tried to contact the outside world by flying toward the moons during the gathering of breath, but nothing manages to reach the other side. Yet, this dimension has almost reached its limits. It would only take a few more centuries before heaven and earth managed to destroy it. Noah shot a cold gaze toward Flying Demon at that point. He wasn't willing to wait centuries in that wasteland. The stillness of that world would hinder his progress. Chasing Demon has surpassed Flying Demon because he was outside, gathering experiences. I can't remain here. Also, waiting for heaven and earth to save me is something that I refuse to do with every fiber of my being. Those thoughts rose inside Noah's mind and awakened his anger toward those mighty entities. Heaven and earth have punished me for not following their script and have cursed my species. How could I even wait for their help? The divine deduction technique activated, and Noah quickly evaluated all his possibilities. He didn't care that there was a safe way out. He wanted to cross the hindrance created by heaven and earth. After all, that drive was part of his individuality. Submitting to their help would just break his ambition. "Bring me back in front of Dreaming Demon," Noah said while suppressing a growl. His words carried a weight that Flying Demon didn't fail to notice. They were orders. The elder was a bit hesitant, but he agreed to his request when he saw the sheer resolution radiated by the Demon Prince. The violent halo seemed to have stabilized a bit. It was as if it had found a specific focus. The duo returned inside the castle where Dreaming Demon slept, and Noah poured breath inside his space ring to materialize the spirit automaton in the outside world. "What are you trying to do?" Flying Demon exclaimed when he saw that Noah wanted to do something to his sleeping lover. But Noah's answer gave birth to an unstoppable wave of hope inside him. "Let me be clear, whatever happens from now on, you owe me." Flying Demon couldn't understand how a rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage could generate so much pressure, but he nodded nonetheless. Noah let the spirit automaton scan Dreaming Demon's condition at that point and listened to its analysis inside his mind. "You'd better pay me back," Noah said with a sigh as he took out something from his space ring. A simple-looking transparent bottle that seemed to have nothing in its insides appeared in his grasp. However, the aura of a rank 5 drug spread in the hall as soon as it appeared in the open. Divine Demon's inheritance had given Noah a large stash of potions and pills that targeted the 3 centers of power. However, Divine Demon had kept everything in the 6th rank and above with him when he ascended, leaving only the resources up to the 5th rank in his inheritance. Yet, the resources in the heroic ranks were limited. Noah only had a few pills and potions in the 4th rank. As for those in the 5th rank, he only had 3 of them, 1 for each center of power. Noah treasured them. They could act as lifesavers in situations that would inevitably lead to his death. Nevertheless, he had decided to take one of them out in the separate dimension hidden under the mystical fog. Noah didn't accept to remain trapped for centuries in that poor environment, but he didn't delude himself into thinking that he could survive the tribulations by himself. He needed the help of the 2 rank 5 existences that had once been the leaders of the unorthodox sects of the Papal Nation. His space ring was a rank 6 inscribed item, and its spirit automaton could evaluate a countless number of resources, as well as how effective they could be in certain situations. Noah had summoned it to analyze Dreaming Demon's condition, and its diagnosis dictated that only a rank 5 medicine that targeted the sea of consciousness could fix her issue. "This could save my life one day, but I would be forced to stay in this place for centuries if I don't use it," It's just a matter of staying true to my individuality. Resources are just a tool on the path toward power. Noah suppressed the remaining traces of hesitation inside him and opened the bottle while turning it upside down. The bottle seemed empty, but both Noah and Flying Demon could sense that a warm and invisible substance fell on Dreaming Demon and enveloped her sea of consciousness. Flying Demon gasped at that sight but forced himself to remain silent. It was as if he was worried that the slight sound might affect the process. On the other side, Noah completely focused. Awakening Dreaming Demon was a risk. He didn't know her personality nor her actual power. He didn't even know if her abilities worked in that place. However, the separate dimension was too large, and searching for the exit through the barrage of lightning wasn't possible. He needed her skills to discover the location of the exit. Dreaming Demon's eyelids twitched as the invisible substance healed her anthropized mental sphere, and a soft moan resounded in the hall. Flying Demon's tired eyes had widened when he heard her voice again after such a long time, and his whole body trembled when he saw his lover opening her eyes. Tears fell from his eyes and cracked the skin under them as they traced wet lines across his face. His body was so weak that even pure tears of joy wounded it, but he didn't seem to care. His gaze was fixed on the woman that was slowly straightening herself and analyzing her surroundings with a confused gaze. Dreaming Demon's eyes first noticed Noah staring at her with a cold gaze, but they then landed on the skeletal elder seated on the floating throne. Her confusion seemed to increase when she saw Flying Demon, but she didn't move her gaze from him. Clarity slowly returned to her expression, but it was soon replaced by sorrow. "Arthur, what have you done?" Dreaming Demon spoke, and her broken voice anticipated the arrival of her tears. Yet, Flying Demon's mouth formed an ugly smile as he gave an honest answer. "Everything I needed to do to keep you alive." The sides of Flying Demon's mouth cracked when he smiled. His body wasn't even able to endure such a natural expression of happiness. Dreaming Demon stretched her hand toward her lover, but she quickly retracted it. She was too worried that her simple touch would be enough to make Flying Demon's body crumble. The duo stared at each other in silence, and their expressions radiated countless emotions. Noah closed his eyes for a moment when he saw the scene of their reunion, and 2 pills had appeared in his hands when he reopened them. "Heal, catch up, make up for the time lost. We'll face the tribulations when you are ready." The 2 pills were rank 4 drugs that targeted the body and Danteon, and Noah threw them on the large bed as he said those words. Then, he flew away from the castle and left the 2 lovers alone. He had given the 2 rank 5 elders everything they needed to recover, but he couldn't do anything about their individuality. Dreaming Demon had only slept for that period, but Flying Demon had sacrificed his body for 1,000 years. That process was bound to leave lasting cracks in his personality, and it would be up to him to face and solve them. They'll heal faster in each other's arms. I can't do anything else for them. Also, I need to focus on myself. Noah thought as he flew toward a random area in the prairie at some distance from the castles and landed on its fake terrain. Giving orders to rank 5 existences, using his stash of potions to heal them, and his resolution to face the tribulations instead of waiting weren't only decisions taken due to that situation. They were expressions of his individuality and his growth as a cultivator. He would have never given up on such precious drugs when he was only a lone cultivator, and he would have never chosen to take the dangerous path when a safe one was available. Those decisions showed what he was slowly becoming as he explored his depths, and as he absorbed the laws of the darkness element. His bloodline gave him the pride of a leader, which allowed him to see benefits that empowering his organization could bring. His unwillingness to be suppressed and his anger toward heaven and earth led him to challenge the tribulations, even if his power didn't seem able to defeat them. Those decisions ultimately affected his mindset that reflected its insights on his Danteon. Noah had instinctively flown in that empty area since his body had noticed the changes inside his Danteon before his mind could. Gaseous breath kept on accumulating inside his Danteon, and a large amount of the laws that the darkness element carried began to fuse with its walls. Noah felt the absorption speed of his cultivation technique increase before stopping all of a sudden. The muscles on his low waist churned and squeezed his Danteon, which began to contract. The gaseous breath inside his center of power condensed and started to transform. Little by little, the black shining cloud inside Noah's dantian became a slim black drop that radiated a sharp pressure. Rank 4 dantian in the liquid stage. Noah had finally reached the next stage after almost 10 years of continuous cultivation. The time required for each breakthrough can only increase as my rank rises. I can only accept the fact that I'm moving forward as fast as I can. Noah thought as he analyzed the drop of liquid breath inside his dantian. His center of power had condensed the breath on its own. The pressure generated by the muscles in his low waist had been enough to imitate the effects of a reagent. Noah's mental energy had changed, so it was understandable that his dantian had gone through some modifications too. The sturdiness of its walls was just one of its new features, and the lack of hindrances during a breakthrough seemed to be another one of them. However, Noah was too interested in the nature of his new breath to ponder about those features. The black drop inside his center of power shone with a constant dark light, but its shape and the aura that it radiated made it appear different from the usual breath. The drop was slim and sharp, and it could be easily mistaken for a metal shard if it wasn't for its liquid features. Noah calmly waited for his cultivation technique to absorb more breath, so that he could inspect its nature better. His dantian didn't try to stabilize, it directly began to enlarge after the breakthrough. Noah didn't stop that process since his organ didn't show any signs of instability. He was actually interested in seeing if there even were limits to how much stress it could endure. Breath accumulated inside his center of power, but it didn't follow the usual behavior that the energy on that stage should have. Generally speaking, the liquid breath would form some sort of lake that filled the entirety of the dantian and pushed its walls to expand. Yet, Noah could only see how the drop didn't take a spherical form and only grew in size. A metal shard is slowly turning into a saber. That conclusion didn't surprise him. Noah had wielded sabers since the early stages of the childhood of his second life. Also, he didn't abandon the martial arts due to a series of events, leading him to be one of the few heroic cultivators that still fought while wielding weapons. After all, heroic cultivators would need inscribed weapons able to endure their might if they wanted to use martial arts that matched their level. Rank 4 inscribed weapons could still be found quite easily if those existences had good backing, but those in the 5th rank were on a completely different level. It took a rank 5 cultivator to handle rank 5 materials, and there weren't many beings on that level and with the required skill that would create weapons for others. Only the Wuxia nation was somewhat advanced in that field due to its consistent investments in the inscriptions fields, but even that big nation would have to face the expenses of such precious materials. However, Noah's inscription method was peculiar, and his core material was his body. The losses linked to a failure in the creation of an inscribed weapon would be more limited compared to those of other inscription masters. Noah had wielded sabers for most of his life even if he added his previous life to the sum, and it wasn't a surprise that his individuality would take a similar form. I wonder what other effects does it have? Noah thought as he controlled his liquid breath move at the center of his palm. The sharp drop appeared on his open hand and began to radiate its innate aura when it came in contact with the outside world. Violent and slim waves spread from the floating drop and affected the fabric of the separate dimension. Noah saw how the air around the drop began to destabilize under that aura. The destabilization continued until the air fell apart and turned into primary energy similar to that in his liquid dantian. Noah continued to watch that process and activated the divine deduction technique to analyze the details that his normal awareness might miss. The separate dimension is made of breath, and the destruction of its structure would obviously release that energy. However, the aura radiated by the drop acts as the absorption process of my body. It directly turns everything in its most basic form. The analysis led Noah to that conclusion. His liquid breath had taken the shape of a saber and radiated a spreading sharpness. Still, it seemed that the violence of the magical beasts had affected the natural behavior that a blade was supposed to have. Noah inhaled and forcefully absorbed the primary energy created by the drop. Most of that energy seeped in his body and fused with it, but some of it even entered the dark whirlpool in his dantian. The energy didn't increase its size though. It fused with its walls and disappeared without leaving any trace. It was at that point that understanding dawned upon Noah. I'm a sword that cuts through the world of heaven and earth. My very existence radiates their flaws, which I naturally spread as I keep on living. Also, what I affect can become mine if I want. The breakthrough to the liquid stage gave Noah a clear view of his existence. My first meaning in the elemental forging method was a sword, that is my shape. A sword that destroys to obtain the basic energy to create, and that one day would be strong enough to exude its own basic energy. Noah stood up at that point. He felt as if his mind had just been able to fuse the two worlds that his hybrid status represented. A sword for the humans and veracity for the magical beasts. Together, they make a weapon that innately destabilizes the world to open a path for creations outside of heaven and earth's grasp. Noah looked at his right arm, but he quickly suppressed the idea of forging a rank 5 demonic sword. His breakthrough gave him a more abundant energy pool, but it didn't raise his battle prowess since the latter originated from his liquid dantian. Yet, it showed him where all his accumulated experiences had led him, the form that he had taken after all his adventures. There was a newfound clarity in his mind, and Noah enjoyed it for a few instants before deciding to begin his preparations. The tribulation at the center of the separate dimension was extremely dangerous, and he would have to face many of them before reaching the opposite area. Noah had initially planned to focus on his offensive spells since his body provided an exceptional form of defense already. Still, the situation required him to further improve in that aspect. So, he decided to begin the modifications to the black hole spell's translated diagram. The effects radiated by his liquid breath would spread to his techniques and spells when Noah used it as its fuel. He noticed that when he began to test the modifications that he made on the will representing the diagram of the black hole spell, the dark sphere would autonomously absorb part of the breath in the air around it since the sharpness radiated by its form destroyed it. Of course, those effects were still barely noticeable. Noah's individuality had just begun to affect his centers of power. That was only his second step toward the higher levels of the heroic ranks. However, it was enough to set a direction. The effects of his liquid breath weren't carried by the energy stored inside his liquid dantian, but Noah could guess how they would become a core aspect of his battle prowess in the future. Tuning his abilities to his individuality was necessary if he wanted to wield the full power that his entity was able to express. Yet, that was something that could only happen when his dantian reached the solid stage and matched the energy stored inside the liquid dantian. Noah spent weeks alone in that empty spot of the separate dimension to test the modifications on the black hole spell. He intended to fuse its diagram with that of the Dark Blast spell to create an attack that could use the energy absorbed while defending to fuel a powerful offensive. He was even trying to add a lasting effect to that attack to suit the dangerous situation that he chose to face better. Flying through a barrage of powerful lightning bolts would surely exhaust his reserves of energy. Still, that issue could be somewhat mitigated if he managed to use the power of the tribulation to his advantage. Nevertheless, the diagram of the black hole spell could express a power up to the 5th rank. Modifying and perfecting it wasn't something that could be done in a matter of weeks. The 2 rank 5 elders didn't show themselves in that period, but Noah wasn't worried that they wouldn't agree to his decision. He had seen how fond Flying Demon was of Dreaming Demon, and Noah had managed to give her back to him. Dreaming Demons seemed to share the same deep feeling, so Noah was sure that they would feel compelled to follow his lead. They were rank 5 cultivators, their individuality was formed, and they couldn't just forsake it. Their feelings were real, so they had to follow them, or the foundation on which their power was built would shake. A few more weeks had to pass before Noah had a visitor. Dreaming Demon left the castle and flew toward the young-looking heroic cultivator that was creating dark spheres in the air around him. There was some respect in her expression when she reached for Noah, and also evident traces of gratitude. Demon Prince of the Chasing Demon Sect. Words can't express how grateful Flying Demon and I are for your help, Dreaming Demon said as she performed a deep bow when she landed behind Noah. She didn't straighten her posture even after a few minutes had passed, and she seemed willing to maintain her bow until he said otherwise. On the other hand, Noah didn't give much importance to those formalities. The feelings conveyed through her words were enough for him. What mattered next was her skill. It's Hive now. The Chasing Demon sect doesn't exist anymore. The sect has fused with the other underground organizations of the Coral Archipelago after claiming its independence and became the fourth force in the mortal lands. Noah said as he turned and gestured to the elder to abandon that polite bow. Chasing Demon, the patriarch, ordered me to look for the remains of the demon sects, which ultimately led me here. The power of the Hive would increase by a lot if you elders were to join it. Noah briefly explained while hinting that he wanted to recruit the two demons. Adding 2 rank 5 cultivators to the Hive would make its power skyrocket, especially if those 2 entities were the demons that had once ruled half of the Papal Nation. Generally speaking, their potential was similar to Chasing Demons. They could very well strive for the 6th rank if they managed to recover from their injuries. No need to worry. Chasing Demon is a friend, and we own our lives to the Hive. I've already discussed the matter with Flying Demon. We'll follow you through the lightning storm and pay you back if we survive. Noah nodded when he heard Dreaming Demon's words. That was precisely what he wanted to hear. Flying Demon said that you divined this place with your abilities. I need you to discover the location of the exit, and I need you to be as precise as possible. Can you do it? Dreaming Demon closed her eyes after Noah's question and spread her consciousness on the area around her. Her mental waves stretched far beyond the capabilities of Noah's mind. The power of a rank 5 mage was on a completely different level. Her mental waves, though, seemed different from the normal ones. They were thin and almost imperceptible. They gently seeped into the structure of the separate dimension and disappeared inside its matter. Even Dreaming Demon's consciousness became thinner during the process. Noah couldn't help but think that her mind was leaving her body. Then, she suddenly retracted all her mental waves inside her sea of consciousness and reopened her eyes. Her gaze slowly regained some focus, but some drowsiness could be seen in her expression when she returned completely conscious. This dimension is frail. I can easily investigate it, Dreaming Demon said when she analyzed the information carried by the retracted mental waves. But she felt the need to explain further when she saw that Noah's expression remained stern. I can fuse my consciousness with the world around me for a brief period. Heaven and earth are nigh omniscient. I can see through their eyes when I fuse with the outside world and take glances at the future. However, this dimension is outside of their domain. I can only look into it when I'm inside it. Her explanation was quite detailed, and Noah had to suppress his amazement when he heard it. Dreaming Demon didn't have the ability to divine future events. That feature was a consequence of the fusion of her consciousness with heaven and earth. No wonder she kept on sleeping even after 1,000 years. I can't imagine the kind of drawbacks that such an ability has. Noah thought as he gave voice to another question. Did you find the exit? Dreaming Demon shook her head while giving a simple answer. My mental sphere has yet to recover completely. I will only risk falling asleep again if I investigate further. I need some time, and Flying Demon needs it too. There is no hurry, and time is all we have right now. Focus on returning to your peak. We can prepare later, Noah said after her reply, and she performed a bow before leaving to return to the castles. The injuries of the 2 rank 5 cultivators were severe. They couldn't heal in a matter of weeks. Dreaming Demon had been asleep for 1,000 years, and her sea of consciousness had become extremely fragile in that period. Noah's rank 5 potion had been able to awaken her and restore some of her abilities, but she still needed some time. On the other hand, Flying Demon's situation was far worse. He had used his body to feed the commoners and rank 1 cultivators to accumulate the energy needed for Dreaming Demon's awakening, reaching a point where even his tears could break his skin. Also, his Dantian had been wounded during his exploration of the central areas of the dimension. Most of the assets of the demon sects had been lost during the exile, and he didn't have drugs that could solve his injury. He would have been healed by now if he had just rested, but he needed to keep on weakening his body for Dreaming Demon's sake. That constant weakening had stopped the natural healing of his Dantian and further worsened his situation. That would have ultimately led to his death, but Flying Demon didn't care about it as long as he managed to keep his lover alive. The rank 4 pills that Noah had given him weren't enough to fix his center of power, but they would be enough to make the healing process start again. Noah learnt about the details concerning their state since Dreaming Demon kept on visiting him every few weeks. She seemed set on keeping him updated about their conditions, and Noah took those chances to inform her about the events that had happened while their sects were trapped inside the separate dimension. Dreaming Demon did the same and shared specific details about the exile from the Papal Nation that only someone who had seen it with its own eyes could know. It turned out that the 12 demon sects were quite close before the exile and shared most of their discoveries. That behavior was to be expected since their leaders were all disciples of Divine Demon, which was also why Ravaging Demon's betrayal managed to produce such a drastic outcome. Yet, that was the reason why Flying Demon knew the techniques of the Bleeding Demon sect and could turn his body into nourishment for the commoners and rank 1 cultivators. The technique to gather the special energy to make Dreaming Demons recover was included in that too. Their conversations even uncovered the reasons why Noah owned such powerful drugs. So, Master's inheritance is what ultimately led to the independence of the Coral Archipelago. No wonder Chasing Demon gave you the title of Demon Prince when you were only a human cultivator. He was the most respectful of us toward Master. Dreaming Demon commented when Noah told her about the events under the Great Whirlpool. Of course, Noah kept the matter concerning the divine deduction technique a secret. Not even June knew about it. It couldn't be helped. The presence of a divine technique in the mortal lands was something that could turn the entire world against him. Noah believed that even his incredible body-nourishing technique wouldn't cause the same chaos as the inscriptions on the walls of his mental sphere. After all, the creations and modifications of his techniques, methods, and spells went smoothly because of the divine deduction technique. No other cultivator could match his number of successes in such a short time and with his same cultivation level. One technique made him able to develop his current battle prowess. Every heroic cultivator in the world would kill to obtain it. Then, during his 4th month inside the separate dimension, Noah saw that Dreaming Demon had come to visit him with her lover. Noah had become used to the sight of the tribulations by then, and he had seen how they happened exactly every week just as Flying Demon had explained. However, he was still surprised when he saw how the drugs and the period of rest had benefited the rank 5 elder. Flying Demon was standing on his own feet as he walked on the prairie. Dreaming Demon was next to him, ready to help if a complication or a sudden worsening of his condition was to happen. Flying Demon's body still appeared skinny and fragile, but a rosy color had begun to fill his pale skin. A few strands of muscles had grown back, and he had cut his long beard. His long hair showed some tinge of blackness, and he managed to keep his eyelids open without looking drowsy. He was clearly recovering at a fast pace. I must say, you hide wonders in that space ring. Master's drugs are one thing, but the magical beast's corpses, how many of them do you even have? Do they all come from that new continent? Flying Demon asked with a smile on his face. Noah had provided some of the corpses inside his space ring to feed the elders and replace the source of blood for the commoners. The fact that Flying Demon had managed to survive without eating anything for 1,000 years didn't mean that he didn't need to do it. He had simply pushed himself over his limits for his lover, which was probably the reason why he had managed to remain sane despite the helpless situation. Yes, you will see it once we come out of this place. The Hive has moved its headquarters there since the old continent doesn't have room for a 4th force. How much until you both return to your peak? Noah said when the 2 elders arrived behind him. He had been lost in his training and tests during those months, and he used his stash of rank 4 magical beasts to appease his hunger. The few months spent in that way had passed in less than an instant in his mind. He barely noticed them. Yet, he still wanted to have a clear idea about that situation. Waiting even a few years wasn't an issue, but a clear schedule might make him decide to focus on certain spells rather than on others. Also, the nature of his breath had given him ideas for a second form of his Dragon's Claw martial art. So, he wanted to understand how much it would take to begin the crossing. Dreaming Demon is almost back to her peak. She just needs to gather the energy from the sleeping commoners and cultivators for a few more weeks. I might need a few years though, Flying Demon answered, and Noah simply nodded at the duo. The elder had just confirmed his suspects, and Noah didn't hesitate to decide that he would improve all his skills in that period. Waiting for both elders to return to their peak took some years, and Noah didn't mind it. He had just reached the liquid stage, and there wouldn't be other breakthroughs anytime soon. That left him with a lot of free time to dedicate to his abilities. Noah had many spells in his possession, but only a few of them were suitable to be modified. The diagram of the demonic form spread on the Xianxia runes that floated over the sea inside his mind, and Noah didn't even try to translate it. That spell was connected with the Xianxia runes, which brought the level of difficulty of the diagram on a higher level and a different inscription field. Noah didn't know much about runes and formations. His expertise only covered the wills. The body inscription spell had the same issue. It used many teachings belonging to the formations field to work, which he couldn't modify. On the other hand, the ethereal form spell was simply incompatible with his new body. The amount of energy that it would require to turn his body ethereal would surpass what he was able to provide even if he modified the spell. That high cost in terms of energies made the diagram unworthy of being translated. Its effects didn't match its requirements. As for the death area spell, Noah just gave up on it. That ability didn't suit his fighting style, and its effects were only average. There was no point in wasting time over something that he wouldn't use. However, he modified the rest of his spells during those years and even added a second form to his Dragon's Claw martial art. He was ready to face the tribulations after 4 years spent in the separate dimension. He was set on starting the crossing as soon as the elders finished their preparations. Flying Demon had recovered in those years. His hair had wholly returned to their original black color as his body kept on improving. His dantian had healed too in that period. The elder had reached the state in which he was before the exile of the demon sections. Dreaming Demon was even better off. Her sea of consciousness had returned to her peak, and her cultivation level had improved as she waited for her lover to recover. She had even used her ability to discover the location of the exit, which turned out to be right under the mountain chain that divided the areas of influence of the Empire and the Wuxia nation. Flying Demon's deductions seemed to be on point. It was probable that the mountain chain and the mystical fog had been created by heaven and earth to invade the separate dimension with their will. As for the commoners and the rank 1 cultivators, Dreaming Demon decided to kill them after the energy expended for her last divination had been replenished. The elders and Noah were set on crossing an area that saw tribulations happening every week. The power of the barrage of lightning next to their area resembled that of a rank 4 heaven tribulation. Still, its might reached the 6th rank in the central zones. Those humans couldn't survive the crossing, and the 3 heroic cultivators didn't have methods to carry them alongside their journey. Also, they would starve to death without Flying Demon performing the techniques of the bleeding demon sect on his body or the magical beast's corpses. Leaving them there without any form of food would just lead to ugly situations. So Dreaming Demon decided to kill them as soon as they had fulfilled their role. The only issue at that point was that the elders didn't leave the castles for months after they had completely recovered. Noah didn't mind it at the beginning, but the environment of the separate dimension could only offer a constant stillness that couldn't benefit his individuality in any way. He had often pondered about the destructive nature of the tribulations since his liquid breath radiated similar effects. Still, even that majestic sight became annoying to look at after so many years. Noah wanted to leave. He wanted to travel and immerse himself in some wild environment. Also, he wanted to forge. His individuality spread destruction and left behind basic energy similar to that accumulated inside his liquid dantian. Noah wanted to make use of that energy to implement a form of creation in his individuality, something that could eventually bring him to forge his own darkness element. That project was ambitious and was probably impossible to complete at his current level. However, Noah believed that to be his path, and there could only be benefits in starting to tread it as soon as possible. Yet, the sound of soft moans reached his ears when he decided to fly to the castles to see what the elders were up to. I guess they couldn't catch up properly when they were still injured. Well, I can't blame them after I did the same with June. Noah sighed when he thought that, and returned to his spot in the prairie. He could just fight his boredom by increasing the amount of time spent pondering about his individuality and training. He would have done the same in the outside world after all. The elders decided to come out of the castles after a few months. and both of them wore stern expressions as they reached for Noah. "We have stored the castles and sorted everything. We are ready." Noah nodded when he heard Flying Demon's words, and ignored the traces of satisfaction hidden behind their expressions as he explained his plan. The tribulations happened every week, and they had to cross an area as vast as the area of influence of the empire. The elders were rank 5 cultivators, and Noah could rely on the shadow sprint martial art to somewhat match their speed, which meant that they could reach the other side in less than 2 months. Less than 2 months meant 6 or 7 tribulations, depending on how fast they actually were. The lightning bolts in the 4th rank didn't scare the group, and those in the 5th rank could be endured with their power and Noah's stash of protective items. However, the tribulations that reached the power of the 6th rank had to be avoided if they wanted to survive. "It's clear that we have to face some tribulations, but we can choose which one we have to endure," Noah began to explain, and the elders added their opinions to the plan. The final strategy saw the group facing 2 rank 4 tribulations and 4 rank 5 tribulations to reach the other side where the exit was. The journey wouldn't be easy, but it was better than facing the lightning bolts with the power of the 6th rank. When everything was set, the 3 of them flew toward the borders of the safe area and waited for the next tribulation to arrive. Their sprint would begin as soon as the weekly barrage of lightning bolts ended. The weekly tribulation was on time, just like all the previous ones before it. Noah, Flying Demon, and Dreaming Demon stood one the last available safe spot of the prairie as they stared at the incoming barrage of lightning. Breath came out from the 2 red moons and black clouds formed in the dark blue sky between them. Then lightning bolts began to fall on the ground. The surface of the separate dimension was frail. The tribulation destroyed the fake terrain and created deep holes whenever a bolt of lightning crashed on the prairie. The separate dimension immediately provided breath to reconstruct the destroyed parts, and further exhausted its reserves of energy. The cycle of destruction and reconstruction continued for the entirety of the tribulation. The 3 heroic cultivators wore stern expressions as they stared at the devastation that heaven and earth were able to unleash in a world that was supposed to be outside of their domain. They knew that they would have to sprint as soon as the black clouds dispersed. The strategy to reach the other side of the dimension alive was clear in their minds. Yet, they couldn't help but admire the organized offensive that heaven and earth were capable of launching. Such precise but wild lightning bolts could inspire anyone with an individuality linked to destructive effects. However, their sole sight made Flying Demon sick, and Noah had an innate disdain toward those lightning bolts. The scene was too similar to that during his breakthrough when he saw the defeat of the cursed dragon species. As for Dreaming Demon, her individuality simply didn't match that violent force. The black clouds began to disperse after half an hour, and the tribulation slowly ended, revealing the destroyed environment that was quickly reforming. The gazes of the 3 heroic cultivators didn't linger on the scene but focused as soon as the last cloud vanished. Then they sprinted. Shockwaves spread from Noah's feet whenever he kicked the ground under him, and cracks appeared on the prairie on the trail of the 2 flying elders. The 3 of them had decided to fly as close as the ground as possible so that they would have more time to react to the tribulation when they would be forced to face it. That wasn't their highest speed, but that pace was also part of their strategy. They didn't want to risk reaching the areas where the lightning bolts reached a power that matched the 5th rank, and they wouldn't purposely raise the difficulty of the crossing. That pace would allow them to reach the spot where the tribulation had a power similar to the peak of the 4th rank in precisely 1 week. The precision of heaven and earth's attack could be used to their advantage, and it would be stupid to charge in without a plan. Luckily for them, Flying Demon had explored the central parts of the dimension in the past 1,000 years and could provide precise details that greatly helped in the planning of their strategy. 1 week passed quickly, and the group never stopped their flight in those days. Noah was using his liquid breath to fuel the shadow sprint martial art, which made that speed somewhat sustainable. He knew that he would have to rely on his liquid dantian once they reached the deeper parts of the dimension, and he had already prepared the pills needed to refill his body with nourishments for that moment. The elders would still be faster than him even when he used the full power of his shadow sprint, but they had already decided that they would stick together. The elders would take care of the 1st and 4th rank 5 tribulation, while Noah would use his defensive items to defend against the second and third ones. According to their calculations, they would be able to cross the area with rank 6 lightning bolts between the second and third rank 5 tribulations in a bit less than 1 week, meaning that they could wholly avoid it. Yet, that also meant that they had to face 2 tribulations near the peak of the 5th rank. Not even the joint power of the elders and Noah could defend against them, which is why they decided to rely on the defensive items that Elder Julia had given to him before the exchange meeting. The moons aligned with the danger zones that divided the areas of influence of the 3 big nations, and breath began to seep inside the separate dimension. The black clouds gathered as usual, and lightning bolts began to fall on the terrain, filling the entirety of the central territories of the dimension. Noah and the elders landed on the terrain at that point and began to walk. They were mighty existences in the heroic ranks, but they wouldn't have any chance to rest when the tribulation's power reached the 5th rank. So, they decided to make the best out of the lightning bolts with power in the middle tier of the 4th rank falling over them. Orange flashes enveloped their figures and filled the scenery. Noah and the elders were almost blinded by the countless flashes that occupied their view. The tribulation didn't give any space to the darkness. It continuously released lightning bolts on the prairie. Noah felt hammers crashing on his head and shoulders every time a flash of lightning hit him. However, his skin alone was enough to block them, and he didn't need to deploy any defensive measure. His dantian began to refill its stash of liquid breath as he walked through the lightning storm. That would be the last rest before entering the area with the rank 5 tribulations according to their plan, and he didn't dare to waste even 1 second of it. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon walked next to him, and they both showed surprised expressions when they saw Noah enduring the might of the lightning bolts with his bare body as if they were nothing. His robe had shattered in that situation, which gave the elders the chance to see that he wasn't suffering the slight injury. The tribulation wasn't even enough to leave white marks on his skin. The elders were using part of their powerful mental energy to create a barrier that fended off the lightning bolts coming for them. Something below the 5th rank couldn't force them to focus. However, Noah had taken that lack of concern to the next level. Both elders were curious about his body-nourishing method, but they saw how focused he was in refilling his centers of power and decided to leave their questions for when they resurfaced. Half an hour passed in which the rank 4 tribulation didn't even manage to scratch the trio. Then, Noah and the elders sprinted again when the black clouds dispersed. Their next challenge would be a rank 5 tribulation with power in the lower tier. Another week passed quickly, and the trio spent that time flying almost at full speed toward the other side of the separate dimension. The scenery didn't change at all during their journey. The prairie looked the same no matter how much they advanced, and the starless sky didn't give them any sign of their progress. The only aspects of the dimension that moved were the 2 moons. They simply moved in a straight line in perpetual motion, illuminating with their red light the environment under them. It's as if heaven and earth are keeping track of this place. Noah couldn't help but think that when he saw the black clouds gathering again above him. The moons radiated a steady pressure that he had been able to notice only when he entered the areas targeted by the tribulations. He felt an innate hatred against them, which led him to think that Flying Demon's hypothesis was on point. The moons had probably been planted in the dimension by heaven and earth. Their power had been able to seep through a space that didn't belong to their domain. How far is their power able to reach? Noah suppressed that question when he heard that the crackling of the thunders had begun to resound above him. The elders flying next to him wore a stern expression. It would be up to them to protect the group from that tribulation, but it wasn't its power the cause behind their focus. The tribulation would have a power that matched the lower tier of the 5th rank, and those 2 rank 5 existences were more than enough to handle it. However, they would have to keep on sprinting through their duration. That had been decided when they created their plan. That was the best way to reduce the number of tribulations to face while also avoiding those in the 6th rank. Both elders hadn't fought nor used their real abilities for 1,000 years, and they would obviously be quite rusty when using them. Yet, they were still rank 5 entities. They could make up for that issue with their focus. Lightning bolts began to fall from the clouds, and Noah could immediately tell that his body alone wouldn't be able to face them. Also, He wasn't entirely sure that his defensive spells would be able to counter them for that long. A rank 4 battle prowess in the solid stage would be barely enough to fight a couple of those rank 5 bolts in the lower tier, and Noah could raise that number by a bit due to his body. Nevertheless, he was sure that he wouldn't be able to last for the whole tribulation, not if he only relied on his abilities at least. An ethereal sphere suddenly surrounded the trio, and several layers made of thick ice appeared above their heads when the tribulation began. Noah inspected the defensive measures deployed by the elders as he kept fueling his martial art with the liquid breath inside his dantian. Flying Demon's methods were quite straightforward, and he simply created 100 white layers that floated in the air and followed the group. Instead, Dreaming Demon's ethereal sphere seemed to carry a profound meaning. Noah felt that the energy radiated by the sphere was affecting the world around it as they moved and spread its meanings into the very structure of the dimension. Is she trying to mask our presence? Noah guessed as part of his focus went on the ethereal sphere. That defensive measure spread peaceful feelings to its surroundings, while carrying the distinctive mark of heaven and earth's will. It was as if she was trying to tell the tribulation that Noah and the others weren't its enemies. The barrage of lightning began to fall and clashed with the layers of ice. White shards fell everywhere as the relentless offensive of the black clouds shattered the surface of Flying Demon's defensive spell. However, there were 100 layers, and the tribulation took about 20 seconds to pierce just one of them. That defensive measure would last until the black clouds depleted their energy if the group remained in that spot. Yet, they were advancing at high speed, which made them encounter stronger lightning bolts as they reached for the central areas. The layers began to last less and less, to the point where the black clouds managed to destroy one of them in 5 seconds. The trio was nearing the areas where the lightning bolts had a power similar to the middle tier of the 5th rank. That wasn't a pressing issue since more than 20 minutes had already passed by then, and there was still Dreaming Demon's sphere as a last form of protection. Orange flashes shone above them when the Flying Demon's defenses were destroyed, but no lightning bolt crashed on them after that event. The energy radiated by the ethereal sphere seeped inside the bolts when they were about to reach for the group and made them explode before they could crash on the ground. The tribulation thought of the trio as friends thanks to Dreaming Demon's methods, and stopped its offensive before it could hurt them. Noah didn't even try to hide his amazement when he saw the effects of the ethereal sphere. He knew that such methods would conflict with his individuality, but that didn't prevent him from appreciating such an expert. Dreaming Demon's individuality was peculiar even in a stage where every heroic cultivator chased after their personal laws. Of course, Noah didn't stop his flight to give voice to his amazement. There would be time to discuss each other's individualities once they returned to the southwestern coast of the new continent. The tribulation ended after 30 minutes passed, and the black clouds dispersed to reveal the dark blue sky. The group had easily survived that danger, but that was to be expected. The real threats were the 2 rank 5 tribulations in the upper tier that they would have to face in the next 2 weeks. The trio didn't speak as it neared the center of the dimension. The air around them was tense, and their auras became sharp as they focused their minds on the imminent struggle. They would be forced to stop right before the lightning bolts reached the peak of the 5th rank and managed to have enough energy left to cross the entirety of the area that saw rank 6 tribulations in a week. Then, they would have to survive another tribulation at the peak of the 5th rank. Their journey would be over after that point since the following threats could be handled easily. Another week passed, and black clouds appeared once again in the sky. Noah began to take out talismans from his space ring, and the elders deployed their defensive measures once again. Flying Demon had been injured before reaching that point in the past. So, even him was surprised when the trio noticed that something was taking form in the distance. The arrival of the tribulation triggered a mechanism of the separate dimension, which revealed a tall and luxurious palace at some kilometers from them. The palace was tall and stood right in the middle of the areas that were targeted by the rank 6 tribulations. Shining inscriptions covered its surface and gave it a luxurious and grand aura. Half of the structure was hidden behind a square defensive wall that had statues of mighty magical beasts on the top of its corners. Noah didn't have time to analyze those beasts since his view turned orange, signaling the beginning of the barrage of lightning. The trio's focus went on the defensive measures of the elders. The 100 layers of ice were pierced in less than 90 seconds, and explosions began to resound above the ethereal sphere. The lightning bolts released their power in the air above the group, but they kept on reaching closer for them as the effects of Dreaming Demon's method began to fade. Not even 3 minutes had passed, but the defenses of the 2 rank 5 cultivators were already falling apart. The power of a tribulation at the peak of the 5th rank was incredible, and the elders alone had little confidence in managing to defend against it with their joint power. Their defenses were effective, but there was a limit to how many of them they could create before depleting the energy inside their centers of power. After all, the tribulation wouldn't stop for even a second during those 30 minutes while cultivators needed at least a few instants to cast a spell. Those instants would be fatal in that situation. Yet, Noah's inscribed items would show their usefulness at that point. Noah waited until the explosions of the lightning bolts became too close to them before activating one of his talismans. The talisman created a giant gray vortex above the trio as soon as Noah shattered it. The talismans that Elder Julia had provided him could defend against attacks in the 5th rank and didn't need breath to be activated. They were some sort of vessels that contained a specific spell that would be released once the items were broken, which made them quite handy to protect weaker cultivators. They were mostly given to promising cultivators in the human ranks or heirs of some powerful family, but there were a few exceptions in the heroic ranks. Noah had stored them since the exchange meeting with the envoys of the 4 nations and could finally put them to use to counter the Great Tribulation. The vortex rotated as it destroyed every lightning bolt that fell on its surface, and that tried to reach for the heroic cultivators under it. The elders immediately prepared their defensive methods again and waited for the vortex to fall apart to deploy them. Noah's stash of talismans wasn't limitless, and the group had to face another tribulation at the peak of the 5th rank after that. Conserving as many defensive items as possible was mandatory. Noah only had 5 of them after all. The vortex lasted for almost 3 minutes before being pierced by the relentless rain of lightning bolts. Still, 300 layers of ice suddenly appeared in its position and continued to defend the group. The power of a talisman would depend on the might of the cultivator that cast the spell. Of course, cultivators would store their most potent spells inside it since they weren't in a battle. On the contrary, the 2 demons had to preserve their energies to last for the entirety of the tribulation and sprint when it was over. They couldn't deploy defenses that would leave them drained once created. Doing that would only force them to stop their advance. That was why the vortex lasted more than their spells. Yet, their approach changed after the first talisman was used. Flying Demon used more breath and mental energy to fuel his spell and increased the number of layers. He knew that Dreaming Demon would take over once his defenses were broken and that Noah would use another talisman after her. That gave him the confidence in being able to recover in time to cast other spells without exhausting himself too much. The 3 heroic cultivators were taking turns to take care of the barrage of lightning. The approach that they had planned before starting their journey worked since Noah only had to use 3 talismans to reach the last stages of the tribulation. The black clouds would disperse after Flying Demon took care of what was left of their power. The fact that Noah only had 2 talismans left wasn't a miscalculation. Their strategy saw them flying through the next rank 5 tribulation, meaning that its power would keep on diminishing as they advanced. After all, they would have crossed the center of the dimension at that point. However, the appearance of the palace occupied part of their minds as they defended. Noah and the elders took glances at that structure whenever they had a few instants to spare. They simply couldn't help themselves. The palace in the distance stood its ground against the rank 6 tribulation. The fake terrain around it shattered before those mighty lightning bolts managed to land on it. But not even a crack appeared on the surface of that building. There was some sort of shields around the palace that managed to block the lightning storm completely. It was clear that the building hid something with the power of the 6th rank. The tribulation ended, and the black clouds began to disperse. Noah and the elders would have to sprint in a straight line toward the southern side of the dimension according to their plan. Yet, all 3 of them began to fly toward the disappearing palace. There were no words, no mental messages, no decisions. They simply flew toward the palace as soon as the lightning storm ended. Their strategy saw them using their full speed to cross the area where the tribulation reached the 6th rank of power, But there was something even more potent than that at the center of the dimension. How could Noah and two demons give up on the chance to explore it? Also, their calculations told them that they could still reach the territories with the rank 5 tribulations even if they took that slight detour. After all, they had chosen to endure peak rank 5 lightning bolts to be sure that they would have enough time. Nothing about their strategy was random. Noah fueled the shadow sprint martial art with his liquid dantian, and the elders increased their flying speed through their methods. The palace disappeared in a few minutes, but the trio didn't slow down its advance at that site. They were set on uncovering the secrets of that mysterious place. The vast prairie spread in front of the flying trio, and no trace of the mighty palace could be seen anywhere. However, Noah and the elders didn't diminish their flying speed for even an instant. They were going all out to reach the spot where it had disappeared. Time was the key to their survival, and that detour was bound to waste a bit of it. Yet, risks were usually accompanied by benefits, and anything that could survive a rank 6 tribulation would obviously be valuable. The group took 3 days to reach the spot where the palace had appeared, but both their eyes and mental energy couldn't see anything in the area. There wasn't even the slight detail on the prairie that suggested that a vast structure was hidden somewhere in that fake land. Nothing happened even when they flew right over the exact area that the palace was occupying during the tribulation. The group couldn't slow down, or they would risk being still in the zone targeted by the rank 6 lightning bolts when 4 more days passed. Greed could lead men to their destruction, and those 3 heroic cultivators were aware of that. Nevertheless, they were also experienced warriors that had survived through many unexpected situations. Noah had the honed instincts of a lone cultivator, and Divine Demon had personally trained the elders. Their minds ran through every possibility, and Noah even activated the divine deduction technique to evaluate the little information gathered during the lightning storm. The trio had only seen a palace appearing and defending against the tribulation before disappearing without leaving any trace. There wasn't much to work with, and many different events could trigger that scene. Of course, Noah and the others didn't have time to test all their hypotheses, so they went for the most direct approach. Their eyes suddenly focused when they were about to fly past the area previously occupied by the palace. Noah launched a wave of white flames that shattered the fake terrain and spread cracks through the prairie. Flying Demon summoned 33 blue spheres that floated behind his back and released water bullets on both ground and sky. Dreaming Demon closed her eyes, and her consciousness sent soft mental waves that seeped inside the structure of the dimension. Her mental waves destabilized the ground and air of the dimension, and some of them even took the shape of lightning bolts as they unleashed their destructive power. They had all reached the same conclusion in those short instants. Attack. That was the action that would waste less time, and that would test one of the options in their minds. The building became visible and material during the tribulations, which meant that a threat could trigger its appearance. That spot of the prairie completely fell apart under the assault of the group. Cracks spread even in the air above it due to the shockwaves released by the attacks of the trio. Noah and the elders didn't know which of their attacks triggered the wanted effects, but their eyes shone when the palace began to reappear. Its figure, though, started to disappear as soon as the dimension began to reconstruct. The trio immediately launched another series of attacks, but it didn't care about their nature at that time. Dreaming Demon waved her hands, and massive tornadoes formed, destroying vast areas with their incredible suction force. Flying Demon created clouds that released sharp white blades that froze the environment in their trajectory before exploding when they reached the ground. The ice then spread through the shattered prairie and gave birth to shining blue flowers that fed on the breath contained inside the separate dimension. Noah slashed with his demonic swords and continued to launch flames. The 3 of them were launching some of their most potent attacks since it was clear that the destruction unleashed previously wasn't enough to materialize the palace completely. They had silently decided to go all out when they saw a glimpse of the mighty structure. The second offensive made the palace reappear, and its shape seemed about to become entirely material, but it eventually started to fade again. It was needless to say that Noah and the elders attacked again at that site. Even the third offensive wasn't enough to make the structure materialize, but the trio had chained a series of spells and martial arts at that time. that created lasting destructive effects that continued to shatter the fabric of the dimension even while the palace formed. Then, they suddenly felt that the density of breath around them had risen to levels that surpassed even those found in the new continent. Their consciousnesses could sense that the world around them had drastically changed. After all, they had launched attacks while hovering in the air right over the palace. They were already inside its perimeter. Some wariness appeared on their expressions when the building began to fade again, and they prepared themselves to sprint toward the south in case even that last attempt turned out to be a failure. Their series of attacks made them lose more than 10 minutes, which was almost over the limits that their strategy had set. However, a strange sensation surrounded their bodies and began to make them disappear alongside the palace. A pressure similar to that caused by a teleportation matrix weighed on their minds and forced them to close their senses. The palace was around them when their consciousnesses spread again in the world, but the environment around the structure had changed. They were still inside the separate dimension. The prairie, the moons, and the starless sky were there. Yet their colors were different. The fake grass had turned yellow, and the sky shone with a bright azure light. The two moons had lost their red shades and were completely black, and it was as if their light couldn't reach the insides of the palace. Noah and the elders released sighs of relief at the sight of that scene. It was clear that they had managed to enter another layer of the separate dimension. Nevertheless, their entrance inside that place triggered reactions that they couldn't hope to predict. The statues of the four magical beasts standing top of the corners of the defensive wall took life and descended from their pedestals. Then, they shot in the direction of Noah's group and surrounded it. Noah was immediately able to notice that those beasts weren't real living beings, but the danger that they radiated made him instinctively grab Chasing Demon's talisman. Those creatures were constructs with power that matched the 6th rank. Noah held Chasing Demon's talisman in his grasp as the four statues encircled him and the elders. He wasn't sure if someone inside the palace controlled them, or if theirs was a natural reaction triggered by the presence of unwanted guests inside the defensive walls. However, he was sure that they weren't living beings. A white tiger, a green dragon, a red phoenix, and a black turtle, all of them exuding the power of the 6th rank. Yet, the size of these statues doesn't reflect that of the species that they want to represent. Noah thought as he studied the puppets. Those statues were all 7 meters tall, a stature that any dragon and most tigers would surpass once reached that level. The lines that covered their bodies shone with a blinding light and radiated a suffocating pressure, but they didn't charge at the group of heroic cultivators. They simply limited themselves to surround Noah and the elders and stare them with their lifeless eyes. That stall continued for a while. Noah's group didn't dare to move since even the slight action could trigger unwanted reactions, and the beasts didn't take a step further either. It was as if their job was only to contain any external threat. Are they waiting for orders? Flying Demon transmitted through his consciousness to the other members of his group. The 3 of them were close and with their front facing the beasts. Their consciousnesses touched each other, and they could transmit mental messages in the triangle created with their backs without leaking even the slight ripple. Probably. I don't see why they stopped otherwise. Noah answered through the same method used by the elder. The statues weren't doing anything, so that was a good time to make the point of the situation. Trying to escape is too dangerous. We have to follow the rules of this place. Dreaming Demon added after a short moment of silence. Separate dimensions usually contained inheritances and trials, which forced every contender to behave in a certain way. They didn't know if the palace was meant to deliver an inheritance, but that situation didn't allow them to do much. The threat of those statues was too high. Just one of them was enough to take care of the 3 heroic cultivators. Even Noah didn't have any confidence in escaping from that encirclement with Chasing Demon's talisman. Also, they couldn't just escape. They had lost too much time, and they couldn't reach the areas targeted by the rank 5 tribulations before the next lightning storm anymore. Their only options were to go all out and face the rank 6 lightning bolts in 4 days, or wait and see if those statues hit a deeper purpose. Possible death was better than certain death, so they decided to wait. The minutes became hours, and the hours eventually turned into days. The demons and Noah remained still in the air, and the 4 statues around them did the same. Nothing moved inside the palace, and the 3 heroic cultivators did their best to breathe only when they needed it. There is the chance that there are mechanisms active only during the tribulations. Dreaming Demon transmitted at some point, and her companions agreed with her guess. The statue and the ethereal properties of the castle worked as autonomous defensive mechanisms. Still, there had to be some sort of intelligent being or spirit automaton controlling the entirety of the structure. Yet, it was possible that such automaton would activate only during the tribulations and go dormant in the days between them. We should prepare an escape plan if nothing changes. Do you have anything that can work against these constructs? Noah asked, and Flying Demon immediately replied without trying to hide his sarcasm. Haha, yes, I'll take out the secret item that I've decided to save during the last 1,000 years. Demon Prince, these are rank 6 puppets. We are dead if they start to move. Flying Demon's words were on point. He would have already left that place if he had something that could oppose forces in the 6th rank. I might be able to affect the fabric of this layer if I go all out. I would fall asleep again though, and that only in the scenario in which these things don't notice my actions. Dreaming Demon spoke, and Flying Demon's consciousness couldn't help but tremble slightly when he heard those mental messages. The thought of seeing his lover suffering from the backlash of her techniques again stirred his emotions. However, he immediately calmed down. The situation was entirely different now. They already knew the position of the exit, and the hive was the 4th force in the mortal lands. Waking her up would be effortless if they managed to reach the southwestern coast of the new continent. The only issue would be in surviving the rank 5 tribulations while also defending the sleeping elder. Demon Prince, do you have something that can buy enough time for our escape? Flying Demon asked when he accepted that momentarily sacrificing his lover was the only approach that could create a way out of that situation. Maybe. Noah limited himself to transmit that word, and the conversation ended after that. They were just evaluating ideas, and they weren't even sure that they would survive the next lightning storm. More days passed, and the tribulation arrived on time as usual. Black clouds gathered in the sky, and orange lightning bolts began to fall toward the prairie. The color of the tribulation didn't change even from inside the palace. Noah and the elders felt relieved when they saw that the shield around the structure easily fended off the rank 6 lightning storm, and let their mind wander at that sight. They were right under a calamity with the power at the peak of the 6th rank, and they could observe it in its entirety from a safe position. Most heroic cultivators wouldn't have the chance to witness such a sight until they reached a similar rank. They didn't think. They just admired the stage that every cultivator in the mortal land dreamed of reaching. I've stared at these bolts of lightning more than 300,000 times, but I've never become bored with them. A firm voice suddenly resounded in the area, and the 3 heroic cultivators' gazes immediately turned toward its source. They saw that the ethereal figure of a middle-aged man had appeared out of nowhere right next to the encirclement of the 4 statues. The man wore a luxurious green robe and carried a couple of thick tomes under his armpit. "Return to your pedestals," the man ordered, and the beasts flew back to the 4 corners of the defensive wall. Noah and the elders could finally relax when they saw that and waited for the automaton to explain further before saying anything. The ethereal man didn't wait for them to act and performed a polite greeting gesture while adding a few words. "Welcome to the house of the divine architect." The ethereal man's words confirmed one of the silent hypotheses of the trio. The palace was the creation of an existence that had reached the divine ranks. The title divine wasn't something that was given randomly, and spirit automatons wouldn't use it so casually. Also, the palace could defend against rank 6 lightning bolts. There weren't many existences that could build something capable of that feat. Noah and the elders bowed to answer the polite gesture of the ethereal man. They were still a bit tense. The automaton was capable of controlling 4 rank 6 puppets after all. Yet, his courtesy made them slightly relax. "Please come inside. It has been too long since I had guests." The ethereal man waved his hand to point at one of the tall, wooden doors that stood at the base of the structure. Noah and Flying Demon immediately began to descend toward the entrance, but Dreaming Demon decided to near the automaton while wearing a smile that radiated friendly feelings. "How should we call you?" Dreaming Demon asked, and her question left even the automaton surprised. However, he soon showed a smile of his own before answering her. "I'm automaton number 37, but you can just call me 37. 37's mood seemed to have improved by a lot after Dreaming Demon gave him that unexpected attention, and Flying Demon couldn't help but glance at Noah while wearing a smug expression. Noah simply ignored him and continued to dissent. He didn't know that automatons could replicate human emotions so vividly. The spirit of his space ring was more similar to a program after all. "I guess there can be pride in having the love of an amazing woman." June's face appeared in Noah's mind when he thought that. She didn't have Dreaming Demon's grace, and she would never take the peaceful approach when she could obtain the same results through a battle. However, Noah loved her straightforwardness, and he liked the fact that he didn't have to watch his back in her presence. Noah suppressed the thoughts about his lover when he saw 37 appearing right in front of the door that he had pointed. The door opened when he touched it, and a long corridor was revealed to the descending trio. Inscriptions covered every surface of the corridor. They spread on the walls, floor, and ceiling, creating a brilliant and luxurious area. It was clear that the creator of the palace had even considered the aesthetic aspect of the inscriptions during their construction. Master hadn't planned to build this dimension. It was a job commissioned by a fellow divine cultivator. Yet, I can say in all honesty that this place is one of her most impressive achievements. 37 began to speak as he led the heroic cultivators through the long corridor. The trio listened to him, but their minds wandered as they inspected the environment around them. Noah wasn't interested in the grandness of the palace. He mostly cared about the resources that it contained. 300,000 tribulation should correspond to almost 6,000 years. The world was different when this palace was built. Noah guessed the age of the structure by using 37's words, but that realization didn't bring any benefits. The demon sects had almost disappeared in 1,000 years, and they used to be in charge of half of the papal nation. There was almost no chance that events that happened even farther in the past could affect his situation or the hive. "I must say, I'm surprised by how stubborn heaven and earth are. Their anger toward Master's creations is endless." 37 continued to praise Divine Architect without ever giving voice to the details concerning her creations. What did she create in the past? Dreaming Demon tried to ask at some point, but 37's figure flickered for a second at that question. "Forgive me. I can't reveal anything that might uncover secrets behind Master's past and current feats. You obtained the right to learn about the mortal palace because you've managed to enter in its perimeter, but my freedom stops there." 37 explained when his form stabilized. He was a spirit automaton, and he had to act according to his programming. Divine Architect wanted to keep the matters about her feats a secret, and Noah could completely understand her. Her opponents would have a chance to study her individuality and develop countermeasures that exploited her weaknesses if they were to learn more about her. Leaving no traces about their achievements was something that heroic cultivators were used to doing. The slight disadvantage could decide their defeat in a fight. For example, Noah's enemies would never approach him in a melee battle after his fight against Adrian. That intel about his battle prowess had spread through the heroic assets of the organizations in the mortal lands, and everyone knew that his body was unnaturally strong since then. He had forever lost the chance of surprising his enemies with his physical strength. Of course, that was also normal in the cultivation world. Heroic cultivators had to strive for a variegated combat style if they wanted to have enough confidence in any situation. "Can we obtain this palace then?" Flying Demon questioned the automaton when he heard his words. 37 had clearly said that they had obtained some rights over the building, but Noah's group didn't know how far those rights went. Obtaining an item able to fend off rank 6 tribulations could make any organization reach the peak of the mortal lands. Flying Demon's interest was more than justified. However, 37 shook his head as he answered the elder. "No. Master's creations will autonomously self-destruct once their energy is depleted on when anyone tries to seize them. Her creations can shift the balance between the powerful organizations outside of this dimension, and Master couldn't risk them blaming their defeats on her." Disappointed expressions appeared on the faces of the group, but they didn't lose their hope and continued to question the automaton. Are their resources useful for our ranks? No, anything with breath has been devolved to keep the dimension intact. Techniques of some sort? No, Divine Architect always kept everything on her person. She always said that even the simplest diagram could give her the inspiration needed to create an inscribed item in the divine ranks. What can we gain from this palace? Noah decided to directly ask that when he saw that the questions of the elders always met negative answers. The corridor had ended by then, leading the group in a large hall that featured the same inscriptions on all its surfaces. The hall featured a circular staircase that led to higher parts of the building and many passages connected to other corridors. Yet, the most eye-catching aspect of that area was a massive sculpture in the middle of the staircase made by large floating spheres. You will obtain all the delicacies safely stored in the palace. Knowledge about the mortal and immortal lands and me. 37 answered Noah's question when the group entered the room, and eager expressions appeared on the trio's faces. Knowledge about the mortal and immortal lands. Noah and the elders' focus immediately went on that part. The history of the mortal lands didn't interest them, but any heroic cultivator would pay a fortune to learn more about the immortal ones. Couldn't be helped, that was the ultimate goal in the cultivator's journey. The vast assortment of delicacies is enough to feed a nation for a decade, and the knowledge stored inside the palace covers 4,000 years. It starts somewhere 10,000 years ago and ends right before Master's Ascension 6,000 years ago. 37 explained further when he saw that his guests were interested. No resources, techniques, or items. Yet, obtaining that kind of knowledge can be incredibly helpful, and the elders would surely hand some of their methods to the hive anyway. Also, there is this automaton. Noah summarized the gains obtained in that journey in his mind. 37 was the spirit automaton of a rank 6 item, and his usefulness couldn't possibly be limited to his management skills. Noah knew that well, even his ring's automaton could perform tasks that surpassed his level. What can you do? I guess your expertise must cover formations, inscriptions, and runes. Noah asked 37 to obtain a clear idea of his value. The spirit automaton of his space ring could catalog a countless number of resources and identify which one of them would be the most useful in specific situations. Instead, 37's abilities had to be in line with Divine Architect's area of expertise since she had created him to handle the palace. Exactly. Divine Architect has authorized me to help my new masters with my vast expertise in all the inscriptions fields. I can only pass down the method to build this dimension though. Master was very careful in maintaining her monopoly over her creations. 37 explained, and the trio didn't know how to react to his words. The help of a rank 6 automaton was terrific, but learning how to create a separate dimension couldn't bring that many benefits. After all, those places were mainly built by powerful beings to pass down inheritances. The hive was at its prime, and chasing demon was far away from the divine ranks. A separate dimension wouldn't be that useful in their case. 37 didn't fail to notice their slight disappointment and began to list the benefits of the dimension as he led the group on the staircase. There is nothing safer than a separate dimension. You can store wealth and use its insides to perform dangerous experiments in an environment that bends to your will. 37 seemed really heated when he explained those points, but the trio wasn't interested. Building a separate dimension required an immense amount of wealth and work, and it could only become a secret area of some sort. The hive couldn't divert so much manpower and resources during that period since it would only slow down its growth. Noah began to focus on the staircase and the sculpture at its center when he lost interest in the automaton's words. The steps were transparent, they had been built with an alloy that resembled glass, but that was far sturdier. It is as if Divine Architect wanted to be sure that the staircase wouldn't hinder the sight of the sculpture. Noah thought as his gaze moved toward the floating spheres above him. The sphere slowly rotated as they remained in their spots, but there was a bigger one that stayed still. The group continued to climb the transparent steps, and the automation continued to argue with the elders, but Noah's mind had begun to wander. The spheres became more detailed as the group neared them, and Noah's eyes widened when he noticed a few details on one of them. That sphere was mostly azure, but there were a few brown spots of various shapes on its surface. The issue was that their shapes seemed to match the continents in the mortal lands perfectly. You humans are all the same, always thinking about benefits. Do you want resources? With this dimension, you can wreak 37. Is that our world? Noah's question interrupted 37's words, and the elders immediately followed his gaze to stare at the sculpture. The automaton suppressed his anger with a snort and wore a proud expression when he saw the amazed faces of the heroic cultivators. More details appeared on the spheres as the group kept on climbing, and Noah began to notice other smaller brown marks on their surfaces. His focus was on the sphere that seemed to depict his word. He saw how accurate it was in representing the continents and the small islands on the vast sea. His surprise further increased when he saw the piece of immortal lands depicted on it. Explain. Noah said that simple word at that point. The automaton wanted to gloat a bit, but his eagerness to show off divine architect's creation took over that feeling. The sculpture is an attempt to represent the mortal and immortal lands that Master has been able to see with one of her creations. Of course, this world is the most detailed. Silence fell on the group when the automaton spoke. The heroic cultivators analyzed the sculpture with a newfound interest, and there was some disbelief in their expressions. That disbelief originated by the fact that the sculpture represented multiple mortal lands. The 5 small spheres should all be mortal lands, which means that the bigger one depicts the immortal ones. Noah quickly moved his focus on the bigger sphere at the center of the sculpture. He already knew that other worlds existed out there, so it took him less than his companions to recover from that realization. The bigger sphere was white, and it only featured one small black dot on its surface. Even Master's masterpieces couldn't allow her to learn much about the higher plane, which was why she had ultimately decided to ascend. Yet, she had been asked to build this dimension right before that. 37 radiated an intense pride as he revealed events that happened far in the past. The job was incredibly ambitious. She would have to create a copy of the mortal lands with the hope that a higher plane would naturally form because of it. Yet, heaven and earth intervened and stopped the expansion of this place. Anger appeared on the automaton's expression when his story reached that point. However, his next words made the heroic cultivators focus on him again. Creating mortal lands while under heaven and earth's domain is impossible. Yet, one of the amazing features of this dimension is that its exits must be built from inside it. I believe you can understand how useful it can be. Each of 37's revelations surprised Noah and the elders to no end. First of all, there was Divine Architect's attempt to represent the mortal and immortal lands through a sculpture. That attempt had ultimately failed, but she still achieved something spectacular in discovering other mortal lands that seemed connected to a single higher plane. That discovery was useless for most heroic cultivators. Still, some experts would surely decide to spend centuries to explore further the nature of the other worlds and their connection to the immortal lands. Also, many peak heroic cultivators that were approaching the divine ranks would pay a fortune to learn more about the layout of the universe. Then, there was the attempt to build a world outside of heaven and earth's domain to give birth to a new higher plane. Noah and the elders couldn't even begin to imagine who had the time and assets to commission such an unrealistic and ambitious work. They didn't even know if a higher plane could form naturally due to the appearance of a lower one. In the end, there were the properties of the separate dimension revealed by 37's words. The possibility of creating an exit directly from inside the dimension meant that they could reach enemy lands without revealing their position. The trio didn't know how exactly that worked, but the thought of building the dimension suddenly became interesting. What if they could just appear inside one of the deposits of the Royal Academy and disappear without leaving any trace? What if they could appear behind the enemy's defenses and take by surprise an entire camp? The applications to that feature were endless, especially for a nation built by the fusion of unorthodox sects and underground organizations. I wonder if my previous world is somewhere far outside of those mortal lands. Noah thought as his mind sorted all the new information acquired. He knew that his previous world couldn't be classified as a mortal land. The absence of miraculous energies like the breath put it far below the required standards. Yet, He couldn't help but imagine it being somewhere far away from heaven and earth's domain. Maybe heaven and earth will expand and annex my previous world, blessing it with their breath. Noah suppressed his thoughts after that. The breath was a blessing, just like the ability to cultivate. However, he knew that heaven and earth were sentient entities and that their actions had to carry their hidden reasons. It was clear that they strived for power and control, but heroic cultivators couldn't possibly understand their methods and exact intentions. Can we use the exits to return inside the dimension? Flying Demon asked at some point. Noah and Dreaming Demon could understand the meaning behind his question and decided to remain silent. Flying Demon had spent 1,000 years trapped inside the dimension, and he had to know if there was an easier way out of that place. An affirmative answer would mean that his long sufferings would have been for nothing, but his mind needed to know nonetheless. He simply needed some sort of closure to put behind him all those years and move onward. Their functioning is set during their creation. Each door can work as an entrance, exit, or both. You just have to decide it during their construction. What about those inside this dimension? What are they meant for? Flying Demon gave voice to another question as soon as 37 explanation ended. Master knew about heaven and earth's possessiveness, so she limited the number of doors as much as she could. The door on the north can only work as an entrance, while that on the south can only function as an exit. Dreaming Demon reached for Flying Demon's hand when 37's words resounded in the hall. That explanation cleared the elder's last doubts about his actions. He now knew that he had done everything he could in those 1,000 years. 37 didn't even seem to notice the elders had begun to ignore him and were focused on each other. Noah ignored them too since he didn't want to interrupt those expressions of affection. His focus was on the top floor that was slowly being revealed as the group reached the end of the staircase. Massive bookcases filled with countless tomes and scrolls appeared in his view as he stepped on the last transparent step of the circular staircase. The top floor of the palace turned out to be a massive library. Also, Noah was immediately able to notice that a tall item could be seen at the end of the library. The item resembled a telescope that radiated an eerie aura that reached the 6th rank. Master has used the space lens to gaze at the worlds outside of these mortal lands, but the item was forever damaged when she turned it toward the immortal lands. 37 said as he stared at the huge telescope. Noah and the elders felt some eagerness to test it, but they quickly suppressed those feelings. A rank 6 inscribed item had been damaged by a single glance at the immortal lands. They couldn't even begin to imagine what that sight would do to their mental spheres. 37 waved his ethereal hands, and a series of couches and praying mats materialized between the bookcases. Please, feel free to rest and browse through this knowledge as much as you want. I'll quickly transfer food and wine too. This palace can only last for 400 years though, so be sure to leave before that. The automaton disappeared after he said those words, and the cultivators shot smirks at each other now that they were alone again. They were safe and had even obtained part of the legacy of a divine being. Their decisive actions during the crossing had been rewarded by a vast knowledge and a rank 6 spirit automaton specialized in the inscriptions fields. Also, they were right in the middle of the territories targeted by the rank 6 tribulations, which meant that they wouldn't have to face the peak rank 5 lightning bolts when they resumed their crossing. Flying from that point for a week would make them directly reach the areas with rank 5 lightning bolts that had power in the middle tier. Their travel toward the exit had just become far more manageable. I have no intention of staying here for 400 years, Flying Demon announced with a laugh as he lay on one of the couches. It's a pity though. These amazing items would self-destruct after our departure. Divine Architect was really careful. Dreaming Demon said as she sat next to her lane lover. Let's rest, recover, and enjoy ourselves for a while. I'm too interested in these books to leave so soon. Noah said as he neared the bookcases to inspect the scrolls and tomes on them. The two demons nodded at his words and used their mental waves to inspect the bookcases too. It was needless to say that all three of them immediately looked for the knowledge concerning the immortal lands. 37 reappeared in the library shortly after while bringing the delicacies that he had promised. A series of long tables floated inside the large room and softly landed in front of the couches where the three heroic cultivators were seated. Noah and the elders had easily found tomes and scrolls that discussed theories and clues about the immortal lands while the automation was away. The contents of those books had immediately claimed their interest, and they barely noticed that food and sweet wine had been placed in front of them. Even Noah, who usually didn't care about historical records, was immersed in that knowledge. It couldn't be helped. Even the slight hint that concerned the immortal lands was a unique treasure for heroic cultivators. Beings that strived for the divine would pay a fortune to learn more about it. It was a simple but innate drive. 37 remained silent when he saw that scene. He considered himself already part of their assets, and he wouldn't do anything that could break their concentration. Flying Demon was the first to notice the food, and he put aside the scrolls in his hands to dive toward those delicacies. The elder hadn't seen food for centuries, and its sole sight was enough to make him drool. Dreaming Demon followed his example, but her gestures were more refined as she reached for one of the plates. On the other hand, Noah ignored the food in front of him and limited himself to fill one cup with that sweet wine without moving his gaze away from the tome in his hands. He was reading about the studies of a certain Caleb Petters, a talented noble of the Wuxia nation that had lived more than 6,000 years ago. Caleb had been a rank 6 cultivator and the pride of the royal family previously ruling that nation. However, he ended up ruining his mental sphere when he asked Divine Architect for a favor. According to the tome, the news that Divine Architect had built a telescope capable of taking glimpses of the immortal lands was known by most of the powerhouses living in the old continent. That feat had been discovered when she moved the space lens in the separate dimension. It was needless to say that the item immediately had become the center of the interests of the powerhouses of that time. Rank 5 and 6 cultivators searched for her for years, but only Caleb managed to find her with the help of his family's resources. Divine Architect and Caleb had made a deal at that point, which saw the Petters family swearing not to blame Divine Architect for any unwanted consequence. After all, Divine Architect had yet to become divine by that time, and the threat of the ruling family of the Wuxia nation could still scare her. In the end, Caleb managed to see the immortal lands through the space lens, and their sight almost shattered his mental sphere. The wealth of his family couldn't help him. Rank 6 drugs were unobtainable, and no powerhouse would ever be willing to sell them. The Petters family could only see its power vanish as other nobles took over its domain. Caleb had decided to write a book during those events to try to stop the decline of his family. Still, the loss of their rank 6 existence had affected it too much by then. Also, Caleb wasn't sane after the blow on his sea of consciousness, and his words didn't make much sense. Noah had been able to learn about his story only because the tome in his hands gave a brief introduction before transcribing Caleb's words. The concepts written by Caleb were messy, they didn't make any sense. Noah had to read the entire book many times and analyze his words through the divine deduction technique to sort out what could be real and what was only the result of Caleb's madness. The words blinding light are reoccurring and fit the Divine Architect's representation of the immortal lands. He even often mentions that he saw feelings and watched sounds when he stared at the higher plane. Those lines of thought were the summary of an entire book. No wonder he couldn't save his family. His book couldn't be worth much in this state. Seeing feelings and watching sounds is an interesting line, though. It might refer to the laws radiated by divine beings. Noah took a few sips from his cup as he thought that. Expressing a law could be done only when a cultivator became law, but there had to be similar features in the heroic ranks. I know that expressing the individuality should be one of the last steps in the heroic ranks, and I can already learn part of the laws that I'm absorbing due to my cultivation technique. Yet, there isn't much to gain from this book. Noah left the tome on the table and swept the bookcases with his mental energy. He didn't expect to find many certainties about the immortal lands even in that vast library, but small clues and hints were all that heroic cultivators could desire. The difference between the mortal lands and a higher plane was too vast, and even a rank 6 existence couldn't bear its sight. The space lens was forgotten after the powerhouses understood that it was too dangerous. I guess only Divine Architect knew how to use it properly. Noah thought as he took a glance at the massive telescope at the center of the room. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't curious about that fantastic item. 37 had warned them that it had been damaged, but the records confirmed that it had been used at least twice to stare at the immortal lands. There was some missing clue that only Divine Architect could know, and Noah wouldn't try his fortune with something so dangerous. Weeks passed inside the palace, and tribulation never failed to arrive on time. Noah and the demons relaxed inside the comfortable, safe area at the top of the palace. They even began to question 37 about some of the books contained in the library. The automaton had read all those tomes and scrolls in the thousands of years spent alone in the dimension and claimed to be able to rewrite them. Yet, the group still decided that it was better to bring them back to the hive when they felt like leaving. Some of those scrolls were originals that still carried the intents of their powerful authors, and their value couldn't be compared to regular copies. The library offered a vast knowledge and safety, but Flying Demon was eager to return to the outside world, and the others in his group had similar feelings. So, they simply stored all the food, wine, and books inside Noah's space ring and waited for the arrival of the next tribulation. They had already decided that they would run in a straight line toward the exit once the next lightning storm ended. The weekly tribulation arrived on time and unleashed its usual destruction. Noah and the elders stared at the majestic sight of the rank 6 lightning bolts crashing on the shield of the palace from above the defensive wall. They wouldn't have a chance to witness a similar scene from a safe position anymore after that day, so their complete focus was on that great calamity. Anything with the power of the 6th rank was worthy of respect, even if it came from heaven and earth. That was the last step of the heroic ranks, the ultimate target of all the heroic cultivators living in the mortal lands. The lightning storm began to disperse after 30 minutes, and the group prepared itself to sprint toward the south, in the direction of the exit. Then, the trio jumped off the defensive wall and began to fly at full speed when the last black cloud in the sky vanished. They had 1 week before the next tribulation, and that amount of time was enough to make them reach the areas targeted by rank 5 lightning bolts in the middle tier. They could avoid the lightning storm with power at the peak of the 5th rank since their starting point was farther in the dimension compared to the checkpoint in their original strategy. There would still be 3 tribulations in the next part of their travel, but 2 of them would be in the 4th rank since they had set off from the palace. The light radiated by a pendant on Dreaming Demon's neck flickered when the group left the perimeter of the palace. Loud ruckus began to resound from the structure behind them, but the group didn't dare to stop to analyze the event. 37 had activated the self-destruct measures of the palace since he was leaving the structure with the trio. That action couldn't be avoided since the spirit automaton had been programmed in that way by Divine Architect. Noah and the others didn't have the power to modify his programming without causing any unwanted reaction, so they simply gave up on the thought of keeping Divine Architect's creations. Instead, they flew at an even higher speed to escape the rage of the blast. Luckily for them, 37 had left the shield of the palace active to contain the explosion. Earthquakes and shockwaves spread from the palace to the areas around it, but the shield managed to block most of its destructive effects. Part of the prairie and the space above it still shattered, but those mighty events didn't manage to reach the 3 heroic cultivators that were already far in the distance. It was needless to say that they felt helpless about that outcome. A palace able to defend against rank 6 attacks and a damaged telescope able to gaze at the worlds outside of the mortal lands were items that any organization would do anything to obtain. Yet, Divine Architect was too careful and powerful. Noah and the others could just accept the fact that they couldn't affect that outcome. A week passed quickly, and Noah felt forced to eat many of the pills created by the Yudi family to refill his liquid dantian to help the elders with the tribulation. That rank 5 tribulation had the power of the middle tier. It couldn't be handled carelessly even if the group had already faced something stronger. Noah and the elders repeated the same cyclic deployment of defensive measures, with Noah using one of his talismans and flames to aid the demons during their breaks. Of course, his flames couldn't possibly oppose those lightning bolts, but they could help in gaining a few precious seconds so that he wouldn't have to use another talisman. The crossing was over in his mind, and his focus had to be in saving useful resources now. The exploration of the separate dimension was bound to bring incredible benefits to the hive, but Noah had to pay for them with his wealth. After all, the hive would gain 2 rank 5 cultivators, a rank 6 automaton expert in all kinds of inscriptions, and an immense knowledge concerning the history of the continent. Also, there were the techniques and methods that Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon had kept in their minds since their exile. Instead, Noah had only seen his credits, pills, potions, and talismans diminish to obtain all of that. He didn't mind the rank 4 drugs too much, but the loss of the rank 5 potion and the 4 talismans weighed on his mind. They were lifesavers challenging to obtain, especially the potion. I guess I did gain something, Noah thought when the tribulation was over, and the group resumed its flight toward the southern area of the dimension. I think I would have taken longer to reach the liquid stage if I didn't decide to sacrifice the immediate gains. Also, I've upgraded all my spells in a safe space in this period. I will be on a completely different level once I return to the southwestern coast of the new continent. Noah believed that he would have achieved similar results even if he wasn't trapped in the dimension. Still, he couldn't deny the fact that meeting the elders had helped his individuality. They better find a way to repay me. Taking a look at all the techniques and methods inside their minds is the very least that they can do. Noah had already decided to directly ask for the knowledge of the demon sects when the group reunited with the hive. The unorthodox techniques of those sects were fascinating, and Noah couldn't wait to improve his combat style. He had been using the same spells and arts for years by then, and he had even improved all of them recently. Yet, they were random spells that didn't suit his individuality, only the second form of his martial art, and some of the modified diagrams carried traces of it. The weakness of the rarest elements. That thought appeared in Noah's mind when he reviewed his offensive. Darkness and light aptitude cultivators were generally more potent than their peers, but they had to overcome the lack of proper diagrams and arts that could express their power. That issue was further enhanced in the heroic ranks since cultivators would need to strive to their individuality at those stages. However, Noah couldn't fully express his individuality without fitting attacks. His battle style had been honed and perfected through many battles, but he still fought while using any spell that he could find. It's impossible to find a set of spells for my element that also fit my individuality. I can only slowly create them as I keep absorbing laws. Noah put the matter in the back of his mind at that point. He had already taken the second step inside the heroic ranks, and the divine deduction technique helped him in matters that afflicted ordinary cultivators. There was nothing that he could do to improve faster. The group faced the 2 rank 4 tribulations in the following weeks and crossed them without any problem. Then Noah and the elders reached for the exit. There was a zone devoid of life inside the mountain chain that divided the areas of influence of the Elbas family and the Shandal Empire. That feature was quite peculiar in a rank 5 danger zone, especially since some heroic cultivators believed that it hid a rank 6 existence inside its perimeter. An area devoid of life in a lair of powerful magical beasts was unusual, but the mountain chain was treated in a similar way to the mystical fog. It was a danger zone that could be easily crossed on the western coast through the city of Slyfall, so there was no point in venturing through its dangerous territory. Yet, the terrain of that particular spot began to show traces of activity for the first time in millennia at some point. Shining lines appeared on the ground and spread through a few hundreds of meters vast area, creating an array that illuminated the surface of the mountains around it. The light radiated by the large formation increased until it became a blinding halo, only to vanish shortly after. Noah, Flying Demon, and Dreaming Demon's figures had appeared on the ground when the blinding light of the array vanished. The shining lines under them slowly stopped shining and began to disappear. Also, some of them even showed slight cracks in their shapes. The trio knew that the detonation of the palace had started a chain reaction that would slowly shatter the fabric of the separate dimension in the next months. Those cracks were just one of the aftereffects of that event. The truth was that only Noah and Dreaming Demon had noticed those details since Flying Demon was wholly captivated by the sight of the starry sky. It was nighttime when they came out of the separate dimension, and the elder had stared at the dark blue starless sky for 1,000 years in solitude. Seeing a different environment after so much time gave birth to many emotions inside him. He could finally sense that his hardships were over. Flying Demon stared at the sky for a while and closed his eyes to calm his mind when he felt satisfied. Noah and Dreaming Demon remained silent by his side. They were set on giving him all the time that he needed. Then, he began to speak without opening his eyes. Demon Prince, I want to make one thing clear. Noah turned toward the elder when he heard those words. I know that my lover didn't predict your arrival, but you still saved both of us. A few lifetimes might not be enough to repay this debt, and my assets can't even begin to cover it. Yet, I can promise you our eternal gratitude. Our powers will be at your disposal whenever you desire. Flying Demon opened his eyes when he finished speaking and began to fly in the sky to take a better look at the world. Dreaming Demon shot a warm smile toward Noah before following her lover in the sky. They had been away for 1,000 years. Their eagerness to see how the world had changed was understandable. I wonder if he would still speak in that way if he knew that I thought about eating both of them. Noah shook his head as he suppressed that thought. Buzzing sounds began to resound inside his sea of consciousness as his inscribed notebook received the mental messages that had accumulated while he was inside the dimension. Noah had disappeared for less than 5 years, and the elders of the hive knew that the exploration of a separate dimension could take far more. Yet, they still sent a few messages to question him about his status and to update him about the main progress of the hive. Noah read through the contents of those messages as he flew toward the elders that had begun to stare toward the west with wide eyes. They had learnt about the fall of the piece of immortal lands from Noah, but the sight of the new landmass in the distance still made their imagination wander. Prepare a welcome banquet. We have guests. Noah limited himself to send that mental message to the hive when he saw the expressions of the two demons. Only time and willpower would heal the injuries that their individualities carried, and seeing how the hive was flourishing under the rule of their old friend might help in that matter. This way, we can directly fly to the Coral Archipelago and take a teleportation matrix there, Noah said as he flew past the elders toward the archipelago. Staring at the new continent from a distance couldn't be compared to the feeling of flying over its sky. He knew that too well. The elders returned to reality when they heard his words and began to follow him while taking glances of the territories around them. Everything felt new to them, and they couldn't help but take short breaks whenever they found something interesting. Their flying speed turned out to be rather slow due to their curiosity, but Noah didn't mind waiting a bit to appease them. After all, his mission was over, and there was only a long period of meditation in front of him. Then, a familiar figure greeted them when they reached the sky above the city of Slyfall. It's so good to see you again, Lord Bulvin. Would you make use of the services that my city can offer to you and your esteemed friends this time? Drew, the son of the governor of the city of Slyfall, gave voice to those words while performing a bow to greet the 3 heroic cultivators. Noah felt quite surprised that Drew was bold enough to speak to 2 rank 5 cultivators, but his amazement further increased when he saw 37 materializing next to them. 37 didn't say a word as he shot toward Drew and began to study his inscribed robe. The automaton was captivated by those inscriptions, and he would exclaim random phrases as he traced those shining lines with his ethereal fingers. The inscriptions field has made a lot of progress in these years. Oh, I see Zave's teachings inside this line. Why is the inscription master doing such shabby works? Drew stood still as the automation evaluated the inscriptions on his robe, but traces of annoyance appeared on his face when he saw that 37 didn't seem willing to stop anytime soon. My lords, could you please make him stop? Drew asked, but the trio only revealed stern expressions. Noah and the elders were 37's masters, but the automaton was an intelligent rank 6 automaton. He had a will of his own, which made him difficult to control with their power. Why don't you give him your robe? He seems captivated by its fabric, Dreaming Demon asked at some point, and the friendly feelings radiated by her smile forced Drew to obey her request. Flying Demon showed a smug smile at that sight while Noah turned to leave toward the archipelago. Drew was able to recover only after even the elders had left, which was when he realized that the trio had robbed him. The inscriptions field has made a lot of progress in the past 6,000 years. It's such a pity that the same can't be said for the inscription masters. 37 kept on evaluating Drew's robe as the group flew toward the Coral Archipelago. He wouldn't remain silent nor return inside the pendant on Dreaming Demon's neck even when she asked him nicely. So the group had to hear his endless comments for the whole duration of their travel. Look, that animal has wasted such an amazing use of Zave's teachings. How can they even sell such a failure? 37 exclaimed while trying to find some common ground with the members of his group. However, Noah and the elders had no idea what he was talking about. Noah's inscription method was atypical and very personal. It could be considered a branch of the inscriptions, but it also worked in a completely different way. Flying Demon had only a general understanding of the various schools and could use simple methods of all of them. Yet, he wasn't an expert in any of them. He had just learnt how they worked since some of the techniques of the demon sects required them. Dreaming Demon also trained in a very personal method. She wasn't able to perform inscriptions, but her peculiar mental waves worked in a similar way to the meanings contained in the runes. Her methods were exceptional in their uniqueness, and she could only be labeled as a pioneer of a school since she was already able to create spells. The flight became a bit awkward because of that. Noah simply ignored 37, while Flying Demon limited himself to nod every time the automaton turned toward him. Only Dreaming Demon showed gentle smiles when 37 mentioned her. Still, the twitches on the corners of her mouth revealed how even her patience was reaching its limits. 37 didn't seem to mind their reactions and continued to complain as if it was completely normal. His theses used arguments of experts that had lived even 10,000 years in the past. He can't speak about Divine Architect, but he doesn't have the same limitations when it comes to other cultivators and schools. I wonder if he is stable enough to hold classes for both heroic and human cultivators. Noah thought as he listened to the vast knowledge of the automaton. The hive lacked experts in the inscriptions fields. Even the purchase of books and scrolls that contained some teachings could only give birth to a limited number of new inscription masters. The type of instruction that the hive could provide was below the average of the three big nations, which was something that couldn't be solved in a short amount of time. The Utra nation was the most advanced country in the inscriptions fields because the Royal Academy instructed human cultivators since they were still in the first rank. However, the Elbas family had invested a lot in the academy. The royals had even accepted that their enemies could benefit from the subjects taught there to increase their experts. The other big nations used less capable methods to provide that kind of instruction to promising cultivators, but they still needed to invest a lot in that field to reach that point. Instead, the hive had just begun to pave its path toward the level of power of the three big nations. Its human assets were steadily increasing, and the training grounds gave them real combat experience. That training was bound to show its results in the future, especially if it gave birth to more heroic cultivators. Yet, inscriptions were critical too. Heroic cultivators would need them at some point to create personal techniques or spells, and it would be almost impossible for them to reach the 6th rank otherwise. The beings in the 6th rank were the expression of the real power of an organization, so it was normal for each country to create favorable conditions for their birth. The lack of proper teachers in the hive could be solved if 37 proved himself able to educate both human and heroic cultivators. The first classes could give birth to a series of inscription masters that could consequently hold courses of their own. The hive would need to purchase a large number of precious materials required by the students in those fields, but there wasn't a better period to do so. The prices for the cultivation resources were at their lowest since the appearance of the new continent, and they were still struggling to stabilize. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon ultimately accelerated since 37's presence was becoming unbearable, and the group managed to reach the Coral Archipelago in less than 3 weeks. Elder Roy welcomed them when they reached the islands, but he couldn't recognize the 2 rank 5 cultivators next to the Demon Prince. He limited himself to follow Noah's orders and allow them to reach the teleportation matrix leading to the new continent. The group reappeared under the white crowns of the Forest of White Woods, where the central array had been built. Noah and the elders had finally reached the headquarters of the hive. The elders showed amazed expressions when they sensed the high density of breath in the area, but they didn't leave the perimeter of the formation. There were many defensive layers around them, and only Noah was authorized to cross them without causing any adverse reactions. However, there was someone in their group that couldn't help but complain when he saw the shining lines on the ground. "What is this atrocity?" 37 shouted those words as he came out of the pendant on Dreaming Demon's neck to take a better look at the formations around them. "What is this level of ineptitude? The power output is completely off the scale for the tasks executed by this array. These animals have just piled one formation over another without even caring to restore some harmony." 37 shouted as he floated from one core of the formation toward another. Elder Julia saw the entire scene since she had decided to greet Noah when the cultivators in the archipelago informed her that he was with 2 rank 5 entities. She was standing outside of the formations, and her eyes would follow the automaton as she evaluated every mistake that he pointed out. She had helped to set the defenses in that area, and she had even linked the energy gathered in the Shining Lakes to those lines. So those comments seemed directed toward her. Noah noticed her furrowed brows and was about to explain the situation, but an oppressing aura suddenly covered the area and forced the automaton to stay still. Elder Julia and Noah were immediately able to recognize that aura. Still, Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon took a while before linking those sensations to their memories from 1,000 years ago. However, they showed broad smiles when they realized who was the owner of that aura. Their gazes then went for the white crowns where they saw an amazed Chasing Demon flying toward them. These lines, bad inscriptions. 37 struggled to complain even under Chasing Demon's suppression. However, the 3 demons didn't mind his words. They didn't see each other since the exile of the demon sex, and they weren't even sure about their survival. Chasing Demon had lived hidden in the exoskeleton of the purple corals, afflicted by anger and vengeful thoughts. The Chasing Demon sect had thrived in the islands of the archipelago, but it didn't have the power to peek at the lands ruled by the 3 big nations in those years. The patriarch of the hive couldn't look for the remains of his companions even when the coral archipelago became independent. The hive was simply too weak. Years spent in regret and sorrow had honed his individuality, leading him to create a cultivation technique and reach the 6th rank even if part of his potential had been wasted. Instead, the other 2 elders had stayed in the separate dimension for the whole time. Dreaming Demon had it easy because of her sleep, but Flying Demon had to live in solitude, feeding his body to commoners with the hope of awakening his lover. Yet, those demons were now standing under the same forest, and simple words couldn't describe the emotions that filled their minds at that moment. The automaton continued to struggle under Chasing Demon's pressure. He didn't seem to care that his very form was in danger. He only wanted to point out the mistakes in the formations around him. On the other hand, Elder Julia couldn't understand the actions of the patriarch. Chasing Demon left his underground training area when he needed to deploy the copying technique, but he spent the rest of the time cultivating. He was the powerhouse of the hive after all, and his eyes gazed for the lands above the sky. However, he was currently out in the open, and he wore an incredulous expression that radiated traces of warmth and happiness. Elder Julia instinctively turned toward Noah at that point. She wanted to understand what was happening, but she stopped creating her mental message when she noticed that Noah had reached the liquid stage. There didn't seem to be a limit to how much a simple scene could surprise her. "Arthur, Tisha, how is this possible?" Chasing Demon said as he landed on top of the shining lines right in front of Noah's group. Dreaming Demon limited herself to smile while Flying Demon released a laugh before adding a few words. "Haha. We were just taking a break when your demon prince arrived and begged us to join the hive." Noah snorted when he heard the elder and replied with a few mocking lines of his own. "I was just passing by and decided to bring these fossils with me." Chasing Demon was able to notice Noah's new cultivation level only after he spoke, but his focus didn't leave the 2 rank 5 elders even at that point. He had tasked Noah to look for the demon sex, but he was expecting him to return with a few human cultivators and a couple of forgotten techniques. Finding the charming demon sect and the slave carrying the bloodline of the enduring demon sect was already a massive achievement in his mind. However, returning with 2 rank 5 demons couldn't possibly have a fixed value. After all, the hive only had 5 rank 5 cultivators, but that number had instantly increased to 7. Generally speaking, an organization would have to wait centuries to see the birth of just one of those powerful individuals. The path toward the higher ranks became longer in the heroic ranks, and it wasn't strange for rank 4 cultivators to remain stuck on their level for centuries. Also, that stagnation would affect their potential. Rank 4 cultivators who had remained on the same stage for centuries had little hope to reach the higher ranks. Their dantians would become unsuitable for the absorption of laws due to the stagnation. Only a constant improvement could make full use of the potential of a cultivator. It must be said that the two demons weren't even newly advanced rank 5 cultivators. They were experienced warriors who had once been in charge of the unorthodox sects of the Papal Nation. Their battle prowess and knowledge were on par, if not superior, to the strongest rank 5 elders of the hive. They were elites among beings in the 5th rank. Never pile formations, always harmony. 37 continued to complain, and his words were finally able to ruin the joyous reunion. Chasing Demon shot an angry gaze toward the automaton who didn't even seem to notice it. The ethereal man was set on pointing out mistakes. It was as if his programming ordered that behavior. Is he useful? Chasing Demon asked while pointing at the automaton, and the trio slowly nodded. Yes, sadly. Flying Demon even added that line as he began to stare at the suppressed automaton that was crouched on the terrain. 37 was slowly crawling along the shining lines to inspect their forms better and find other complaints. Nothing else seemed to interest him. However, he revealed a curious when Chasing Demon directed his words to him. Spirit, do you want to see the formations of our master? 37 stooped, complaining at that point, and repeatedly nodded toward the patriarch of the hive. He could see how Chasing Demon was a rank 6 entity, so he could quickly deduce that his master had to be even stronger than him. 37 shot a glance at the pendant on Dreaming Demon's neck, and she threw it toward Chasing Demon without the slightest hesitation. The automaton was simply too annoying, and she couldn't wait to give it to someone else. Follow me, Chasing Demon said as he grabbed the pendant and flew toward a spot inside the forest of white woods. The automaton was forced to follow him due to the distancing pendant, and the trio didn't hesitate to fly after him. Elder Julia was still a bit confused about the whole situation, but she decided to follow the patriarch nonetheless. She was the elder in charge of the southwestern coast when Chasing Demon was busy cultivating, so it was in her duty to be always informed about everything. Chasing Demon flew past the western coast and dived toward the layer of ice under the new continent. His presence triggered some reactions in the azure rocks right above the layer of ice, and a path opened when he neared them. The group followed Chasing Demon through the passage at the bottom of the piece of immortal lands, and sped through the azure tunnel filled by inscriptions. The growls of magical beasts began to resound in the area, and that made Noah understand where they were going. Chasing Demon stopped when he reached a large underground room filled with shining lines that spread toward many tunnels. The spirit automaton had been silent for the whole duration of the flight. Still, he couldn't help but give voice to a word when the array appeared in his view. Masterpiece. 37 couldn't contain his excitement when he saw one of the core areas of the copying technique. Breaking the limits of the attunement method. Amazing! Amazing! The automaton repeated himself as he began to study the shining lines under him. Even Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon felt surprised in front of that scene. It was clear that Chasing Demon was the only one in the entirety of the hive capable of building something so intricate and powerful, but that still surpassed the limits of his cultivation level. The growls of powerful beasts echoed through the azure walls of the underground room, and Noah's body instinctively analyzed them. Noah felt a series of information reaching his mind in a matter of seconds, and he gained a general idea of the kind of creatures trapped behind those tunnels. Chasing Demon has been busy in these years. Noah thought when he understood that the patriarch of the hive had captured more than 200 different specimens. That feat was even more surprising since Noah could sense the presence of 10 magical beasts in the 5th rank, as well as a familiar one. There was a familiar screech coming from the tunnels on the south. Noah could recognize that screech since it belonged to the rank 5 giant sandworm that ruled over the desert. The defenses of the hive would be extremely sturdy with so many and variegated beasts to copy, but that realization brought a bit of worry on his mind. The number of rank 5 specimens dwindles as the colonization advances. I'll be forced to travel a lot in the future. I might even have to explore the depths of the sea. Noah evaluated when he understood that the available prey on the new continent were diminishing. Yet that thought didn't dishearten him. His body was already strong, and his instincts were so intense that his rank 4C of consciousness found them hard to control. Also, the drawback of his body-nourishing method would become a real issue only when he reached the higher tiers of the 5th rank. He could still feed on peak rank 4 creatures and weak rank 5 beasts at the moment. It was pointless to worry about beings that he couldn't hunt. My focus right now must be on my other centers of power. I need harmony, and I need to deepen my individuality. Noah put that matter aside at that point and focused again on the group around him. Elder Julia was silently floating in the back of the group, and the demons remained silent as they stared at the excited automaton. The 3 of them didn't know where to start with their story. The bad memories that accompanied the past events didn't help in that matter. Then, Dreaming Demon broke the silence. Rufus. The cultivators in the area turned toward her when they saw that she was beginning to speak. Of course, 37 kept on studying the formation and wholly ignored the humans above him. You were one of the weakest among Master's disciples, but you stand at the very top of the heroic ranks now. Also, you have been able to wield Master's teachings and make them yours. I'm honored to have been your companion in the past. Dreaming Demon bowed when she finished her phrase, and Flying Demon imitated her gesture. The feelings behind her voice were honest, and she really meant what she said. Chasing Demon had managed to survive the exile of the demon sex and reach the 6th rank without anyone's backing. There was some luck involved with his feat, but that wasn't enough to reduce the greatness of his achievement. Chasing Demon went from being the weakest disciple of Divine Demon to the leader of the 4th force in the mortal lands. Friends, please, straighten yourselves and tell me your story. We will drink for days once these matters are settled. Chasing Demon replied as he waved his hand to break their bow. The 2 elders could only reveal helpless smiles when they saw that their junior was now able to affect their movements with his mental energy. Yet, that discovery only made them more willing to help him and the hive. The demons began to speak at that point. Their story started from the exile and went through the events in the separate dimension. Flying Demon didn't mention many details, but Dreaming Demon made sure to add them every time her lover tried to hide something. She didn't do that to put shame on her lover. She only wanted Chasing Demon to have a complete understanding of the situation. Also, she wanted him to know how much did Noah sacrifice to help the 2 of them. They didn't have resources in their possession, just some techniques that the other demons had shared with them. Only Chasing Demon had the assets to reward the Demon Prince appropriately. Elder Julia remained silent on the side as the 3 demons caught up, but it was evident that she was extremely interested in their stories. The events in the separate dimension mentioned a divine being, and there were 3 disciples of another divine entity right in front of her. Her eagerness to learn more about those lofty cultivators was understandable, and that feeling even increased when Flying Demon mentioned the gains obtained in the palace. No one cared about the delicacies and wine. They would only be able to reduce the usual expenses of the hive slightly. Yet, the vast knowledge stored inside Noah's ring and the automation expert in many inscriptions fields were precious. They could probably solve one of the most significant weaknesses of the hive and make it improve in all the aspects that an organization had to have. The issue was that the automaton didn't seem intention to follow anyone's orders. Chasing Demon finished listening to the story of his companions and turned his gaze toward the ethereal man studying the shining lines at the bottom of the area. 37's only interest was the inscriptions and all the schools connected to them. So, it was clear in Chasing Demon's mind that he could only be coerced in aiding the hive through those methods. You, 37, would you be willing to pass down your knowledge to the members of my organization? You could create inscription masters able to meet your standards in that way. Chasing Demon tried to persuade the automaton, but the latter simply ignored him. 37 had eyes and ears only for matters that interested him. Threats and kind words couldn't stop. His personality was even more stubborn since he was an automaton. He didn't have values that would usually force a human to compromise. Then, Chasing Demon decided to use his most valuable asset to grant a proper teacher to the hive. 37. I'll make you take a look at the original lines of this technique if you manage to educate inscription masters. The automaton halted his actions when he heard the patriarch's words and raised his head toward the mighty existence in the air. Everyone in the room could guess from his expression that the hive had obtained another expert. The 3 demons left once chasing demons persuaded 37 to help the hive. They wanted some time alone to speak about private matters, and no one could force them to attend social events until they decided otherwise. 37 went with them since he was linked to the pendant, and Noah explained Elder Julia that he would spend some time sorting the knowledge retrieved in the palace before giving it to the hive. Elder Julia simply spread the news of Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon's arrival to the other heroic cultivators after everyone left. The hive had just gained 2 rank 5 elders. Its power as a whole had drastically increased with that single event. Also, she wanted the other elders to know that the merit for that accomplishment had to be assigned to Noah. The morale of the assets had to be taken into consideration when managing such a powerful organization, and giving to the weaker cultivators someone to strive for could be a strong motivation. After all, Noah had barely lived for half a century, but his feats already outclassed cultivators that had been in the 4th rank for decades. His fame could only grow after that information became public domain, but he didn't care much about it. Others could worship or look up to him if that helped them, but he couldn't be affected by their behavior. This is the trap hidden behind the safety of the organizations. Noah thought as he sat on one of the couches of his mansion. The elders that he had met when he flew toward the invisible dome in the azure plane revealed heated gazes when they noticed his cultivation level. Most of them had been in the gaseous stage of the 4th rank for decades, and some even for centuries. Their potential dwindled with every year that they spent without making any progress, and the sight of Noah having surpassed their level could only give birth to deep respect. However, Noah didn't feel happy when he noticed those emotions. Instead, their situation made him ponder about the reasons behind their stagnation. Most of them have reached the 4th rank while their organizations still hid under the surface of the archipelago. There were no hindrances on their paths, and the legal factions didn't dare to oppose them. A life with no struggles can't forge an individuality. Noah picked one of the tomes inside his space ring as he let his mind wander in those thoughts. Isolating to cultivate was an approach that worked in the human ranks, but that could end ruining a cultivator's potential in the heroic ones. Gaining insights on the laws of an element was a slow and random procedure that required in-depth knowledge of a cultivator's individuality. Yet, organizations provided resources and a safe space, which ultimately hurt the drives of a cultivator. Someone that relied on an organization too much would eventually become used to that practice and stop pursuing a power that belonged only to himself. Noah knew that far too well. That was the reason why the nobles in the Nation usually failed to pass the pain tribulation. Being in an organization is needed because most techniques and methods could only be found there. Still, one should always be careful not to become a simple pawn that carries a banner. Noah put that matter in the back of his mind when he began to focus on the tome. He couldn't affect the behavior of the elders stuck in the gaseous stage, but he didn't mind that Elder Julia was using him to rekindle their ambition. Improving the power of the hive could only benefit him. That was the reason why he had decided to help the demons in the end. The tome he was reading was one of those containing information about the immortal lands, according to 37. The tome, though, didn't reveal anything unusual, and it mostly contained theories made by powerful beings. Noah quickly took another book at that point. The automation had sorted the tomes and scrolls in the palace, and Noah had ordered the spirit of his ring to keep them tidy. He intended to read through everything that could give him a clearer picture of the higher plane before providing that knowledge to the hive. There wasn't any hidden meaning behind that action. He simply wanted to read it before focusing on other matters. Most of the knowledge regarding the immortal lands was like that. There were only clues or confused thoughts written down by cultivators that had discovered something at the cost of their sanity. Those that managed to learn something important have most likely kept the information for themselves. Something that could reveal part of the path for the divine ranks can't be made public so easily. Noah concluded once he finished reading a scroll. He had already read a dozen tomes and scrolls by then, but he only found small details and a large number of theories. Most of the cultivators that had suffered a backlash from pushing their consciousnesses near the higher plane described a blinding light and visible emotions. It was as if the scenery of the immortal lands couldn't be grasped entirely by the sea of consciousness of beings in the heroic ranks. Also, there were many mentions about material wills, sounds, and emotions that could only be linked to the presence of divine beings. Yet all of that was predictable. Those cultivators had just confirmed some of the many hypotheses formulated throughout the years. However, many studies claim to prove some of those theories too, without the need for actual proofs from the higher plane. The immortal lands are expanding, and this cultivator even claims that heaven and earth are annexing more worlds to their domain. I know that they are sentient entities, but does that mean that they have a goal? Noah couldn't help but wonder about that aspect of the world. Earth had spoken during his tribulation, and heaven had tried to interrupt his experiments with the fusion between species. Nevertheless, enforcing rules was different from pursuing a goal. The first action could even be executed by wills or automaton, while the second required a drive and an ambition. Then, Noah found a piece of peculiar information as he continued to browse through the knowledge retrieved from the palace. It wasn't something that regarded the immortal lands. Noah was still reading the introduction to that historical period when he noticed that something was off. The following pages describe Master Linus' theories, a cultivator born after the fall of the Shandal Empire. Noah read that line and his interest immediately rose. This book should speak about matters that happened 9,000 years ago. What did it mean with the fall of the Shandal Empire? Noah thought as his curiosity mounted. He momentarily discarded the tomes that spoke about the immortal lands to look for the historical ones. His search ended when he read the title of one of the oldest tomes in his possession. Rise and Fall of the Empires of the Bored God. The book was written by a nameless rank 5 cultivator that had witnessed the fall of the Shandal Empire that happened 9,000 years ago. The god of the empire had granted a title to that cultivator when it reached the heroic ranks, but the latter forsook its name when it lost faith in the almighty ruler of its nation. I've seen the death of countless comrades that had fought with me in the endless wars ordered by our mighty ruler. I've seen an entity with the power to destroy any mortal throne disappearing when his people needed him. Understanding dawned upon me after those sights, but my mind was still too devoted to the Almighty to recognize his flaws. Noah read through the contents of the books with intense interest. The cultivators of the empire worshipped their god, and the same seemed to have happened in the past described by the nameless author. Yet, that entity had turned into a heretic when it saw that the god didn't intervene to save its country. I've spent years struggling to forget the divine light radiated by my leader, and decades researching the past to appease my doubts. In the end, I found the truth about the empire and the hobby of its leader. Noah could sense the contempt that the author felt toward the god of the empire through its words. The nameless cultivator didn't only lose its faith, it even filled that void with hatred. Records have been hard to find, but there were always 1 or 2 reports hidden in the knowledge of the other 2 big nations. I suspect that the god left them around to add some variables to his endless game. Then, the book revealed the meaning behind its title. I've looked for records even 20,000 years old to discover that multiple Shandal empires had reached the apex of the mortal lands through those years. All of them had thrived under the Almighty's divine light, and all of them had fallen under his indifference. Noah had been completely captivated by those lines by then. The nameless cultivator claimed that the god of the empire had been in the mortal lands for more than 30,000 years. Noah couldn't even begin to imagine what it felt to remain stuck at the same level for centuries. So, he couldn't possibly comprehend the mindset of someone who had been blocked at the first step of the divine ranks for millennia. The god had been trapped for thousands of years in a world that he can rule easily, without any interest or input. The word boredom is too weak to describe his feelings. Noah thought before diving again in the contents of the book. The Almighty builds an empire a few millennia after the fall of the previous one and vanishes whenever one of his underlings ascends in the immortal lands. I didn't manage to understand why nor what is his purpose. Yet, I'm sure that we are nothing but pawns in his game. The book ended with those lines. Noah had ignored all the details on how the nameless cultivator managed to gather such old information and directly skipped to its final consideration. It would be up to the hive to sort through all the knowledge inside his space ring and summarize it. After all, most of those data were dated more than 10,000 years, and there would be no available gain in the current era. Is the god trying to exploit the ascension of his underlings for personal interests? Still, building nations just to kill time seems a bit of a stretch. Noah couldn't believe that such a powerful existence had surrendered himself to his fate. Cultivators had strong personalities, especially those that had managed to reach the peak of the heroic ranks. The god of the empire had to have a plan, something that could only be executed in the long life of a divine entity. Of course, Noah had also considered the idea that Divine Architect's client was, in fact, the god of the empire. There was no one else whose authority and assets were able to affect another divine being. Maybe he is doing all of this to reach the higher plane. That seemed the only reasonable explanation to the god's actions. Noah soon put that matter in the back of his mind to continue his study of the tomes and scrolls related to the immortal lands. The nameless cultivator had explored exciting ideas, but there wasn't much that he could do with that information at the moment. He couldn't affect matters that concerned peak heroic cultivators and gods. Yet, he could prepare himself to exploit the situations that they created. There was bound to be a war once one of the two rank 6 cultivators of the empire ascended if the nameless cultivator was right. The empire would lose the backing of its god and one of its powerhouses, bringing its power directly under the other two big nations. The Elbas family and the council would undoubtedly exploit that moment of weakness since they had been suppressed for so many years by the strongest country in the mortal land. However, there was another variable in that era, the hive. I can only make sure that I'm strong enough to join the plundering when those events happen. Noah concluded in his mind as new information about the immortal lands entered his view. There wasn't anything sure in any of those tomes and scrolls. One couldn't obtain a real knowledge of the higher plane by looking at it from the mortal lands. Yet, there were a few details that concerned the other lower worlds around the higher plane. First of all, the experts in that field were sure about the presence of magical beasts in all the known worlds. Every plane inside heaven and earth's domain was enveloped in their breath, which led to similar life cycles in every environment. Also, some even stated the presence of cultivators. I guess life has evolved in the same way as here. I wonder if this is another hidden rule set by heaven and earth. Random considerations appeared inside Noah's mind every time he finished reading one book. He was sweeping through that mountain of scrolls and tomes without taking any rest. He knew what he needed to do at that point in his cultivation journey, so he wanted to improve his foundation as much as he could before diving into his training. Then, a mental message reached his inscribed notebook while he was still busy reading. The message came directly from Elder Julia and stated the beginning of the banquet to welcome the new rank 5 elders. Noah was almost tempted to finish reading everything before attending, but the last part of Elder Julia's message convinced him to arrive on time. The rank 5 elders will discuss their individualities, and the patriarch will give pointers whenever he sees fit. The heroic assets of the hive gathered in a vast underground area adorned with luxurious drapes that featured a giant octopus protecting a series of islands. That area was part of Chasing Demon's quarters, but he gladly used it to hold the banquet to honor his long-lost companions. Every rank 4 cultivator stationed on the new continent attended to that event, and all the rank 5 elders were compelled to join it due to the promise of Chasing Demon's pointers. Individualities were a very personal matter, but countless mistakes and deviations could lead to a weaker expression of them. The teachings of a rank 6 existence could broaden the vision of those beings that were already paving their paths and uncover eventual flaws in their enlightenments. Discovering a misinterpretation of some insights while being in the 5th rank could be a vital factor in their journey. After all, the Dancians of the heroic cultivators absorbed laws according to their individualities. Those in the 5th rank still had time to fix eventual flaws and deviate from their original path. Yet, their road would be set once they advanced further in that rank. Their Dancians would progress only if they followed their previous path at that point, and their hope to reach the divine ranks would vanish if their understanding turned out to be flawed. The path toward the divine was full of hindrances, and even one misstep could ruin your prospects. Cultivators had to keep on improving if they wanted to avoid the stagnation of their centers of power, but they also needed to be sure that they were on the right road. Noah joined the event on time, and he even dressed up for the occasion. Elder Julia didn't hide her surprise when she saw that he wasn't wearing his usual ragged robes, but she understood that something about him had changed after the events in the separate dimension. It wasn't only a matter of cultivation level. There was a sort of acceptance inside him that had started to manifest since he brought June back to the hive. Noah was slowly turning into a leader. Of course, she couldn't possibly know that everything had started after his body reached the 5th rank. Ruling over weaker beings was an instinctive behavior in the magical beasts world, even if those creatures mostly did that to expand their hunting area. Those instincts became more human when they appeared in Noah due to his hybrid status, leading him to act as a leader even when he pursued his benefits. Being part of an organization without affecting his individuality, that was one aspect of his cultivation journey that he was slowly exploring. There was a long, rectangular table at the center of the underground hall, and many comfortable chairs had been laid around it. The heroic cultivators of the hive were seated according to their importance and power inside their organization. The elders stuck in the gaseous stage of the 4th rank sat on the side farther away from chasing demon. The rank 5 elders were near the patriarch, and the 2 demons sat on his sides since the banquet was in their honor. 37 was nowhere to be seen, and Noah couldn't even find the pendant that contained him on the necks of the elders. I wonder how is chasing demon keeping him busy? Noah thought before noticing that flying demon was glancing at him while rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. The table was empty. No trace of food or wine could be seen on its surface. Noah had initially believed that the elders would fill the table once everyone arrived, but flying demon's gesture hinted to something else. Noah didn't fail to understand the meaning behind his glances and waved his hand while giving a few orders to the spirit automaton of his space ring. Part of the delicacies and wine retrieved inside the mortal palace came out of his storage device and softly landed on the long table in an orderly manner. The elders showed smiles at that sight, and Elder Austin pointed at a seat next to him when Noah turned his gaze toward him. Noah was still a rank 4 cultivator, and there a few were elders in the solid stage seated near those in the 5th rank. Yet, the title of Demon Prince gave him a privileged position, which made him worthy of being right next to the most powerful assets of the hive. The banquet began as soon as Noah sat, and the elders started to converse while enjoying the contents of the plates peacefully. Most of them didn't eat much and focused on the wine, but Flying Demon devoured everything in his grasp. Heroic cultivators didn't need to eat that much. The breath that they absorbed already provided some sort of nourishment. However, Flying Demon ate as if his life depended on it. The other rank 5 elders ignored his behavior, and Chasing Demon mostly laughed at that sight. Yet, some of the weaker rank 4 cultivators began to imitate him, as if copying the actions of someone on a higher level could grant them some benefits. Noah mostly listened to the conversations of the rank 5 elders during the banquet. They discussed the current situation of the hive, the available paths to improve its positive trend, and the benefits that the automaton could provide to both human and heroic cultivators. 37's knowledge was precious. He could single-handedly groom a generation of inscription masters and further improve the foundation of the hive. His only issue was that most of his knowledge was dated and didn't cover the discoveries of the last 6,000 years. Nevertheless, only the Elbas family could claim to be the most advanced organization in that field, and the automaton's knowledge was more than enough for the current state of the hive. Also, the elders could still choose to purchase studies to improve the automaton. Still, they had to test how effective he was first before deciding to invest in him. Silence fell in the underground area at some point, and the eager gazes of the more than 20 rank 4 cultivators went on the powerful elders sitting on the other side of the table. It was clear that they were waiting for them to discuss their individualities, since they weren't even trying to hide their eagerness to hear them. "I guess I'll start," Elder Austin said, and stood up when he saw that the situation was becoming too awkward. "I'm a volcano ready to unleash my destructive force. I build power inside my sturdy foundation and release it in one huge burst of power. My fire is lava, and my mind is the trigger. Elder Austin announced while turning toward Chasing Demon. His explanation wasn't detailed, but he purposely released his aura to give a taste of his individuality to the presence. The expressions of the rank 4 cultivators became even more eager at that point, but Chasing Demon claimed their focus with one question. Can a volcano strive for divinity? Chasing Demon's question was simple, but it hid a profound meaning that the rank 5 cultivators didn't fail to notice. Even Noah managed to pick up some clues, but he waited for him to explain before pondering about the matter further. My fire shall burn the limits of the heroic ranks. Elder Austin answered after a moment of silence. The rank 4 elders nodded and exchanged gazes between themselves, but some of those in the 5th rank didn't seem to agree. However, no one spoke. Even the strongest rank 5 elder couldn't give pointers about someone else's individuality. Only Chasing Demon could have a clear picture of the higher ranks. Your fire might be as powerful as lava, but that alone can't represent a volcano. Chasing Demon said when the focus of the presence returned to him. The matters concerning individualities are extremely personal. Yet, I can tell that your lava won't be able to touch the divine even if you bring its power to the peak of the heroic ranks. Elder Austin revealed a confused expression when he heard Chasing Demon's words and didn't hesitate to ask for clarifications. Why? The features of your fire are an imitation of something already existing in the world. However, your individuality is real. I can see the volcano. Chasing Demon answered, but his explanation didn't satisfy the elder, who continued to ask for more. What should I do then? Follow your individuality. Gain inspiration from the world without becoming its imitation. The power of a volcano isn't in its burning blood, but in its blast. Elder Austin's eyes widened at that point, and he remained still for a while as the pointers of the patriarch seeped inside him. Noah noticed how the aura of the elder flickered and became slightly murky as understanding dawned upon him. A change in the individuality can affect a mighty existence in the 5th rank so thoroughly. Only a firm belief in your path can make you cross the hindrances of the cultivation journey without damaging your foundation. Noah concluded in his mind as he reviewed the exchange of words. The individualities of the cultivators would begin to affect their centers of power as their rank rose, which meant that most of their battle prowess would depend on it. Extreme confidence in the path taken was one of the main requirements for heroic cultivators that wanted to improve, but they still had to be careful not to delude themselves. Noah had just taken the second step on his path, but that banquet was already teaching him the common mistakes to avoid. Elder Austin bowed toward Chasing Demon before sitting back on his chair and lowering his gaze. There was no trace of shame in his expression. Instead, the elders could notice his eagerness to explore the possibilities that the patriarch had opened for him. A short moment of silence followed that gesture, and the rank 5 cultivators decided to resume speaking only when they saw that Elder Austin had raised his head again. The next elder that stood up was Elder Justin, and he used even fewer words to express his individuality. I'm an immovable boulder. Catastrophes shall fall, and the world might change, but I'll remain the same forever. Everyone in the hall could see Elder Justin's firmness, but Chasing Demon had pointers for him too. How can you advance if you can't move? Elder Justin listened to his words and bowed before sitting back on his seat. He didn't seem surprised by the patriarch's doubts. It was as if he knew about that flaw in his individuality already. Chasing Demon couldn't help but nod at that behavior, and Noah didn't fail to notice that gesture. I guess discovering the path alone is better than letting others clear it for you. Noah thought as he memorized that detail in his mind. Taking the best out of any situation had always been part of his behavior. Also, that event was meant to help heroic assets. His focus was devoted entirely to learning as much as he could about the path ahead of him. Elder Julia stood up next, and everyone in the hall was surprised when the patriarch didn't add anything to her words. I'm the air that fills your lungs. I'm the wind of the world. Her aura was barely noticeable, but Noah could sense the incredible power hidden inside her figure. Bold. Noah could only think that when he heard the exposition of her individuality. He had seen her battle during the 1-versus-1 fights, but her opponent had already decided to forsake that useless territory. She didn't reveal much now either, but Noah could understand the intense drive behind her belief because it was similar to his ambition. Maybe individualities need to be something grand enough to reach the divine ranks. Something too weak won't bring you past the 6th rank even if it suits you perfectly. That was another information that Noah added to his understanding of the heroic ranks. The only clue that he had about that assumption was chasing demon silence, but that had to be enough for the moment. He was aware that the patriarch was holding back his pointers on purpose because providing every answer would just have adverse effects on the elders. Also, chasing demon wasn't omniscient. He could broaden the elders' perspective, but he couldn't tell them what laws they had to pursue. The rank 5 cultivators turned toward the 2 demons seated next to the patriarch at that point. Flying Demon revealed a helpless smile at their gazes and shook his head. Only his lover, Noah, and Chasing Demon could understand what was afflicting him. The 1,000 years spent alone in the separate dimension had disrupted his foundation, and there weren't any certainties that he could recover. On the other hand, Dreaming Demon decided to stand and give a few words to the crowd. My thoughts can stop the wind and destroy worlds. My desires are laws, and my mind is the God spreading them. Surprised gasps resounded in the underground area when the elders saw that Dreaming Demon was already considering herself as a deity. The will of a disciple of divine demon. She must be so strong because her individuality is already gazing at the divine. She is the strongest rank 5 cultivator in the hive. Noah continued with his evaluations as the banquet kept going, but he soon noticed a series of eyes landing on his figure. The heroic cultivators on the table had waited for their amazement to cool down before turning toward the demon prince seated right next to the rank 5 elders. The situation became even more evident when Noah saw Chasing Demon nodding toward him. I have nothing to hide, Noah thought before standing up and wielding one of his rank 4 demonic swords. He had to admit that he was interested in the patriarch's opinion regarding his individuality. Noah kept his weapon stretched in front of him as he poured liquid breath inside it. The demonic sword radiated an innate sharpness due to the meaning imbued during the forging. Also, it carried the destructive properties of the corrosive smoke since it was one of its core materials. Yet, the aura radiated by its shape became violent when breath entered in its form. The sharpness carried by the blade began to affect the air around it, shattering its matter and returning it to a basic form of energy. The destruction spread and even threatened to reach the elders around Noah. However, he quickly stored the demonic sword back inside his space ring and turned toward Chasing Demon to hear his opinion. The rank 4 cultivators on the back of the table showed amazed expressions at that sight. After all, Noah was only a rank 4 cultivator in the liquid stage, but his individuality had already begun to affect his breath. He could achieve that feat only because he had created his cultivation technique, which was already an expression of his individuality. Nevertheless, that didn't stop the rank 4 elders from glancing at him with newfound respect. Even those in the solid stage showed a sincere interest. The fact that the demon prince had a lower cultivation level didn't bother them at all after that sight. Most of their focus was on the destruction unleashed by his breath, and on the threatening aura that it carried. It was violent but also sharp. It was as if he had found a way to focus a chaotic force into thousands of small blades. On the other hand, the rank 5 elders quickly ignored the destructive aspect of his breath, and focused on the energy released after the matter fell apart. Such primary energy seemed incredibly pliable, and many applications in the inscriptions fields could make use of it. Of course, they couldn't link it to the magical beast's world. Only Noah could know that there were similarities between that energy and the nutrients inside his body due to his hybrid status. The rank 5 elders could see that there was something else inside Noah's individuality, but they didn't probe further since the prince had limited himself to that demonstration. A focused chaos, spreading destruction. Very interesting and ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. Chasing Demon began to comment, and the focus of the elders immediately went on him. Individualities need to reflect a pure form of yourself, without being tainted by imitations and external inputs. Yet, they also need to be powerful enough to reach the higher stages of the cultivation journey. Beware of that ambition, though. it might be too vast for a single cultivator to handle. The patriarch of the hive purposely gave general pointers at that point. He didn't want to affect Noah in the slightest for fear of weakening his foundation, but he still wanted to explain how individualities usually worked. Noah performed a bow at his words before sitting back on his seat. His mind was already going through Chasing Demons' teachings, which further added to what he was learning about the higher ranks. There is a correlation with the might of the individuality and its potential. There is a need for a strong personality to become a law, but something too strong might be unable to be contained. Would I need to tune my ambition down? That question rose inside Noah's mind for the first time in his second life. The thought that his ambition could become his limit seemed impossible, but Chasing Demons' words were clear. However, Noah lingered on that doubt only for a few instants before steeling his resolution again. This is what I am. I'll face my doom with everything I have if my ambition turns out to be too grand. Also, human limits don't apply to me. Noah dispersed his doubts with those thoughts. His ambition was the sole reason why he managed to travel that far in the cultivation journey. It was the foundation of the meanings in the elemental forging method and the fire that fueled all his other emotions. It wasn't something that he could tune down, and he surely wouldn't do it due to some sort of requirements. He would become more than a single cultivator if his individuality couldn't be contained. He already was more than a human in the end. The banquet continued for a bit more after that last exposition. There weren't many occasions to gather all the heroic assets of the hive in the new continent in one place, and the elders just took their time to discuss what they had learnt. Many toasts were made to honor the demons, and some of them even included Noah. The hive had gained a lot thanks to his efforts, and the elders could only be thankful to have such a prepared and talented cultivator in their ranks. Then, Chasing Demon called off the banquet, and the elders began to disperse to return to their duties. Most rank 4 cultivators were simply busy clearing the areas around the domes from the presence of the magical beast, but some of them had more specific tasks. There was the management of those territories to take into consideration, and there was an equilibrium to maintain to keep them as sources of income. The Azure Plane had finally resumed giving birth to Azure credits, even if in an impure form. The poisonous land had become the source of strange and dangerous materials in the last years, and most of them were sold to the Wuxia nation. The Elbas family was the only force ready to invest in newfound materials to experiment on them. It was that behavior that placed them at the top of the inscriptions fields after all. Some projects concerned the other lands too, but 37's arrival put a hold on them. His help in the inscriptions fields could bring the hive's formations to a new level, and that had immediately become the main priority of the rank 5 elders. Improving the domes and the shining lakes was paramount if they wanted to exploit the breadth in the environment to its fullest, and the automaton could help in that aspect. Noah was one of the last to stand up from the table. His mind was focused on searching for insights concerning the darkness element, and the good wine in front of him could only make this mental sphere calmer. Yet, the 3 demons approached him when all the other heroic cultivators had left the underground hall. Noah Bulvin, the scourge of the Wuxia nation and hope of all the rebels of the mortal lands, come with us, Flying Demon said while performing wide gestures with his hands. Noah wasn't sure if he was mocking him, or just showing his appreciation toward his famous past. However, he knew that the elder's character wasn't bad, that was just his normal behavior. As he stood up and followed the trio though, Dreaming Demon asked him a question that hinted something interesting. Do you know the meaning behind our titles? The title Divine Demon carried a distinct meaning, but Noah had never questioned himself about that of the other 12 demons. Every organization had its customs, and the unorthodox sects of the Papal Nation took pride in being labeled as demons. Noah had never given much importance to the matter since their titles didn't seem to mean anything. Only Dreaming Demon acted somewhat in line with her name. Yet, her question stated that there was something else. The demons didn't speak any more after that question, and Noah simply followed them as he waited for an explanation. There was some expectation inside him though. The heroic assets of the hive were all busy during that period, and they wouldn't waste time on something that wasn't important. Of course, Noah had immediately thought about possible rewards. The four of them walked through the azure corridors to reach another large underground area. There were many shining lines on the surface of that rocky terrain, and Noah was able to notice some similarities with those seen during his first encounter with Chasing Demon. That was the personal training area of the Patriarch of the Hive. Noah saw the refined figure of the automaton inside that area. 37 seemed focused entirely on analyzing the vast array while his long, ethereal hair remained fixed on his back. He didn't notice the arrival of the four heroic cultivators. His whole being seemed immersed in the study of those shining lines. I've tasked him to improve all the formations of the hive, starting from my training area. He will have access to one page of Master's technique with each possible improvement or flaws that he finds. Chasing Demons said as he led the group toward one side of the room. The demons showed traces of worry in their expression, and confusion appeared on Noah's face when those words resounded in the hall. They didn't care about the well-being of the automaton, but they didn't understand how Chasing Demon could let someone modify his cultivation technique so easily. The Patriarch didn't fail to notice those expressions and quickly explained further. I'll just make him point out flaws and describe possible approaches on how to solve them. Yet, I will use my methods to improve it. Don't worry. My individuality has always been open to the teachings of divine beings. The two demons could only nod at his explanation, but a strange light appeared in Noah's eyes when he understood that he might have a use for the automaton too. I'm still not sure if I can achieve what I want with my methods. I've yet to begin the testing phase for the next step of my individuality. However, 37 could help in pointing out paths that my limited knowledge ignores. Noah thought as he sat on the ground, forming a circle with the elders around him. His original plan was to create a darkness element that was only his, but that idea was still in the early stages. He had discovered that his individuality created primary energy that he could absorb or use, meaning that he had the core material for that project. However, he had yet to seclude himself to begin his experiments. He didn't have any free time between the crossing through the lightning storm, the knowledge of the palace, and the social events of the hive. However, now he was sure that 37 might help him. Master gave us our titles after we became heroic cultivators. These titles reflect our battle style, techniques, or behavior, and they aren't just random names. Dreaming Demon began to speak when the four of them were all seated in a circle. Master didn't fail to notice the peculiar properties of my mental energy back then, nor its drawbacks. My name is self-explaining, and I'm sorry to say that I can't teach this ability. It's something that only belongs to me. The elder turned toward her lover after her words, and Flying Demon continued her story. My name comes from my ability to fly even when I was in the human ranks, which is quite peculiar for someone with a water aptitude. Noah listened to the elder and turned toward Chasing Demon when he saw that his story was over. He still believed that there was a real reason behind that discussion. Such powerful entities wouldn't have called him just to reveal funny anecdotes. Chasing Demon, though, didn't speak, and the two demons smirked at that sight. Master named him in that way because he chased after Charming Demon. Flying Demon whispered that as he bent toward Noah, and Chasing Demon limited himself to snort when his story was revealed. Noah couldn't help but reveal a slight smile when he learnt that the powerhouse of the hive, a mighty rank 6 existence, was called Chasing Demon due to his love for a fellow disciple. Chasing Demon let the trio smile for a while before coughing a few times to restore some seriousness. Then, his expression turned stern before beginning to speak. Noah, your execution of the mission has been spectacular. You've retrieved the rests of both charming and enduring demon sect, while also bringing back my lost friends. There is nothing that the hive won't do for you at this point. Chasing Demon's tone was solemn as he officially listed his feats. Yet, there isn't much that the hive can do at your stage. The world knows that you're a rare talent, and the 3 big nations won't sell any darkness spell to us. We can only give you part of the sect's knowledge, hoping that it can inspire you in creating your methods. The Patriarch took a few scrolls from his space ring at that point. These are some of the techniques of the demon sects. We have worked in the last period to transcribe them, and I've even had to contact an external inscription master to put into lines those that we had memorized. Noah quickly took the scrolls and began to analyze them. The descriptions on the sides explained the origin and the usage of those spells and techniques. They even mentioned the pieces of information lost during their transcription. There was the body-nourishing method of the enduring demon sect retrieved from the corpse of the slave, the techniques of the charming demon sect, and even the runes of the bleeding demon sect. However, what caught Noah's attention the most was a spell created by the traitor. "Are you sure you want me to have this?" Noah asked when he saw that the spell came from the ravaging demon sect. "Spells and techniques are tools, and I can't deny that one from you. Also, your individuality should match it." Chasing Demon answered without showing any trace of anger, and that was enough for Noah, who read the basic description of the spell again. Devastation that generates power. The scroll in Noah's hands described how Ravaging Demon had obtained his title due to that spell. The spell had to be used together with other abilities. It was fueled by the destruction that the user had previously unleashed on the environment around him. "This is similar to my individuality but also quite different," Noah thought as he browsed through the contents of the scroll. The spell used the destruction previously accumulated to launch a potent attack. However, Noah destroyed to obtain the primary energy to create. One created an endless offensive while the other was a perpetual cycle. Also, Noah had yet to decide what he would create. His idea was to forge his darkness, but only countless tests could reveal if that idea were doable. There were a couple of issues with Ravaging Demon's spell too. First of all, the diagram wasn't complete. The expert hired by Chasing Demon had only been able to copy part of it, and those lines couldn't even work in that form. Then, there was a problem with its element. Ravaging Demon had a fire aptitude, and the lines of that spell would produce the intended effects only when breath of the fire element was used to fuel them. Generally speaking, cultivators could use the abilities of different elements, but their effects would be far weaker. Sometimes they wouldn't even work due to the contrast between the lines and the different elements. Their diagrams couldn't even be copied or translated for a different element since they were created for a specific aptitude. That left Noah empty-handed for the moment. However, the helplessness about his situation didn't appear in his expression. Instead, the demons could see that he was itching to test all the ideas that he had in his mind. "Your mission is completed, and your new quarters have already been built. Just go. We'll keep you updated on the matters concerning the outside world," Chasing Demons said with a smile, and Noah didn't hesitate to stand up. He didn't hunt for almost 5 years, and he had only accumulated knowledge and inspirations since his return from the separate dimension. He couldn't wait anymore. He wanted to start paving his road toward the higher ranks. All his abilities had been improved, and his individuality had even influenced his breath. Now, it was time to resume the advance that had been momentarily stopped by that series of social events. The period of peace on the new continent continued, and no significant battles happened in the old landmass either. The four forces of the mortal lands had too much to do, and a lot of time, they could only benefit from the absence of external threats and wars, especially after the crisis of the winged beasts. The four nations further expanded their domains on the piece of immortal lands, and they reached the point where only the central areas were still untouched. The battle between the existences at the peak of the heroic ranks had thoroughly modified those lands. The environment was still stabilizing. The terrain had absorbed the toxic water and stopped shaking, but forms of life had yet to appear. The four forces were mainly ignoring those zones since they were useless in that stage. Magical beasts would migrate there at some point, and some life forms would naturally appear due to all the energy contained in those lands. Many experts even hoped for mutations and similar consequences to happen. The piece of immortal lands was full of breath, and rank 6 existences had unleashed attacks fueled by their individualities in their battle. Mutations were to be expected, and there could even be an entirely new species of magical plants and beasts in a few centuries. That period of peace even benefited the cultivation world in its entirety. Many commoners would obtain the chance to start cultivating since all the forces suffered from a lack of manpower. The areas habitable by human cultivators enlarged to make room for those new arrivals, and that increase in the population helped in keeping the density of breath in check. The new continent was in the mortal lands after all, and it was bound to reach the usual energy standards of a lower plane slowly. That wouldn't happen even in centuries, but the constant absorption of the breath in the air would ultimately turn the piece of immortal lands in a simple landmass. Of course, the four nations didn't care about that event, nor did they try to behave in a controlled manner. Obtaining as many benefits as possible in the shortest amount of time was always the best approach if the consequences of that act would only hit them thousands of years in the future. Organizations in the mortal lands remained in power only for a few millennia on average. Why would they care about the issues that the future rulers would face? Even the mighty Shandal Empire fell and rose every once in a while, and the same happened to the forces of the other two nations. For example, King Elbas could ruin his centers of power as he pursued his individuality or simply managed to reach the divine ranks. That would leave the Elbas family without its powerhouse, which would inevitably start its decline. Noah knew that too well, especially after he had browsed through part of the knowledge of the mortal palace. He had immediately reached for his new quarters after the demons had given him what was left of the demon sections. His new habitation had turned out to be an underground area built under the new invisible dome created in the territory between the snowy mountain and the lava lake. Chasing Demon had directly left that land and all the human cultivators living inside the dome under his control. Of course, Noah didn't use his time to manage the city inside his dome but left everything to Elder Jason, who had volunteered to join him in that area. The same went for Bruce and his lover Sarah, who had moved to the new continent when Noah was still inside the separate dimension. The forces of the hive were slowly dividing themselves between the four domes, but many expected a fifth one to appear in the desert in the following years. Meanwhile, Noah had simply secluded himself in his underground quarters. His activities covered his usual training and some meditation about his individuality. Yet, he spent most of his time experimenting with the primary energy that his breath created when it destroyed the matter around it. He intended to use that energy as his core material for any sort of forging. After all, magical beasts did the same with their bodies, so Noah knew that it was possible to create something with that energy. However, he still failed in reaching any form of success even when 1 year had passed since his first attempt. Doubts began to mount in the solitude of his quarters as failures piled up on each other, and a question couldn't help but appear in his mind at some point. Is this a limit of my inscription method? Noah began to question himself about the potential of the elemental forging method during his seclusion. His assumption was a bit hurried since he had only spent 1 year on his experiments after all. Yet, those doubts couldn't help but appear when he saw that he didn't make any progress in his project. He knew that creating a personal version of the darkness element was an ambitious plan, which was probably above what his expertise and power could handle. However, making no progress at all opened the possibility that he was using the wrong approach on the matter. Noah silently stared at the primary energy generated whenever he released part of his liquid breath. Wills and thick mental waves came out of his sea of consciousness and tried to change the nature of that energy. Nevertheless, that primary energy was too slim and couldn't carry meanings. Noah's efforts just pushed it farther away until it dispersed in the environment. Then, Noah released some of his liquid breath again, and his half-transparent figure neared the walls of his mental sphere to absorb the primary energy created in the process. Noah almost didn't feel any pressure when that energy entered his mind, but he was used to that feature by then. The energy entered the sea, but nothing had changed in its structure when it resurfaced. 1 year has passed, but I can't even take the first step. Meanings aren't enough. I need laws. Noah thought as he dispersed that energy back in the environment. He had repeated those processes for 1 year, but he still failed in imbuing his will inside that material. He had tried everything from creating a solution of liquid breath and primary energy to fuse the new material with various items directly. The outcome was always the same. He couldn't control that energy, he could only absorb it. That had never happened to him during his past forgings. There would be different outcomes of slight signs of progress with his past creations, even when he created his cultivation technique. He would progressively find flaws and fix them until the final product became somewhat stable. That wasn't happening with the primary energy. Noah felt as if he was hitting a wall every time he attempted to bend that material to his will. He felt as if he was using usual blacksmithing tools to modify atoms. That outcome led him to evaluate two hypotheses. The first one saw his mental sphere unable to use wills that could affect the primary energy. Simple wills and meanings could change the structure of the breath, but it seemed that only laws could give a shape to that primordial power. That led him to accept that his sea of consciousness was still too weak. However, he didn't give up on using that energy so connected with his individuality, which made him work on his second hypothesis. The elemental forging method has limits like every inscription method. It might not be suitable for this practice, or it might just be imperfect at its core. I need to talk with the automaton. Noah concluded in his mind and immediately left his underground quarters while sending a series of mental messages. The elders quickly set a meeting with 37, who had been extremely busy in the last year. The hive had used the automaton to review their formations and improve them thoroughly. 37 did a fantastic job in that task, and the hive invested a lot of resources to apply all the enhancements proposed by him. Also, the hive had even purchased many studies in the inscriptions fields to improve the knowledge of the automation. After all, 37 had stopped learning 6,000 years ago, and the cultivation world had advanced in that period. The hive couldn't allow him to remain in that state since the future of its inscription masters depended on him. So, 37 obtained many tomes and scrolls and instantly became one of the most knowledgeable existents about inscriptions in the entirety of the mortal lands. Some elders even believed that there wasn't a single being in possession of so much information, but that only organizations could match his knowledge. Noah reached for the desert after the lava lake and landed on the ground when he saw the ethereal man. The automaton held a tome open in his right hand and drew with a long, black stick on the yellow sand of the desert. He seemed focused on some kind of project, but he didn't fail to notice Noah's arrival. "Make it quick. Your patriarch has promised me a lost script of the lesser demon sect if I manage to help you," 37 said when Noah landed next to him. Lesser demon sect? Is chasing demons scamming him now? Noah suppressed that thought as he took a pile of books from his space ring. The books were old and still carried traces of Ivor's awful smell, but the automaton didn't care about it and quickly browsed through their contents. Those old pages contained all the studies of the elemental forging method that Noah still carried with him since Ivor passed down his teachings. However, it had been a long time since Noah used them as a reference. No other cultivator that he knew of had reached his cultivation level while using that inscription method, so Noah couldn't find anything helpful anymore in that knowledge. 37 read the more than 20 books in less than a minute, and took about 40 seconds to sort out the information contained inside them. He was a rank 6 automaton programmed for inscriptions. His learning capabilities would scare even rank 6 cultivators when it came to his field of expertise. "So, what do you want?" 37 asked as he handed back Ivor's books. "Do you think that it's flawed?" Noah asked while storing back everything in his space ring. The automaton snorted at his question, but his answer left Noah quite surprised. "Of course. This method is vague in so many aspects, but I think it's some kind of requirement in this case. The inscriptions would be extremely personal after all. You can't have a set discipline for that." Noah attentively listened to his words. He was expecting the automaton to list an endless number of flaws and possible improvements, but what happened was precisely the opposite. The elemental forging method must remain flawed, or it wouldn't be suitable for the various meanings of the cultivators. "It makes sense, but it doesn't solve my issue." Noah wielded his saber as he thought that and released part of his breath to create the primary energy that he had tried to modify in the last year. "I want to use this energy, but my wills don't affect it in the slightest." The automation understood what Noah wanted after those words, but his intentions made him laugh. Noah didn't mind that reaction since he knew that his project was ambitious, even if his mind was reaching the upper stages of the 4th rank. Yet, 37 confirmed his hypothesis with his next words. "That's the realm of the gods. You need laws." Noah already knew that, but learning that the issue wasn't with his inscription method only led him to ask another question. "Isn't there some way to modify this energy?" Noah was already making use of it through his liquid dantian, and his body naturally absorbed it. There had to be ways that didn't only treat it as a source of power, a way to use it as the material to build something outside of heaven and earth's domain. However, 37 didn't give Noah any hope. No. You would have to reconstruct the matter and force it to work in a certain pattern. Only laws can set those rules, and that's not something that you can do with your current level. Noah fell silent when he heard those words. He wasn't so delusional to believe that he could prove the automaton wrong. The latter was pure knowledge, and he could only accept his opinion. Nevertheless, Noah wasn't ready to give up yet. Creation has many forms. I'll simply take another path until I'm able to forge my darkness. Noah thought as ravaging demon's spell appeared in his mind. That ability was too in line with his individuality to neglect it due to the differences in the element. Noah could already spread destruction and release energy with it, and he only needed a method to turn that power in an attack. The elemental forging method had already proven itself unsuitable in that aspect, and his wills couldn't cover a vast area. He needed something else, and the automaton was the only one who could give him a broad explanation of his possibilities. Let's say that I would like to use this energy before it disperses in the environment. What are my options? Noah asked, and 37 closed his eyes for a second before reopening them and giving an answer. There are more than 11,000 approaches that cover inscriptions, runes, and formations. Do you want to hear more about them? Noah immediately shook his head and decided to be more specific with his next question. I need something that allows me to use it during a battle, without long casting periods. Also, it would be ideal if it was similar to my current inscription method. 37 took a bit more to answer at that time, but it didn't fail to provide some options. I know 2 inscription methods and a school of runes that might please you. Would you like to hear more about them? Noah nodded, and the automaton began his explanation, describing in great detail the features of the 3 schools. The 2 inscription methods didn't interest Noah that much. The first one used small formations fueled with strong wills that could be quickly deployed if a cultivator had previously prepared them. Yet, Noah knew the difficulty of becoming a formation master thanks to June, and the thought of spending decades in expanding his knowledge of the needed materials didn't interest him. Also, he would need to prepare the formations before every battle, expending a large number of precious materials every time. That didn't suit his combat style at all since Noah mainly pursued sheer power that had no limitations. The second method applied the theories behind the attunement method, which forced part of the world around him to affect the energy inside a set area. However, Noah couldn't understand heaven and earth's words even if he wanted to, so he quickly discarded that option too. Instead, the school of runes was quite interesting. The cultivator would have to create runes with a specific form and a set meaning, which could be fueled with breath to unleash their effects. The issue with that school was that its runes were far bigger than those used in the current era. Back then, inscriptions were something that only exceptional cultivators could learn. There were plenty of methods that made use of their powerful wills, which created elites among them. Yet, that approach has been abandoned in the last millennia. Anyone with some credits can receive a decent education now. 37 complained as he began to write on a large and blank tome the teachings of the school of runes that Noah had chosen. Noah eagerly waited for the automaton to finish and left as soon as he handed the tome. Learning a new inscription method would take years, but Noah wasn't in a hurry, and he already had an exceptional foundation when it came to wills. Also, he had the divine deduction technique, which would further shorten the time required to learn that old method. Noah's schedule changed when he returned to his underground quarters. The training of his centers of power continued as usual, but he replaced his experiments with the study of the new inscription method. The method was called will-consuming runes, and, as its name suggested, required the consumption of small parts of a cultivator's will to function. Of course, Noah couldn't directly approach that step. He had to learn the basics first. The automaton had been exemplary in his transcription. He had divided the teachings between the various steps that a student had to master before reaching the level of an expert. Noah had first to learn to create simple runes that executed basic tasks like slightly raising the temperature in a small area or gathering cold air. Then, he had to create runes that could reinforce small objects or increase some of their other properties. The difficulty of the task steadily increased, and Noah could only approach the next step when he could succeed in the previous one while respecting its minimum standards. Giving a set form to his mental energy and imbuing it with meanings was easy for Noah, but the will-consuming runes were strict in their requirements. Noah had to strive for purity rather than intensity when it came to his meanings, and then sever them from his mind to mold them in the form of runes. That act wasn't painful, but Noah felt emptied every time he proceeded to sever those parts from his mind. He felt as if he was forever losing part of him, which was a sensation that weighed on his determination to improve. That made him understand why cultivators had eventually opted for more general inscription methods. The void that he felt every time he created a rune could be enough to destroy the ambition of ordinary cultivators. No wonder there were elites in the past. Only elites could persevere in these paths. Noah thought as his ambition filled his entire being and dispersed the void that had spread inside him after the creation of his last rune. Almost 3 years had passed since his meeting with 37, and Noah had spent that time to master the basics of the will-consuming runes. That inscription method turned out to be far harder than the elemental forging method, but Noah managed to reach that level of expertise far quickly nonetheless. Wills were something that he had trained for years, and that method only required a different application and a lot of practice. Now, I can create my runes and set the foundation for my first spell. Noah did everything for a reason, and that reason was his power most of the time. Learning a new inscription method had required a lot of time and effort, but Noah didn't mind it as long as it brought improvements to his battle prowess. Also, he didn't neglect his training in those years. His dantian kept on improving as usual, and his body slowly advanced deeper in the lower tier of the 5th rank. He limited himself to hunt the peak rank for magical beasts nearby in that period since his whole focus was devoted to learning the will-consuming runes. After all, he had always focused on the quickest path to power. The only issue was that even the quickest path would take him years in the heroic ranks. As for his mind, it was slowly approaching the last stages of the 4th rank. The last steps of that center of power would be the longest since it was reaching a completely different level, but Noah believed that the breakthrough would arrive in a matter of years. The amount of stress that his mental sphere endured every day was incredible. Just the continuous usage of the divine deduction technique was enough to make him improve faster than his peers. Then, there was his training with his new inscription method and the blood companions, as well as his past modifications to his spells. All of that, coupled with the 5th Xianxia rune, gave to his sphere an incredible enlarging speed that couldn't be matched even by the best geniuses of the cultivation world. Also, Noah felt that his mind had begun to enlarge faster after the breakthrough to the liquid stage. My centers of power improve faster as my existence reaches a newfound harmony. There is a subtle connection between mind, dantian, and body that intensifies as my entity strives for an individuality. A law can only be complete if all its components are divine. Noah thought as his usual session of meditation ended. He would often spend some time pondering about himself and on what he was going to become. There was something that most cultivators couldn't do at his level: studying the individuality retroactively. Heroic cultivators had to gain a lot of insights before their individuality began to influence their centers of power. Still, Noah could already saw those features due to his cultivation technique. So, it became part of his schedule meditating while analyzing his liquid breath. His focus went on 37's tome when a considerable part of his mental energy filled his sphere again. He had mastered the basics of the will-consuming runes, and now it was time to make his debut as an inscription master in that field. The first step as a master is to create a personal rune. The shape and purity of your meaning will determine its power. Noah read through the instructions in the book again. He had already studied the entirety of the tome many times, but he still chose to follow the various steps cautiously. Performing inscriptions wasn't a safe procedure. Noah knew that far too well. The elemental forging method was hazardous even among the dangerous methods, but that didn't mean that the other schools were safe. For example, the will-consuming runes took away part of his will to work. Noah had to wait for his ambition to refill those missing parts after every training session to avoid complications. Yet, his rune had to carry his ambition. It would be pointless to create something that didn't make use of his most powerful drive. The book advises to use something general for my first rune, but I know exactly what I want. I'm not a naive disciple. I've never been one. Determination surged inside Noah as he moved his focus on his half-transparent figure. His vast, brown sea of mental energy appeared in his view, and Noah decisively stabbed his hands inside his ethereal shape. The first one is greed to absorb every form of energy, Noah thought as he forcefully pulled with his left arm. What appeared to be a stomach came out of his ethereal figure, and Noah suddenly felt his hunger vanish at that moment. He had severed the innate hunger of the magical beasts, and that will didn't exist inside him anymore. Then he pulled with his right arm, and part of his heart came out of his figure. Part of his ambition vanished at that point, but Noah quickly squeezed both ethereal organs and turned them into a cloud of shining brown dust. The dust slowly took the shape of a saber, and even its color started to darken as Noah's meanings affected its structure. However, Noah threw it away from his mental sphere when he saw that it didn't turn pitch black. It needs to be purer, Noah thought as he opened his real eyes. His complexion had slightly paled, but even that dangerous practice wasn't enough to affect him that much. The creation of the first personal rune was meant for newly advanced heroic cultivators after all. That level of difficulty wasn't enough to threaten him. Yet, he still felt devoid of any will after the process. He wasn't hungry, and he didn't want to cultivate, he just wanted to lie down and sleep. The drawback of severing part of himself was evident. Nevertheless, his hunger soon returned, and the fire of his ambition began to fill his body once again. Those feelings couldn't just vanish. His species would always be hungry, and his ambition was limitless. They only needed some time to stabilize after the procedure. It had to be said that Noah was trying to create something suitable for his level since he had no use for anything weaker than his current assets. Noah spent 3 days to recover before trying to create the rune again. The results still didn't satisfy him, so he simply discarded the rune and waited to recover for 3 more days. Noah repeated that process a few times until he obtained the level of power that he desired. This will be my first spell, Noah thought as he focused on the black rune inside his sea of consciousness. The rune had the shape of a saber that floated above the Xianxia runes. Then, the saber came out of his mental sphere and ran through his skin to appear on his left palm. Noah poured some of his breath inside the rune, and a series of small, saber-shaped runes came out of it. The small sabers didn't have much power, and they were only able to spread some of the destructive force radiated by Noah's breath. Yet they absorbed the energy around them, as well as the primordial one created by Noah's individuality. To be precise, it seemed that they preferred that primary energy rather than the breath in the environment. Noah smiled at that sight, and a line of thought couldn't help but appear in his mind. The world becomes my blade. Noah had been finally able to create his first spell after so many years spent in the 4th rank. He had pondered about that matter since he created his first version of the Shadow Sprint martial art when he was a human cultivator. Still, now he had a spell that was only his, and that acted entirely in line with his individuality. It has taken me years of specialization in wills, countless experiences with the elemental forging method, inspiration from Ravaging Demon's attack, and another inscription method. Yet, I have a second asset in my arsenal that reflects my existence now, Noah thought as he stored the rune back inside his mental sphere. The Dragon's Claw martial art and his new spell were pure creations that didn't copy any diagram or existing technique. They were attacks that expressed Noah's individuality and, as such, would produce stronger effects compared to his other abilities. Of course, that still depended on their potential, but that was a general rule in the cultivation world. Also, Noah's new spell didn't have the same limitations of his martial art. Noah needed to use the energy inside his liquid dantian to have a battle prowess that matched rank 4 cultivators in the solid stage. But his spell didn't require it. He could just use his liquid breath to lay the runes in the environment and let them absorb the primary energy released after a battle. It might be a little tricky to use its full power at my current level, but I can see it becoming my most potent attack when the harmony between my centers of power is restored. Noah could already see the flaws in his new ability. Only his liquid breath carried the destructive properties of his individuality. Instead, The energy contained in his liquid dantian was just a canalization of the nourishments released by his body during the activation of his secret art. One radiated his individuality, while the other was his most potent fuel at the moment. Noah flew away from his underground quarters while his mind was deep in thought. Only the rank 5 elders of the hive know that my battle prowess reaches the solid stage, and I bet that they aren't even sure about it. I can use my cultivation level as an advantage and rely on the breath that carries my individuality in my next battles. There is no point in revealing my real power so soon. Plans and schemes piled up in his mind as he looked for a worthy opponent in the lands nearby. He didn't have a real battle since the events in the separate dimension. There were too many improvements that had to be done, and the 4 nations were even at peace. Yet, Noah had improved all his techniques and even created new ones in those 9 years. His species wasn't suitable for long periods of meditation, especially when his battle prowess had improved so much. He needed to fight to know where he stood, and he needed to prove his power to the world at times. His hunger and ambition were slowly filling his body again, and his mental energy nourished the saber-shaped rune inside his sea of consciousness as his search continued. The expansion of the human forces drove many packs of beasts away, but the snowy mountain was a rank 6 danger zone. There were bound to be magical beasts in the 5th rank near it, and Noah was looking for something stronger than a newly advanced creature. However, he still had to venture through the central areas of the piece of immortal lands to find a suitable adversary. Noah stopped flying when he noticed a rank 5 brawny ape at the peak of the lower tier, followed by a series of rank 4 specimens. The pack was exploring the central areas since many years had passed after the battle of the rank 6 existences. The innate survival instincts of those beasts told them that those territories had become stable enough to allow their survival. Nevertheless, their leader roared when it sensed a powerful presence staring at it from the sky. Noah didn't try to hide as he approached the pack. He wanted to test his abilities and not just feed himself. He wasn't there as a hunter but as a challenger. The rank 5 ape roared again, and the weaker specimens around it retreated when they sensed that a battle was about to unfold. Noah had a clear advantage since he could fly, but something at the peak of the lower tier was the perfect training dummy. I wonder if I can hurt it with my liquid breath. Noah revealed an excited smile as he thought that. His demonic swords appeared in his hands, and a destructive force began to spread from their sharp edges as breath entered in their form. Their shapes began to exude a black smoke that further enhanced the destruction around them, and the brawny ape fell silent at that sight. Noah released a destabilizing aura that spread in the air around his figure, and the beast could immediately sense how dangerous it was. However, it wouldn't reject a challenge by a weaker being. The ape released a roar and stomped the ground with its 4 limbs to perform a long jump. Noah saw a 9 meters large boulder coming at him at high speed and quickly dodged while slashing with his sabers. The pressure generated by the jumping ape was enough to push Noah backward when it passed next to him, but he managed to hit the beast during his evasive maneuver. The ape landed on the terrain at a few hundreds of meters in the distance, and whiffs of black smoke lingered on its fur. Nevertheless, the smoke only managed to destroy part of its hair, and Noah's attack had just left white marks on its burly chest. As expected, it's not enough. Let's try with the second form then. Noah thought as he poured a substantial amount of liquid breath in his next slash. His saber seemed to vibrate as they shattered the air in their trajectory to release 2 black lines that shot toward the ape. The beast crossed its arms to defend against the incoming attack, and only white marks appeared on its skin when the 2 slashes landed on it. The creature lowered its arms and was about to perform another long jump when it sensed that something was off. Its attention went on the white marks on its arms, and an angry expression appeared on its face when it saw that cracks appeared on the skin around them. Couldn't understand what was happening, but it knew that the cause behind that damage was the small figure in the sky. Noah simply smiled at that sight. The cuts on the ape's arm weren't deep, but he had still managed to hurt a rank 5 beast with an ability fueled by liquid breath. The power of the individuality. Noah thought as he slashed again. There was still a lot to test against that creature. A peculiar event happened in the central areas of the piece of immortal lands, while Noah was busy testing himself. The ground there had been destroyed to its core after the battle between the rank 6 existences. Still, it had also absorbed many substances that carried an incredible amount of energy. There were the various attacks of the cultivators, the pieces of the inscribed horns created by the royals, and even some remains of the winged beasts. The terrain of the immortal lands hid spectacular properties that couldn't be found in the mortal lands, and one of them was its resilience. The energy coming from various sources had deeply modified the fabric of those areas, and the breath contained inside it accelerated the birth of life forms. Many experts of the four forces were keeping track of the central lands of the new continent through various methods, and they could only be amazed at the sight of a purple stem quickly growing there. They didn't expect something to be born so soon, but they could only be excited to learn that their calculations were wrong. The stem appeared fragile, but it still rose toward the sky until it reached a height of a meter. Leaves began to grow from the sides of its stem, and a black flower bloomed in a matter of seconds. The methods of the experts couldn't send that much information back to their observation points, but they could still register the power that the new lifeform released when it bloomed. To the surprise of the experts, the flower was a rank 5 lifeform since its birth. Chaos spread in the quarters of those experts at that point, who immediately notified their organizations and prepared themselves to fly toward the central areas to seize the flower. However, they saw how the flower withered a few instants after it released its aura. The rank 5 magical plant became dust that dispersed in the wind in a matter of seconds, and the excitement of the experts could only vanish at that sight. Yet, it was soon rekindled since another purple stem pierced the rocky ground and began to grow in a nearby spot. The experts quickly requested for specific inscribed items at that point. They needed something that could stop the withering process before moving toward the central areas. Nevertheless, the second flower bloomed and died in the time in which the organizations provided their experts with the requested items. Those cultivators didn't hesitate anymore. They directly flew out of their observation points to reach for the zone that was giving birth to that new lifeform. There was one force, though, that didn't react as soon as the other 3 nations. The hive had been too busy absorbing the gains retrieved in the separate dimension that it didn't leave many available experts on their observation points. To be precise, there was only Elder Laurel there. Her quarters contained crystals that transmitted the images of the central lands, but she was able to notice that fantastic event only during the withering of the second flower. She immediately sent a series of mental messages at that site, but the hive was already late compared to the other organizations. So, Elder Julia spread the news as soon as Elder Laurel informed her, and every heroic cultivator in the hive received the order to inspect that event. Of course, she didn't need to mention that they had to seize the flowers if they had the chance. Meanwhile, Noah was still fighting against the brawny ape. The corrosive smoke released by his abilities had wholly consumed the beast's fur, and the second form of his martial art had filled its skin with bloody cracks. However, the ape didn't suffer any grave injury even when he resorted to his spells. My normal abilities can't hurt a rank 5 beast when I fuel them with liquid breath. Only those that carry my individuality can somewhat cross the limits of the stage. Noah judged as he let his cultivation technique refill his dantian. He was taking it slow, giving himself time to make an in-depth evaluation of his battle prowess when he didn't use the liquid dantian. After all, that magical beast couldn't fly and had no ranged attacks. It couldn't be a threat if he remained in the sky. It turned out that only the second form of his martial art was able to injure the creature, and that even his modified spells couldn't pierce its thick skin. I might be able to face a newly advanced creature, but I can't hurt something at the peak of the lower tier. Well, that was to be expected. It's time to end this. Noah lifted his left index while he still wielded his weapon and pointed at the ape on the ground. Countless saber-shaped runes came out of his finger and spread in the destroyed environment around the ape. Noah's previous attacks had created a high concentration of primary energy since they were fueled by his liquid breath. That energy filled the battlefield, and the greed contained in his runes absorbed it in a matter of instants. The runes also absorbed the breath in the air, but they seemed to prefer the primary energy. They had been created through the hunger of the magical beasts, so it was only reasonable for them to prefer that nourishment. The saber-shaped runes began to radiate a threatening sharpness as the power contained inside them increased. The rank 5 brawny apes stared at those small, black dots around it in disdain, but its expression changed as their power kept on increasing. The runes could only match the weak spell of a liquid stage cultivator when they spread in the environment, but they soon reached the peak of the stage as primary energy entered in their form. Then, their power continued to grow even when they reached a level that matched solid-stage cultivators. The primary energy in the environment was depleted when the saber-shaped runes began to radiate an aura that only peak rank 4 cultivators could have. The ape roared and swung its arms on the black dots around it, but Noah quickly controlled them to turn toward the beast. Controlling so many runes weighed on his mind, but he forced them to launch a relentless assault on the creature nonetheless. The sea of saber-shaped runes threw itself toward the raging ape and pierced its skin effortlessly. The attacks of the runes even gave birth to more basic energy that they didn't fail to absorb. That ensured that they wouldn't expend their power in just one assault and that Noah could use them until he had enough mental energy. The ape could only cry in pain as every spot of its body was pierced from side to side. Noah's eyes shone when he saw the might of his spell, but a buzzing sound suddenly resounded inside his mental sphere. Elder Julia's voice echoed in his mind, and Noah decided to deliver the final blow to the beast when he heard the contents of her message. A new life form has appeared in the central territories of the continent. All the heroic assets must make it their priority. Elder Julia's order kept on echoing inside Noah's sphere as he controlled the tide of saber-shaped runes to pierce the vital organs of the brawny ape. It was needless to say that the news surprised him too. Noah was an expert in the magical beasts field, but he didn't know much about magical plants. However, he knew that it would typically take decades, if not more, before a terrain swept by such a calamity could give birth to lifeforms again. Of course, he immediately linked that unusual event to the spectacular properties of the terrain coming from a higher plane. We still know so little. Damn it! Noah cursed in his mind as he shot toward the corpse of the ape. His last spell had consumed a lot of his mental energy, and his dantian didn't have much breath left. However, his liquid dantian was still full, which meant that his real battle prowess hadn't been affected. Don't tell me that they planned to start a war over a flower. Worry mounted inside Noah as he stored the corpse of the ape after tearing a few pieces of it. He could benefit from battles due to his hybrid status, but the hive wasn't ready to face the 3 big nations. I can only fly there and hope that the situation wouldn't reach a critical point. Noah shot toward the central areas when he thought that, and without forgetting to activate the dark cover spell. There were bound to be cultivators from the other nations directed toward his same destination, so he would use all his methods to prepare for unexpected situations. Elder Julia continued to send mental messages with the specifics about the new species of magical plant, as well as its position. The black flowers kept on growing and withering at specific intervals, and Elder Laurel had already seen 7 of them dying through her crystal by the time everyone was warned. Also, it seemed that every new specimen was more potent than the previous one. The flowers are reaching the peak of the lower tier. Elder Laurel suggests that the structure of their species is still stabilizing. Elder Julia passed down information whenever Elder Laurel discovered something new. Noah limited himself to fly at full speed toward the appointed spot while keeping a low altitude. The Elder had warned all the heroic assets that the hive had been late in notifying them, so Noah knew that he wouldn't be the first to arrive. He was closer than the other elders because he had ventured through the central areas to hunt, but that couldn't give him an advantage over the enemy forces. After all, he knew that Elder Austin was already flying toward the location of the flowers too. The matter had already escalated to a point where rank 5 cultivators had been deployed, so Noah had no confidence in arriving before anyone else. A tense air filled the sky above the central territories, and Noah could feel that stiffness increasing as days passed, and he neared his destination. Also, his body soon became able to sense the energy released by the blooming of the black flowers once he neared them. Yet, he could feel that there were other presences too. 4 rank 5 cultivators in front of me and another one behind, Noah thought as he stopped his flight to wait for the incoming elder. Elder Austin managed to sense Noah's faint presence when he flew above him, and he lowered his altitude to join him. Both Noah and the elder wore their robes in an untidy manner, a sign that they had both hurried when Elder Julia informed them. However, the elder couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that Noah's clothes were intact. At least. Let's go. This matter is troublesome, Elder Austin said before adding something at the sight of Noah's questioning gaze. The flowers are growing in our territories. Well, in what is supposed to be our domain. Noah's eyes widened at that point, but he didn't stop following the elder. The central areas hadn't been divided in the 1-versus-1 battle because the deal saw the powerhouses exploring them before everything else. However, the winged beasts crisis happened, and the division of those territories was neglected since the battle had made them useless. Yet, that issue had become a priority now that a powerful lifeform had started to grow on its own. Elder Austin and Noah quickly flew until they saw a series of figures hovering in the air and staring at the ground under them. Noah recognized some of the figures. He saw Thaddeus Elbaz floating behind Lady Edna and another rank 5 cultivator wearing the golden robes of the royal family. He saw Elder Doyle, the rank 5 cultivator from the council that Elder Austin had defeated in the battle for the Azure Plane. Then, he saw a rank 5 slender man wearing robes with the emblem of the Empire. The cultivators on the scene limited themselves to glance at the new arrivals before focusing back on the terrain. Another purple stem was growing from the cracked ground, and the heroic cultivators showed expectant gazes as they waited to see the level of power that the species had reached. The black flower bloomed in a few seconds and released an aura that matched the middle tier of the 5th rank. The magical plant had crossed the boundaries of the lower tier. However, even that new level of power didn't seem stable enough for the specimen, which withered in a few instants. Lady Edna's finger instinctively trembled at that sight, but the gazes of the cultivators around her didn't fail to notice that slight movement and focused on her. Lady Edna saw 3 heroic cultivators, and Noah patiently waiting to see if she was going to act. Of course, she didn't move and simply waited for the flower to wither. The first one to act would receive the focus of the other 3 nations. That was the natural consequence of that stalemate. Yet, a sudden battle would just create another wave of chaos in that area, which would most likely disrupt the fragile equilibrium reached by that terrain. A modification in that equilibrium could stop the growth of those flowers, which was the outcome that everyone was trying to avoid. So, their focus went on Elder Austin when it became clear that Lady Edna wasn't going to act. Elder Austin understood the meaning behind their stares, and he backed his voice with his pride as he announced something. This land can only be assigned to the hive, you all know that. Nevertheless, the Patriarch is benevolent and is willing to share this resource for the right compensation. These territories don't belong to anyone. You can't put a price over something that you don't own. I'd rather fight you again than pay for resources that have yet to have an owner. Lady Edna and Elder Doyle immediately complained, but they didn't dare to unleash their aura. Instead, the slender cultivator from the Empire and the rank 5 cultivator in front of Thaddeus didn't speak. Lady Edna and Elder Doyle had both been defeated by Elder Austin in the past, so their reactions were somewhat understandable. However, the other 2 rank 5 existences didn't have any emotion affecting their judgment and could evaluate the situation clearly. The priority of the 4 forces was to obtain the new life form, and all of them knew that the hive was the only nation that could have some claims there. It was merely a geographical matter. The hive was closer, so it would have obtained that land if the nations had divided the continent according to the current domain. Yet, there was a chance to exploit the lack of set borders, and the 3 big nations couldn't just miss it. We can't obtain the flower, but we can make something out of it due to the proximity to our domain. We can just set a training area nearby and indirectly disrupt the equilibrium of this spot. We can safely affect this land even if we don't control it. Noah couldn't help but approve Elder Austin's actions when he summarized the situation in his mind. The hive could just build something near there and influence that terrain while remaining inside its domain. That would be entirely in its rights, and the other nations couldn't even contest it since the central territories didn't have an owner. We are far away, but a couple of rank 5 elders could do the trick if they put some effort. This is a lucky event that we can't exploit in its fullest due to our weakness. Some annoyance appeared inside Noah when he thought that, but he quickly suppressed it. The matter would be easily solved if the empire was in the hive's place, and even the royals or the council would find some excuses to keep that terrain. However, the hive was weak and could be bullied if the three big nations were set on working together. Another flower bloomed and withered during the long silence that had dawned on the group. More heroic cultivators from each faction could be seen arriving in the distance. It was clear that the sky was about to become crowded. Nevertheless, no one answered to Elder Austin's offer. They want to see the stable specimen before deciding how far they are willing to go. Noah quickly understood what was in the minds of the other entities and shot a glance toward the elder next to him. The duo from the hive exchanged a few mental messages before agreeing on their next move. "Well, no one seems to like these flowers," Noah exclaimed at some point, and Elder Austin didn't fail to follow his act. "Indeed. Hear my words of wisdom, Prince. These plants are definitely a threat. Black flowers? They surely are something bad." Noah repeatedly nodded at his words as he wielded one of his sabers and prepared himself to slash toward the ground. Panic appeared on the faces of the heroic cultivators, except for the Empire's envoy, who kept his calm. "Wait! You have no right to affect the flora. The council agrees with the Elbas family. This is a clear threat." Noah stopped the descent of his weapon and heaved a helpless sigh at Lady Edna and Elder Doyle's words. "Elder, they are right. I guess we can only return and watch the Patriarch's demonstration for the time being. We should be close enough to see how this situation unfolds too." Elder Austin showed a broad smile when Noah spoke and warmly patted his shoulder as he turned to leave. Noah followed him and ignored the angry gazes that Thaddeus was shooting at him. It was at that point that the rank 5 cultivator of the Empire spoke. "Elders, are you really set on destroy this marvelous discovery?" The duo from the hive turned at his words, and Elder Austin gave him a serious answer. "The hive doesn't need it, but it won't simply ignore this matter. We are demons, and we'd rather destroy it than gaining nothing from something that should belong to us." Noah's expression became cold when Elder Austin signaled the end of the act with his answer. The core of the matter was to set an agreement before the life form found a balance. Otherwise, the three forces would get an idea of its actual value. Instead, forcing their hands now would give birth to an auction and prevent everyone from doing something reckless. Noah replied to Thaddeus' stare with one of his own at that point. The latter was a rank 4 cultivator in the solid stage, but Noah clearly remembered him being at the peak of the liquid stage when he interrupted his battle. "He isn't a useless noble then," Noah thought as he moved his gaze toward the rank 5 cultivator in front of him. That royal was moving his gaze between Noah and Elder Austin, but Noah could sense that he suppressed some emotions whenever it went on him. Noah's mind played the images of the battle near Vonder when a heroic cultivator descended from the sky to stop him from seizing the resources contained in Samuel's ring. Noah's mental energy wasn't able to sense him back then, but he knew from their conversation that he was Thaddeus' father. Cecil was only a rank 4 cultivator when Noah escaped from the Nation, but he had managed to reach the 5th rank in those years. Of course, he was weaker than Lady Edna, but that feat already spoke for his talent. Lady Edna, Elder Doyle, and the man from the Empire began to send a few mental messages back to their organizations after a few seconds of silence. Meanwhile, the figures in the distance reached their respective groups. They were mostly rank 4 cultivators, and Noah could even recognize Faith among the group from the Papal Nation. She was still in the gaseous stage, but her cultivation had improved since she was nearing the peak of that stage. Faith shot a curious glance at Noah when she noticed him, but she quickly suppressed her eagerness to talk with him. The situation was too troublesome to question Noah about how his relationship with June had evolved in the months spent underground. Then, the man from the Empire gave voice to a question directed toward Elder Austin. "What is the hive proposing?" The elder had already decided how to handle the situation and didn't hesitate to announce it. "Auction with 3 contenders." The Empire quickly agreed to the hive's proposal, and the other 2 nations felt forced to join the auction at that point. There was nothing that they could do once 2 of the 4 forces had found an agreement. They could just go along with their decision. That wasn't the worst outcome in their mind. Bullying the hive was just an act to eliminate one contender, but they couldn't do anything if it decided to destroy that magical plant. Contending that resource between themselves wasn't ideal either, but it was better than losing it because they pushed the matter too far. Elder Austin had to settle a few details through his inscribed notebook, but the other elders of the hive quickly came up with a few guidelines. Black flowers kept on blooming and withering as the sky above that spot became crowded. Most heroic cultivators were curious about the new magical plant, but some of them were even interested in the outcome of the auction. Every victory was a show of power when the nations at the peak of the mortal lands were involved. Even the simple act of grouping up for such an event could be linked to the same reasons. Those forces were simply showing the might of their heroic assets and how quickly they could gather a large number of them. The group from the hive paled in comparison to the other three since only 7 rank 4 cultivators arrived in the area. Instead, the other 3 groups could already count more than 20 rank 4 cultivators each, and that without considering the existences in the 5th rank that had reinforced the envoys. However, that sight didn't discourage Elder Austin nor Noah. They had always known that the hive was weaker, which was the precise reason why they weren't attempting to keep the magical plants for themselves. Then, Elder Justin's arrival and words eased the tension that was accumulating on their side. It took us a while to tune the oath since 37 kept on complaining. Noah rolled his eyes when the automaton was mentioned, but Elder Austin directly took his arrival to announce the beginning of the auction. The hive is willing to accept payments of any kind. It would be up to Elder Justin to decide which of you has the lead. Of course, we will provide the rank 5 oath needed to collaborate. Elder Justin stepped forward and revealed a white tablet filled with inscriptions to the other groups. Anyone could read the requirements and terms of the oath, since they only had to use their mental energy to inspect it. Generally speaking, every major organization had to have similar inscribed items in store, or they wouldn't be able to collaborate with other forces. Yet, creating something that could subjugate rank 6 entities wasn't easy. Only the power of the god of the empire could ensure that those powerhouses wouldn't be able to break the oath on their own. The hive, though, didn't have such backing, and it could only limit itself to use Chasing Demon as a warranty over rank 5 cultivators. Nevertheless, an oath on that level was more than enough for that situation since rank 6 existences weren't involved and didn't have any intention to do so. The rank 5 cultivators stepped forward almost immediately when they read that the winner of the auction would obtain the monopoly over the magical plant. Ruthless, Noah commented in his mind when he read the contents of the oath. The hive was ready to lose any claim over that resource forever, only to force the 3 enemy faction to fight over them. I, Sharp Trunk, swear. I, Elder Doyle, swear. I, Lady Edna, swear. I, Elder Justin, swear. The 4 rank 5 existences from the 4 nations swore as they touched the white tablet, and their names appeared on its surface after that. The pact was sealed. The hive had already ensured its safety at that point. Yet, Elder Justin suddenly set a starting price. I'd say bids can start from 1 million credits. No one was surprised by that number. After all, the deal saw a monopoly over a rank 5 resource. The price quickly rose, though, and it took only a few exchanges to make it reach 50 million credits. The Elbas family is leading, Elder Justin announced after Lady Edna's offer. The royals were used to invest a lot in unknown materials and similar, and they would never let go of a species born after the battle of rank 6 existences. A short moment of silence followed that offer, but the auction was quickly rekindled when a flower at the peak of the middle tier grew right under them. 50 million credits and 3 spells up to the 5th rank. The Empire will include one of the darkness element, Sharp Trunk said, and the offers of the other envoys began to include additional resources too. Elder Doyle began to add techniques and spells too, but Lady Edna started to use the studies of the Academy as a currency. Elder Justin shot a helpless glance toward Noah before announcing once again that the Elbas family was in the lead. What the hive needed the most at the moment were the recent discoveries of the inscriptions fields, and the 3 envoys didn't miss that detail. Elder Justin had chosen inscription methods over techniques and spells, so they had to push their bids on that aspect. Even Elder Austin took a glance at Noah, but the latter simply shook his head. He knew how useful 37 was, and it was pointless to compare the value of a single heroic cultivator to the future of the hive as a whole. He was the youngest heroic cultivator in history and probably that with the highest potential, but he still couldn't match the possibility of having experts in various inscriptions fields. Also, he had seen the power that the abilities that carried his individuality were capable of unleashing. Creating was better than obtaining something already existing, especially in his case. He would rather gain inspiration from a wide variety of techniques than beg the hive to prioritize him. That approach was more in line with his individuality, and it would allow him to improve in both his inscription methods. It might even lead him to fuse them one day. Sacrificing the future of the hive for something that he didn't strictly need wasn't worth it. The three envoys began to add inscription methods to their offers, but the Elbas family always managed to keep the lead even if most of the methods mentioned weren't up to date. The flower withered during those offers, and Elder Justin was about to end the auction when another purple stem grew and gave birth to a black flower in the upper tier. Elder Austin could only smile when he saw that the three nations gave voice to another series of offers. The bids had already reached a point where the hive could ignore the loss of a rank 5 material. The cycle of bids and silence continued for a while. The bids resumed every time a new flower bloomed and released a higher power than before. That magical plant seemed incredibly frail, but there was an innate resilience in its species since stems kept on growing even after so many flowers had withered. Its struggles to find a stable form that could live for more than a few seconds were commendable, and they even inspired some of the weaker cultivators on the scene that were still discovering their individuality. However, that sight began to trouble the elders of the hive that had understood the entirety of the situation. Will it ever stop increasing its power? Can it make it to the 6th rank? Noah thought as he stared at the flowers blooming and withering periodically. The continuous bidding could only benefit the hive, but it would be a problem if the magical plant failed to find a balance right in the middle of the auction and stopped growing. Elder Justin had to declare a winner before that to benefit from the situation. As for the possibility of the magical plant reaching the 6th rank, the hive couldn't really prepare a plan for that. That event would involve the rank 6 powerhouses, which would render the pact useless since it was limited to rank 5 existences. The fact that the flowers had already a power in the upper tier of the 5th rank was a clear sign to Elder Justin that pushed him to accelerate the end of the auction. 10 more rounds, and I'll decide a winner, Elder Justin announced, and the three envoys didn't fail to understand the meaning behind his words. However, they had already foreseen that outcome and accepted the risks when they signed the pact. There was the monopoly over a rank 5 resource at stake, and risking something was the least that those nations could do. The bidding rounds continued until the 10th, where the cultivators of the 3 big nations stopped making offers on their own. The number of credits had reached 100 million, and both the Papal Nation and the Empire had added techniques and spells to their bids. The Obsidian credits had lost a lot of value since the fall of the Peace of Immortal Lands, so the 3 envoys had long stopped using them to try to win the auction. Instead, they had begun to use inscription methods as a currency since the hive was clearly interested in them. Yet, they couldn't match the bids of the Elbas family, which kept on adding inscription methods every time the other nations increased their offers. So, they could only use techniques and spells to make up for them. Elder Justin exchanged a few mental messages with the elders back in the headquarters and quickly chose a winner after hearing their opinion. The Elbas family wins. The elders' announcement didn't surprise the cultivators on the scene, but there wasn't much that they could do. No organization in the mortal lands could match the accumulation of inscription methods of the Elbas family, and the latter didn't even have to bid their most recent discoveries. Nevertheless, they still had to bid methods that had been used in the last centuries, which made them second only to the new teachings created in the academy. That was more than enough to bring 37 up to date, especially since most of those methods couldn't be purchased with credits. Lady Edna happily neared Elder Justin, who laid the white tablet in front of her. The Elbas family didn't lose much in the trade. Giving away so many credits wasn't a problem for a big nation, and the inscription methods were copies other than old schools in the eyes of the royals. The way Lady Edna saw it, they weren't giving up on anything to gain the monopoly over the black flowers. Elder Justin and Lady Edna discussed for a bit to settle the details behind the transport of the resources, but the white tablet had already given a few guidelines. The royals would have a month to send the promised goods, and they couldn't taint the methods with false information. Any breach in the pact would ruin one of Lady Edna's centers of power other than make the Elbas family untrustworthy. Of course, the Elbas family intended to respect the pact even if the flowers didn't stabilize since they had a face to keep. The matter was settled, but none of the heroic cultivators on the scene left the area. Everyone wanted to see what level of power the flowers would reach and if the royals had made the right choice in investing that considerable sum. Flowers had kept on blooming and withering for the whole duration of the auction. There didn't seem to be a limit to the power of that species even though the terrain gave birth to only one specimen each time. Cecil, Thaddeus, and the other cultivators of the Nation didn't limit themselves to watch the bloom and withering of flowers after they won the auction. That material was rightfully theirs now, so they could interact with it as they wanted. Cecil neared the ground while covering his figure with a peculiar cape that stopped the natural leaking of his aura. Then, he took a transparent and rectangular box filled with inscriptions from his space ring. Thaddeus and a few rank 4 cultivators flew behind him while deploying the same inscribed items. A purple stem came out of the ground a few seconds after they finished their preparations, and Cecil's tried his best to hold back his mental waves from affecting its growth. The stem rose in the air and gave birth to the usual black flower in the upper tier of the 5th rank. That specimen began to wither too, but Cecil quickly plucked it and stored the plant inside the transparent box. Cecil sealed the box by moving his finger on one of the shining lines on its surface, and the withering process stopped when the item separated the flower from the outside world. The cultivators behind him did the same as they used the inscribed items to gather the dusty remains of the plant that were dispersing in the air. Their actions were smooth and precise, and the other groups could see the amount of experience that the Elbas family had in handling unknown materials. Cecil and the others stored their boxes and took more of them from their space ring. Their preparation was exceptional, especially since they had gathered all those items before the death of the 3rd specimen. The cultivators from the Elbas family continued to pick the flowers as soon as they began to wither, and the power of the magical plant soon reached the peak of the 5th rank. Expectation mounted inside all the cultivators on the scene when the peak rank 5 flower died, and another purple stem quickly grew from that same spot. A few words couldn't describe the emotions that they felt when they sensed the flower radiating an aura in the 6th rank. The new magical plant had crossed the boundaries of the 5th rank and had bloomed with the power of the 6th rank. The heroic cultivators of the hive could only show ugly expressions at that sight, while those from the Nation could barely contain their excitement. The cost of the monopoly over that resource was already affordable for the Elbas family when the flowers were in the 5th rank, but that became incomparably low when something in the 6th rank was concerned. Everyone stared at the black flower on the terrain with expectant gazes. They wanted to see if the plant was going to wither again and repeat the cycle of life and death. However, the magical plant didn't show any sign of withering, and it even began to feed on the breath contained in the terrain. The new species had found its stable form. The plant still looked frail and harmless, but the space around it bent as it absorbed the nutrients from the environment. The species was beginning to reveal its features after it found its stability, and that could only give birth to another wave of marvel inside the minds of the heroic assets on the scene. Cecil and Lady Edna exchanged a glance before moving toward the flower. The oath-bound rank 5 heroic cultivators, but the matter would be different if the powerhouses of the other organizations were to interfere. The Elbas family knew that it had to act fast if it wanted to secure that precious material. Cecil didn't even look at the cultivators around him after he found a silent understanding with Lady Edna. He directly plucked the flower from the base of its stem and stored it inside the transparent box in his grasp. Elder Austin and the rank 5 cultivators from the other forces notified their headquarters about the situation, but there wasn't much that they could do at the moment. Their rank 6 powerhouses would have to reach the scene and forcefully break the oath before the situation could be affected. That would require time, and the Elbas family was already in possession of the material. Of course, the matter would be different if that terrain turned out to be an endless source of rank 6 plants. The groups from the 4 nations stared at the terrain while revealing mixed emotions. The birth of a second rank 6 flower could force the powerhouses to intervene, which would most likely cause a war or some sort of organized battle. Cecil gave his space ring to Lady Edna, who immediately left the area to return to the Nation, but no one else flew away from there. The eyes of some cultivators followed the departing rank 5 existence, but they didn't move for fear of triggering the backlash of the oath. Everyone stood still, waiting to see if the ground gave birth to another magical plant. However, no more purple stems came out of the terrain. The heroic cultivators waited in silence, but they began to leave when nothing happened even after a few days passed. The crowd began to disperse, and the assets from the Empire and Papal Nation didn't fail to shoot a few glances at the groups from the Hive and Nation. The Council and the Empire didn't lose nor gain anything, which was more than fine considering that the royals had won only one small flower. On the other hand, the Hive had sold a precious resource at an incredibly low price. The Elbas family wishes to analyze the terrain without interruption, Cecil said when a week had passed, but no more flowers had grown from the ground. The Hive refuses. You have rights over the magical plant, but the owner of the terrain has yet to be decided. Elder Justin promptly answered. That outcome wasn't ideal, but he could only rejoice when he saw that the species had probably gone extinct after its sudden appearance. Also, he couldn't let the Elbas family study the terrain. There was a chance that the royals could restore the previous equilibrium with their advanced methods and force the flowers to grow again. The Hive couldn't risk that, not for the previous price at least. 1 billion credits, Cecil announced, but Elder Justin snorted before refusing his offer. Credits are useless. The Hive will accept only something that can match the value of a rank 6 material. The tables had turned in the central areas of the continent. The royals didn't know if the ground could be forced to give birth to more black flowers, but the Hive was now sure that it had the potential to create something in the 6th rank. Elder Justin had to force the auction to an end before for fear that the species couldn't find a stable form, but everything was different now. He would gladly hold another auction and continue it endlessly. Nevertheless, none of the envoys on the scene had the authority to offer resources that could match something with the power of the 6th rank. Cecil quickly gave up on the idea of securing that terrain, and he limited himself to wait for the possible birth of another plant. Elder Justin, Elder Doyle, and Sharp Trunk did the same and remained still as the heroic cultivators behind them returned to their respective nations. Elder Austin began to move back to the territories of the Hive too, and Noah followed him while shooting one last glance toward the departing Thaddeus. What happens now? Noah asked when he and Elder Austin were at some distance from the other heroic cultivators. The situation seemed helpless in his eyes. The Hive had simply suffered a loss even if it gained a large number of resources. Our methods are still rusty, and we would have sold the plant anyway. It's a pity though. We could have pushed the biddings far farther. Elder Austin sighed after saying those words. The Hive had yet to groom inscription masters. It had barely reinforced its existing formations after all. For how long would we have to take these unfavorable trades due to our weakness? Noah asked, but his question wasn't directed toward the elder. He kept on becoming stronger, and the Hive did the same. However, no amount of improvement seemed to be enough to match the power of the big nations. Noah knew that their achievements were already incredible, especially since not even 30 years had passed from the battle for the independence of the archipelago. Yet, he still felt eager to do more, and that immovable political environment was almost suffocating for him. Prince, you are still young. Commoners might see their world changing in a matter of months, but the matters on our level can last for centuries. Elder Austin answered, and he didn't fail to notice the traces of annoyance exuded by Noah's expression. Yet, Noah's attention went on the elder when he heard that word. Elder Austin revealed a smirk when he saw his reaction and didn't hesitate to explain more. We are demons, and you have retrieved the perfect tool for thieves. Understanding dawned upon Noah when he heard those words, but Elder Austin didn't explain further. The latter simply turned to fly toward the desert when he was sure that the other heroic cultivators from the Hive had all taken different directions to return to their duties. Noah followed the elder with interest. He had a vague idea of what the Hive was planning, but he still wanted to see it with his eyes before making any suggestion. Elder Austin dived toward the yellow sand when 37's figure appeared in his field of view. The automaton had his usual appearance, but Noah could see that he had expended a lot of the energy contained in his form. His long hair was still immobile behind his back, and he traced deep lines on the sand with the long stick in his grasp. However, his figure was far more ethereal compared to when he was in the palace, which signaled that his reserves of energy had reached a critical condition. The patriarch told you to recharge yourself inside the pendant every week. Don't you dare to die on us because of your addiction. Elder Austin scolded the automaton, but the latter released a weak snort without stopping to trace lines on the sand. Noah and the elder could see that 37 was extremely focused, but his form kept on losing part of its shine with every gesture that he made. Automatons were something remarkably similar to normal life forms, and, as such, they needed nourishments to keep on living. The spirit of Noah's ring acted as a simple program and didn't consume much energy, meaning that the power contained in the inscriptions of the item was enough to fuel it. Yet, 37 was far more complex, and the fact that he had a personality already made him more expensive to keep active. Also, it seemed that he was inscribing something, even if the surface of the desert didn't reveal anything. Elder Austin quickly picked an item from his space ring, and the aura of a rank 6 energy suddenly spread in the area. Noah was a bit surprised when he analyzed the shining crystal held in the elder's grasp, but that emotion vanished when he understood the nature of the substance contained in the item. The crystal shone with a blinding brown light radiated by the dense gas inside it that carried Chasing Demon's aura. It makes sense. Only Chasing Demon's breath can fuel a rank 6 automaton. Noah thought as Elder Austin laid the crystal on the surface of 37's uncaring figure. The automaton absorbed Chasing Demon's breath, and his figure recovered its previous shine in no time. 37 even quickened his pace after that wave of energy filled his structure. But Elder Austin still sent a series of messages through his inscribed notebook at that site. Noah remained silent, and he patiently waited for the elder to explain the matter thoroughly. A few lines began to shine on the sand at some point. Their light traced specific forms that became a small array when the lines connected. Then, Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon appeared over that formation when its light dispersed. The communications work as intended. There was almost no interference in your message, Flying Demon exclaimed when he saw Elder Austin, and he limited himself to show a broad smile when he noticed Noah. Enlarging it is far more difficult than we thought, though. It might take a year to reach the eastern coast. Dreaming Demon added, and she didn't fail to show a smile at Noah too. I never thought you two would be so eager to return in a separate dimension, Noah said at their sight. He had understood by then what the Hive was trying to do, and he could already feel the eagerness to join that project mounting inside him. Kid, Julia told us what you did with that woman of yours. Don't tell me that you can't understand the actions of this poor old man. Flying Demon answered while winking at Noah, and Dreaming Demon ignored the gesture of her lover as she reached for the automaton. 37 stooped working when he saw the pendant on Dreaming Demon's neck, and he suddenly disappeared as he entered it. Chasing Demon's energy wasn't enough to stabilize him. He needed to spend a set amount of time inside the pendant to return to his peak. So, who is our target? Noah asked when silence fell in the area. He had understood that the automaton was recreating Divine Architect's separate dimension, and he could already guess what the Hive intended to do with it. The Hive was the fusion of a series of unorthodox sects and underground organizations, so it was evident that it would be more inclined to resort to illegal methods to improve its position. A separate dimension that could lead anywhere was the perfect tool to steal precious resources and make sudden attacks. Cultivators that labeled themselves as demons had to put such a tool to use. We have always aimed to hit the Elbas family. Their researches are too useful, and they have accumulated too many grievances with the other big nations in the last years. The matter with the magical plant can only benefit our plan further, Elder Austin explained, but Noah found a few flaws in his exposition. The separate dimension was incredible, and the target was also the best among the available ones. Yet, the Hive still needed precise coordinates to understand where to set the exits. The heroic assets couldn't blindly jump out of the dimension and seize everything in their reach. That would be unfruitful other than incredibly dangerous. Elder Austin handed a folded sheet to Noah when he noticed that the latter was still doubtful about the matter. Noah quickly unfolded the sheet only to discover that it contained details concerning the trades between the Hive and the Yudi family. However, the elder's smile made him understand that there was more to it. Noah began to inspect the sheet with his mental sphere, and a strange, shining cube materialized inside his sea of consciousness at that point. Havoc and Zack's ethereal figures shot toward the cube and tried to open it, but to no avail. Noah deployed his half-transparent figure too, but even the work of the three beings couldn't break the surface of that shining shape. Prince, it's pointless. The powerhouse of the Yudi family has encrypted the secret message with his methods. Noah gave up on forcing the cube when he heard Elder Austin's words. Ian Yudi was the patriarch of the Yudi family, but he wasn't its strongest cultivator. The nobles were used to hide their most powerful assets and leave the management of their family to weaker cultivators. The secret message made the Hive understand that the Yudi family had a rank 5 cultivator in their ranks. What does it say? Noah asked, and Elder Austin didn't fail to increase his excitement with his answer. It's an invitation to help them with the cause received when you were inside the separate dimension. Prince, we have a mole in the Utranation. A mole inside the Utranation. The target of the Hive isn't a territory in the new continent, but those in the old one. Noah exclaimed in his mind as he stored the sheet, and the cube vanished. There was something that he had to do in the old continent, something that he had postponed for years because his power didn't allow him to act freely. His aura suddenly became sharper when he began to think about his father, but Elder Austin promptly reminded him of something that he already knew. Prince, this strategy might make you fulfill your vengeance, but it's still something that can't happen soon. We need to let the Hive grow while destabilizing the Utranation at the same time. Noah nodded when he heard those words, but it took him some time to appease his anger. The Bulvan family was only a medium-sized noble family, meaning that it shouldn't have rank 5 cultivators in its ranks. Even most large-sized noble families didn't have such powerful entities in their ranks due to the strict control that the royals had over the resources of the country. Of course, there were exceptions in every organization, and the Yudi family was a clear example of that. Also, Noah knew from both June and the battle against his uncle that the Elbas family was aiding the Bulvan family to compensate for hiding him. Yet, he didn't know how far the royals could push the already stagnated assets of his family. Thomas should have stayed at the same stage for 100 years. His centers of power shouldn't have much potential left. However, the royals know that the Bulvans are my target. I wouldn't be surprised if they provided them with some countermeasures. Noah thought as Elder Austin gestured him to follow the two demons. He didn't care if more heroic cultivators appeared in his family. The only hindrances that could worry him were his grandfather and eventual inscribed items. The demons led him in the same point where the array had appeared, and Dreaming Demon lightly tapped the pendant on her neck when they entered its area. The shining lines of the formation reappeared on the sandy terrain at that point, and a blinding halo surrounded the three figures as the teleportation activated. Noah didn't need to close his eyes at that time, and he could see the desert being replaced by a barren plain. The environment was different from the separate dimension under the mystical fog. The ground was brown, without any shape that imitated a life form, and the sky was pitch black. Also, Noah could see the end of the plain from his position. The dimension stretched only for a few kilometers, and its width could be matched even by a few space rings. Chasing Demon is far away from Divine Architect's level. We are lucky that the automaton can leave a trace and a few simple meanings so that Rufus can inscribe directly over them. Flying Demon said with a severe tone, and Noah could only nod at his words. The fact that 37 could ease Chasing Demon's work was already an incredible feat. Divine Architect had created an automaton capable of producing simple meanings, and that alone said a lot about her level of expertise. I wonder how far away 37 is from a human. Noah lingered on that thought for a few seconds as he inspected the dimension. There was void all around the plain, and Noah could even sense that the ground wasn't that deep. The sky was limited too, and it only reached a height of a few hundreds of meters. Also, there seemed to be invisible walls right before the void that blocked his advance. It's a tunnel rather than a dimension, Noah said when he finished exploring the entirety of the place. Yes, 37 said that this form was better for our purposes. He is even creating a formation on the surface to hide this dimension from heaven and earth. Dreaming Demon explained, but Flying Demon quickly specified a few aspects of the matter. Well, not creating. He is only setting the blueprint thanks to Rufus' breath. Chasing Demon still has to retrace every line and replace the meanings inside them. It's a bit annoying for him, but it's the best approach to avoid mistakes. Noah listened to their words, but he was more interested in another aspect of the dimension. When will it be ready? He asked as he turned toward the two demons. The couple showed awkward smiles at his question, and they silently decided that it was better to show him the functioning of that tunnel. Flying Demon moved toward one of the invisible walls and created a series of white shards that crashed on it. Noah saw how the shards couldn't pierce the wall, but a slight tremor spread on the ground after the impact. Then, the brown wasteland stretched toward the void in the spot right under Flying Demon. 37 can't tell us how Divine Architect forced the enlargement of the dimension, but he did explain a few methods. However, the most precise at our disposal is the brute force. Dreaming Demon said to explain the events that followed her lover's actions. So, the dimension is ready, but we need to enlarge it to make it useful. Noah gave voice to his summary and landed on the eastern border of the wasteland to test its sturdiness. Tremors spread through the terrain again as Noah punched the invisible wall. His attack didn't match Flying Demon's power, but it still enlarged the dimension toward the east. How much would it take to reach the Bulvin mansion like this? Noah thought while trying to make a few calculations, but he could already know that they wouldn't be precise. Your body can make the enduring demon sect die again of envy. Speaking of which, were the scrolls useful? I'm sorry that most of them couldn't be transcribed completely. Flying Demon asked, but Noah limited himself to nod. The demons already knew that he found Ravaging Demon's technique interesting, but he didn't find it necessary to tell them that his first spell had taken inspiration from it. As for the other scrolls, they couldn't help him even after he learnt a second inscription method. We are waiting for 37 and Chasing Demon to complete the formation on the surface. Then, we will begin to stretch this dimension until it reaches the old continent. Dreaming Demon began to speak, and her eyes revealed a cold expression when she gave voice to her next words. We'll use this time to recover further and maybe even improve. So, be sure to call us when you intend to charge toward your family. Watching your back during your vengeance is the least that we can do to repay you. The two demons began to reveal cold expressions after those words. They were grateful to Noah, and the latter was even starting to consider them as a friend. However, they were also demons. Their coldness was proper of entities that had advanced through the blood of their enemies. Noah had never underestimated them, but he had also never seen that side of them before. That discovery didn't scare him, though. Instead, he was relieved to see that they were somewhat similar to him. Cultivators would face struggles and harsh battles throughout their lives, but only a few of them would develop a similar attitude. I'll surely notify you, Noah said while showing a cold expression of his own. Divine Demon had personally trained the demons. They reflected what Noah had learnt on his own during his life before the archipelago. Chasing Demon was powerful and couldn't bond with someone at the bottom of the heroic ranks, but Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon were different. Noah might not have realized it, but the three of them were past the relationship that simple companions could have. Don't laze around too much. It has been too long since I battled against a cultivator, Noah said before gesturing that he wanted to leave. The two demons revealed smirks at his words, and Dreaming Demon tapped her pendant. A shining array appeared on the black ceiling of the separate dimension, and Noah returned in the desert as soon as he touched it. Elder Austin was still waiting for him on the yellow sand, but his focus seemed to be elsewhere. The royals might complete studying the black flower before the tunnel is set. Noah claimed the attention of the elder with those words, but the latter shook his head when he returned to reality. That's even better. The Elbas family would be forced to recognize that the old continent has exhausted its potential at that point. We want them not to care about the Nation, Prince. Noah could only agree with the explanation of the elder. The three big nations had managed to create wonders during the thousands of years of their rule, but the old continent had its limits. He had seen how the territories deep inside the area of influence of the empire had a scarce density of breadth, and he knew that lands with similar features could be found inside the other nations. The mortal lands were full of breadth, but there was a limit to how many powerful beings they could sustain. Environments would be drained and reduced to wastelands as powerful organizations enlarged. That would limit the number of valuable lands and cause wars. The wars would kill cultivators and release the breath back in the environment, bringing back the cycle to its starting point. Yet, the arrival of the new continent had pushed that cycle further and had momentarily delayed the unavoidable war for precious resources. What if the royals abandon the old continent and our help gives birth to a fifth force? Noah thought at that point. The hive had been able to claim its independence because the three nations didn't care about the archipelago. The same could happen if the royals were to migrate completely, and the cause was left free to conquer the Nation. A land was useless on its own, and names even more so. The Elbas family might even gain the friendship of nobles loyal to the cause. Winning to obtain a barren land isn't that enticing. Noah reviewed the possible outcomes in his mind, but the influence of the hive in the political situation there only lead to beneficial results. The hive could hinder the royals from gaining support by destroying the weaker families loyal to them. That would both weaken their power on the old continent and impede the enlargement of the Elbas family during its migration. Helping a weak country to hurt a strong one. I wonder if we'll ever regret it. That doubt didn't bother Noah too much. It would be impossible to be feared in the mortal lands without an existence at the peak of the heroic ranks, and the cause lacked it. Those nobles would be harmless for more than centuries and would most likely be exploited by other bigger forces. However, the hive couldn't care less since it was only interested in benefiting from the situation. Instead, there was another doubt that Noah didn't manage to suppress since he discovered that the hive was building a separate dimension. Notify me when we are ready. I want to join the raids, Noah said as he set off to return to his quarters. There were still a lot of available improvements with both his inscription methods, and the prospect of a battle made him choose to hone his current abilities as much as he could. Nevertheless, his mind wasn't on his skills as he flew back to his dome. There was something that he had chosen not to think about when he discovered the information about the god of the empire. That something concerned the relationship between the Nation and the most powerful organization of the mortal lands. The empire rises and falls, but what happens to the Nation when its enemy vanishes? There are so many inaccuracies in the historical records. Noah didn't spend time pondering about that issue back then because he didn't have a way to reach the mausoleum without alerting the forces of the empire. There was no point in thinking about something that he couldn't obtain, especially when he was busy with so many projects. However, those thoughts forced their way through his mind when he learnt about the separate dimension. A rank 6 cultivator shouldn't be able to create a formation able to fend off a god even by sacrificing his life. There is something off here, and I'm starting to believe that the mausoleum hides far more than I thought. Noah could only find uncertainties when he pondered about the matter. The history of the Nation was passed down by human cultivators who couldn't completely understand the higher ranks. There was the possibility that all their pride was built on a lie. The mausoleum has 6 layers, or that's what Lisa said. I must be a rank 6 cultivator if I want to explore it completely and if her words reflect the truth. I should just prepare for the raids in the Nation for now. Noah put the matter in the back of his mind again at that point. The events of the Empire and the Nation involved rank 6 existences and gods, and he only had information gathered by human cultivators. He was set on exploring the mausoleum one day, but the project that concerned the Nation was too appealing for him at the moment. The benefits interested him, but he was more focused on the fact that his vengeance was nearing. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon focused on training and stretching the boundaries of the separate dimension as soon as Chasing Demon completed the array that 37 had designed. The yellow sand of the desert lost part of its shine after that project was completed, but no trace of the formation could be seen from its surface. The formation was meant to hide the separate dimension from heaven and earth, so it featured subtle lines that couldn't be noticed from above the sand. Of course, that was only a precaution. The hive wasn't trying to copy the mortal lands. It just wanted to make a tunnel to ambush enemy forces. That structure wouldn't cause the anger of heaven and earth, at least in theory. However, the 37 still suggested adding that layer of protection in case the world noticed some similarities with the dimension created by Divine Architect. The hive set courses to educate the first batch of inscription masters now that the automaton was free, and a new series of missions appeared on the boards managing the human cultivators. There was a need to create hierarchies and different organizations among the human cultivators to push their potential further. The training with the copying technique improved their battle prowess, and the automaton would broaden their knowledge, but they needed to develop a drive. Only conflicts could give birth to determination and strong mindsets, and the hive was doing its best to create a favorable environment for the appearance of heroic cultivators. Even the Empire had different platoons since that feature was needed to create some sort of friendly conflict among the weaker soldiers. Noah knew about those details because the elders kept on informing him while he was busy training. The dimension would take years to reach the old continent, so he could wholeheartedly focus on himself for the time being. His focus was on his inscription methods since they were the key to create techniques and spells that suited him perfectly. Also, reaching a high level of expertise in both of them would facilitate his creations once he became able to wield laws. The primary energy created with his breath was his core material, and Noah did not doubt it. So, he would simply focus on solidifying his foundation until he reached the point where he could affect it. Of course, his ultimate goal was to fuse both the elemental forging method and the will-consuming runes to obtain an even stronger approach that used his meanings as its core. Yet, he could only immerse himself in endless tests to improve his expertise. Noah began to forge disposable items again in his free time. His centers of power had the priority during his seclusion, but he always managed to perform a few forgings and attempt to add runes to his creations. The first experiments turned out to be failures, and the sound of explosions filled his underground quarters in those moments. It had been a while since Noah's creation exploded in that way, but he didn't need to protect himself against them anymore. The first finished products arrived quite soon, though. Noah didn't manage to enhance the same feature of his creations with both his inscription methods, but he found a way to make them work together. His instabilities had the same core, but Noah removed the spikes and replaced them with saber-shaped runes. The blast of the disposable item would create primary energy due to the breath used during the forging, and the runes would absorb it as they shot in the distance. That reduced the number of materials needed for their creation to one and made the cost of the instabilities far more sustainable. Noah only kept a few of them but gave most of his stable products to the hive. He didn't need them, and the hive could provide them to its weaker heroic cultivators since the disposable items had the power in the middle tier of the 4th rank. Noah didn't need to create another will-consuming rune for now, and he couldn't forge items that improved his battle prowess, so he limited himself to inscribe as much as he could. His stash of rank 4 beasts' corpses was vast, and he didn't have much use for them anyway. He could obtain as much peak rank 4 creatures as he wanted in the new continent, so he didn't mind using the weaker ones to train. He also hunted a lot in that period, but the rank 5 beasts that he could kill were hard to find. The colonization forced them to join bigger packs to survive, which created crowded rank 5 danger zones. As for the central areas of the continent, no activity was registered in that period. The experts formulated hypotheses, and the most approved saw the central lands converting all the excessive energy inside their terrain in the birth of a living being. That process seemed to be over after the birth of the rank 6 black flower, and nothing else appeared there. Packs of magical beasts had migrated there, but the terrain was still barren, and they could only feed on the higher density of breath. Noah's body went deeper into the lower tier of the 5th rank in that period, but it didn't obtain any notable increase in its power. Instead, it was his mind that showed incredible improvements. Noah's sea of consciousness had already entered the last stages of the 4th rank before obtaining the will-consuming runes method, and his constant efforts only pushed the enlargement of that center of power further. More than 20 years have passed since I became a rank 4 mage. I think it's time to try it. Noah thought at some point during his seclusion. There was a flaw with his body inscription spell, which Noah couldn't avoid. His blood companions became relatively useless at some point, That flaw had been somewhat eased when Noah began to apply the teachings of the elemental forging method to the spell. But the core issue remained. I can already kill beasts in the 5th rank, and my mind is in the last stages of the 4th rank. Havoc and Zack aren't bad. But do I really need them at this point? Noah thought and quickly accepted that his body alone performed far better than his 2 companions. There should be no issue with the taming part 2, and I even have the saber-shaped rune now. Also, a rank 5 blood companion will increase the internal pressure inside my mind. That last thought was enough to make Noah stand up and exit his quarters to look for suitable prey. Magical beasts of the darkness element weren't as rare as cultivators, but they weren't easy to find either. Noah spent the weeks after he departed from the 4th dome exploring the territories under the domain of the hive, but he didn't find any creature that suited him. Of course, he hunted and ate the beasts in the 5th rank that he could kill, but there didn't seem to be any species of the darkness element in the entirety of the southwestern coast. It must be said that the magical beasts didn't have much space where to thrive after the hive created and enlarged its 4 domes, and some of the strongest creatures had even been captured by chasing demon. Also, there was the rocky wasteland with the lava lake that further repelled living beings. The packs could only venture through the destroyed mountain chain or along the southern coast to find better environments. The fruitless travel only forced Noah to look elsewhere for suitable prey. He couldn't go in the domains of the other nations, but there were areas in the old continent that he knew featured what he needed. His targets had to be limited to the areas of influence of the 3 nations, but he already had an idea of where to find suitable creatures. Noah flew toward the forest of white woods and took the teleportation matrix to return to the Coral Archipelago. Then, he flew toward alongside the mountain chain that divided the areas of influence of the Empire and the Wuxia nation to reach the Afria nation. Noah had made sure to stay away from the city of Slyfall to avoid meeting Drew for the 3rd time, and he had even activated the dark cover spell not to notify the wardens of his presence. He wasn't completing any political task at that time, so it was better if his return in the old continent remained unknown. The Afria nation used to have an encampment of the hive. Still, everything had been removed even before the conquest of the Lutran nation. Yet, Noah's target was more toward the eastern coastline, in the gorge called Granite Abyss. Noah didn't dispel his cover when he reached the gorge and was pleased to notice that the light still couldn't illuminate its depths. "You didn't die in these 20 years then," Noah thought as he dived through the darkness that filled the gorge. Rank 4 dragons of various tiers and species rested in the cavities along the rocky walls, but Noah released a low growl to warn them. That was a battle between rank 5 creatures, and those weak beasts were only allowed to watch it. The situation was quite troublesome since he was in enemy territory, and a fight between beings on that level was bound to create chaos. Noah had to kill the rank 5 cursed dragon quickly before any expert from the Empire came to investigate that area. The growl spread through the walls of the canyon and awakened the weakened rank 5 dragon at its bottom that raised its head to search for the invader. However, it couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Noah's spell was fueled by the energy contained in his liquid dantian, and the dragon couldn't possibly sense him when he made use of his solid-stage battle prowess. The dragon was about to release an angry roar when it didn't find Noah, but 2 trails of black flames appeared next to its neck and teleported 2 fuming slashes. The rank 5 dragon was only in the lower tier, and Noah knew that well since he had managed to survive to its attack when he was only a rank 3 cultivator. Also, it was weakened, so Noah's full-powered attacks managed to inflict deep wounds on its scaled neck. The cursed dragon roared in pain and released a wave of white flames while tilting its head. The flames filled the bottom of the granite abyss and moved toward its upper parts, threatening to reach its entrance. However, a black sphere appeared on their path at some point and absorbed their destructive force inside its shape. Noah wasn't using his liquid breath to fuel his abilities, so he didn't have access to the second form of his martial art and his new spell. However, all his other abilities were on a higher level when he used the energy inside his liquid dantian. Noah's black hole spell absorbed the wave of flames and stored their energy inside its shape. The dragon didn't accept that its flames could be beaten and continued to pour energy inside them. Yet, the dark sphere in front of Noah only became bigger. The dragon had to stop its offensive at some point, and Noah directly exploited that chance to teleport the spell above its figure. The dark sphere began to destabilize when it came out of the black flames, and exploded when it touched the body of the cursed dragon. The condensed energy of the white flames, together with part of Noah's energy, was released in less than an instant and enveloped the weakened rank 5 beast. Cracks appeared on the rocky walls, and some boulders began to fall toward the bottom of the canyon. The clash between 2 rank 5 creatures was bound to affect the environment drastically. Nevertheless, Noah had to be quick. He kicked the air and sprinted toward the dragon while the might of the blast was still injuring it. Then, he delivered 4 fast slashes on the wounded neck of the beast when he reached it. Even the sturdy scales of a dragon couldn't endure Noah's physical might, especially those belonging to a weakened creature. The dragon died as Noah severed its head, and he stored everything inside his space ring before using the warp spell to leave the canyon. His last attacks had shattered the terrain under the beast and caused an earthquake that destabilized the entire structure of the granite abyss. Big boulders began to fall and fill the bottom of the gorge. Yet, Noah had already reappeared in the forest on the surface and was flying at full speed through the trees. Noah flew south until he reached the mountain chain, where he dug a cave with his bare hands. His senses didn't pick up any presence, so he was quite sure that no one had noticed and followed him. Noah made the entrance of the cave crumble and took out his 2 rank 4 demonic swords when the darkness filled that underground area. The sabers appeared perfectly fine, but Noah was able to notice with his consciousness that minute cracks filled their insides. Those rank 4 items were reaching their limits since Noah kept on fighting creatures in the 5th rank. Also, Noah was simply too strong, and those inscribed weapons were barely able to endure his physical might. I need to become a rank 5 mage soon, Noah thought as he prepared the procedure for the creation of a blood companion. He was far too used to that practice, and the only problem at that point was piercing his skin. Noah prepared the blood and the heart of the dragon for the procedure. A cursed dragon wasn't ideal to be a blood companion, but Noah was mostly interested in increasing the pressure inside his sea of consciousness. He could just change companion later on, but his priority was his center of power now. Becoming a rank 5 mage would push his battle prowess further in the 5th rank, and it would give him access to more powerful tools to analyze his individuality. Also, it would indirectly improve the divine deduction technique, which was his most vital asset in the creation of methods and spells. Sacrificing 2 peak rank 4 companions for that boost was worth it in his mind. Finding the perfect meaning for the blood and heart was easy since Noah could benefit only from one aspect of the cursed dragon. Couldn't fly, and its defense was average among the other species of dragons. Yet, its flames were powerful, and Noah still remembered the images of the battle against the immense heaven tribulation. Light disappears when I spread my maws. My flames are so blinding that they can appear only in the complete darkness. Noah thought as he immersed his breath inside his mental energy to imbue that meaning. His sharp breath transformed into blinding tongues of black flames when it resurfaced, and Noah didn't hesitate to mix it with the materials needed for the spell. My breath still carries a sharp and destructive force even after I imbued it with another meaning. These features aren't rejecting each other, but the result is somewhat impure nonetheless. Noah analyzed as he evaluated the effects that his individuality had on the forging process. Creating pure meanings hadn't been easy in the past, but he had always managed to isolate the specific aspect that he wanted to enhance. However, he didn't manage to cut away his individuality at that time. This impurity doesn't affect its actual power, but I wonder if there would be some conflict with other meanings. I should try to forge some defensive items just to test this aspect. Noah appointed that note in his mind as he proceeded with the procedure. The blood and heart of the dragon accepted Noah's energy without any problem, so he only had to draw the dragon on his skin now. Noah's expression became cold as he proceeded on destroying Zack and Havoc's figures while releasing a series of his saber-shaped runes. His mind wasn't affected by the loss of his blood companion in the slightest, so Noah could immediately approach the final stages of the spell. The runes in the air formed a peculiar picture under his control. The shape of a wingless dragon took form, and Noah began to release part of his breath to accelerate the absorption of energy. The runes remained still in that layout as they absorbed the breath and primary energy around them. Noah waited until their power reached the peak of the solid stage before undressing the upper part of his robe and placing his bare chest in front of the dragon's drawing. He knew that his body would heal quickly and that his inscribed sabers would probably struggle to stab him deep enough. So, he had to use one of his most potent spells to create precise wounds where he could insert the dragon's blood. Noah controlled the runes to crash on his chest when they reached the required power to hurt him. The spell stabbed his skin and pierced his muscles before being stopped by his bones. Noah ignored the pain and immersed one of his non-inscribed sabers inside the barrel that contained the dragon's blood. Then, he retracted the array of runes and used the weapon to trace the wound that they had left on his body. Noah's chest was a mess, but his muscles and skin soon began to heal as he traced his wounds with the bloody weapon. His calculations turned out to be correct since he managed to finish the drawing before his body healed. Noah ate the heart of the rank 5 cursed dragon after that success, and he directly focused on his sea of consciousness at that point. The ethereal figure of the wingless dragon appeared inside his mind, and Noah could only reveal a smile when he felt the pressure that it generated. "This is perfect. I might gain weeks of training with it," Noah thought as his complete focus went on taming the will of the dragon. The creature had an incredible pride, and Noah's meanings couldn't wholly restrain it. However, he was far too used to that kind of battles, and he had new assets inside his mental sphere that could help him defeat the struggling beast. His mental energy created wills that carried the effects of his translated spells, and his saber-shaped rune flew at high speed over the sea in his mind while piercing the ethereal dragon. The Xianxia runes hummed, and Noah's half-transparent figure used ethereal sabers to weaken the will of the beast further. Shockwaves spread through the walls of the Sea of Consciousness as the battle unfolded, and Noah felt barely able to remain conscious at specific points. That was the most potent enemy that his mental sphere had ever faced, and Noah was going all out to defeat it. The territorial advantage ultimately tilted the scales of the battle on Noah's side. The dragon continued to lose energy while Noah could use all his methods to contain it and slowly wear it out. The beast didn't even manage to touch the walls of his mind before Noah forced it to fall in the sea. He felt tired when the battle was over, but there was some satisfaction inside him. The outcome of that battle proved that he could subdue rank 5 magical beasts, even if the lower tier were his current limit. The differences between the tiers tend to enlarge as the rank increases. "I wonder when I'll be able to hunt a rank 5 beast in the middle tier." Noah began to evaluate his battle prowess and the future ranks, but he was soon forced to suppress those thoughts since he noticed that something was off. The ethereal dragon had fallen in the sea, and Noah had sensed its destruction. Yet no half-transparent figure appeared at the center of his sea of consciousness. Noah did a quick scan through his mental energy. He didn't believe that something could escape his view in his personal world. However, a sudden tremor swept the entirety of his mental sphere and forced him to focus on its walls. Noah's mind trembled, and it took a while before he was able to regain his focus. He immediately analyzed the state of his walls to see if something had happened to them, but surprise replaced his worry when he looked at them. The walls were perfectly fine, but he noticed that the size of his mental sphere had increased by a lot in those short seconds. Noah reviewed the event that followed the defeat of the ethereal dragon in his mind. Something like that had never happened to him, but the sudden enlargement of his sea of consciousness had immediately claimed his complete focus. "I would normally obtain this improvement in more than a week of training. What is happening?" Noah questioned himself, but it soon became clear to him that the event was linked to the changes applied by his body to his centers of power. The brown sea under his half-transparent figure didn't reveal anything, and its water radiated the same features that any mental energy would have. Yet nothing else could be the cause of what had happened. Did my mental energy devour the will of the rank 5 cursed dragon? That question was the only conclusion that Noah could reach at that point. After all, the black mark on his chest had disappeared, meaning that the body inscription spell had failed. My dantian processes the breakthrough on its own, and stress doesn't seem to affect it. The credits to that can go to the innate adaptability of the magical beasts and their superior resistance. These features weren't applied to my mind, but my mental energy should have still gained something from the magical beasts world. Noah summarized, but he knew that there was only one way to test that. A dark layer materialized and adhered to his skin as Noah activated the dark cover spell before shooting out of the cave. The loss of his blood companions didn't affect his battle prowess that much, but he still wanted to return to the southwestern coast of the new continent to test his discovery. The journey back to the Coral Archipelago was uneventful since Noah avoided the crowded areas and ignored the magical beasts that filled the mountain chain. Noah didn't waste time in social events once reached the islands, and he directly took the teleportation matrix back to the forest of White Woods. Then, he went looking for any beast in the 4th rank as soon as he flew past the white crowns of the forest. Noah quickly found a rank 4 saber-toothed tiger in the middle tier along the eastern border of the Azure Plain. He dived on it without hesitation, killing the beast and creating a deep cavity in the process. The corpse of the tiger was in a terrible state after Noah dragged it underground, but he had made sure to keep its heart intact. The preparations for the body inscription spell were completed in less than 10 minutes, and Noah didn't even bother to imbue a specific meaning to its core. The array of runes appeared again in front of him, and Noah carefully made it take the shape of the tiger before using it to wound his body. Noah completed the following requirements smoothly, and he focused on the insides of his mental sphere after. The ethereal figure of the tiger appeared above his sea, but one swing from the saber-shaped rune was enough to subdue it. Then, Noah focused on his brown mental energy and on the fragments of the tiger's figure that were under the surface of his sea. To his surprise, his mental energy engulfed the fragments and made them disappear without leaving any trace. The walls of his mental sphere began to shake, but the tremors stopped in less than a second. Still, Noah could see that his sea of consciousness had improved once again when he regained his focus. His real eyes revealed a cold light when he turned his gaze toward the maimed corpse of the tiger, and he could barely contain the excitement caused by that discovery. "My mental energy can devour beasts' wills," Noah exclaimed in his mind as he analyzed the possibilities that his new ability opened. The test with the tiger proved that his mental energy could devour the wills of magical beasts of different elements, and even their species didn't seem to affect that feature. The body nourishing technique condenses a beast's will through its core to allow me to fight and submit it. Yet, my mental energy has gained the devouring properties of the magical beast's world. My body can improve through their flesh, and my mind can enlarge through their wills. Noah thought while being aware that he could be sure of those conclusions only after more tests. However, that was what he intended to do. The ability to improve the mental sphere by eating others' wills was too powerful to be taken lightly, and he was sure that there had to be drawbacks of some sort. Yet, he could learn more about it only by experimenting. Noah spent the following weeks hunting magical beasts of various elements, species, and ranks. He would perform the procedure for the creation of a blood companion on each prey to see if there were differences in the outcome, but his mental energy didn't fail to absorb their figures every time. It soon became apparent that his initial conclusions were on point. His mental energy had obtained the devouring capabilities of the magical beast's world. Nevertheless, he became aware of the drawbacks of that ability too. The breakthrough of his body had made his dantian incredibly sturdy, but his sea of consciousness didn't gain that feature. The sudden enlargements affected the stability of his mind, even if it was exceptionally firm for his level. "I can't abuse it. My mental sphere would just become too frail if I don't let it rest. Yet, this is far better than relying on the passive pressure created by a blood companion. I wonder if I can condense this ability into a training method for the mind. I even wonder if I can use it to feed on human wills." Countless ideas appeared in Noah's mind once he became sure of the limits of that ability. He knew that obtaining the 6th Xianxia rune would be a problem. Chasing Demon was bound to have it, but there were 7 rank 5 mages in the hive that needed that too. As for the matter concerning the human wills, Noah was quite confident in its feasibility. The body inscription spell could theoretically be used on every living being as long as they had blood and an edible core. However, the spell was only able to replicate the body of such beings, which made humans unsuitable for the procedure. Nevertheless, Noah didn't intend to turn them into puppets but only wanted to feed on their wills. Noah also had to find a solution for his lack of blood companions. He didn't control that feature of his mental energy, and he wouldn't be able to succeed in the procedure if he didn't contain it. All these changes come from my rank 5 body, and I can only thoroughly understand them when my mind reaches the same rank. Noah thought that at that point and decided to put those issues in the back of his mind until he became a rank 5 mage. Many nobles and wealthy cultivators use drugs to strengthen the structure of their seas of consciousness since their lofty lifestyles prevented it from happening naturally. Enduring and overcoming struggles were the best methods that cultivators had to improve the sturdiness of their mental spheres. Still, that usually conflicted with their habit of secluding themselves to focus on absorbing breath. That approach was only natural since the ranks of the mental spheres didn't have stages or tiers, which didn't allow them to express clear signs of their might unless they reached the next level. The body was usually the easiest to train, and the dantian would boost one's battle prowess by a lot with every breakthrough. Cultivators would obviously focus them. Noah had always been different in that field due to the advantage provided by his transmigration. Yet, that advantage was bound to wear off as his rank increased, and discovering the new ability of his mental energy had made him reach that point. He had a method that allowed him to train his sea of consciousness extremely fast, but he would need to sacrifice its sturdiness to obtain the best out of it. Of course, Noah wasn't willing to do that. The foundation of a center of power was more important than its level because it was part of its potential. Noah would only sacrifice it if his life depended on it, but there was no reason to do so in such a peaceful period. However, that didn't mean that he was giving up on absorbing the wills of powerful magical beasts. Noah contacted the elders as soon as he finished his tests and requested a large number of drugs that strengthened mental spheres. The elders didn't hesitate to accept his request, but he still had to wait a couple of weeks before they delivered the goods to him. The hive had accepted to help the Yudi family with the cause, meaning that it could request for the best drugs that the Nation had to offer. Also, the Yudi family would be forced to set a favorable price to the trade since it was in its best interest to help its ally. I wonder what Daniel would think if he knew that all these pills are for me. Noah revealed a smirk when he saw the massive pile of drugs amassed at the bottom of his underground quarters. The elders didn't hesitate to purchase a large stash since they were used by then to Noah's unrestrained behavior when it came to cultivation. That, coupled with the fact that he was the demon prince and with his achievements in the separate dimension, made the elder go all out with that purchase. After all, they knew that Noah would just give back the drugs that he didn't need to the hive, and those kinds of pills were always useful in the nurturing of both human and heroic cultivators. Noah didn't hesitate to immerse himself again in his training when the drugs arrived. They were inner fire pills, and most of them were in the 3rd rank, with only a few dozens in the 4th rank. Pills and potions in the 3rd rank didn't have much effect on centers of power in the heroic ranks, but Noah could obtain some small results making up with their quantity. Also, obtaining so many resources in the 4th rank wasn't exactly easy, only so many noble families could have access to them. Noah began his cycle of reinforcement and enlargement of his sea of consciousness when everything arrived. The inner fire pills would create a burning sensation that increased the firmness of the walls of his sphere, while devouring the wills of the magical beasts enlarged it. Repeating that cycle so often would eventually hurt his mind, but Noah didn't go overboard at that time. He felt that the peak of the 4th rank was nearing far faster than before already, and he had a lot to work on with his 2 inscription methods. The cycle benefited his body too since he hunted for the available rank 5 creatures in the lower tier whenever he found one. Of course, most of his focus was on his 2 inscription methods. He wanted to increase his expertise as much as he could in case the breakthrough provided him with some enlightenment. Ideas on how to forge runes appeared and vanished in his mind during that period of training, but they were just too vague for him to test anything. Then, the message that he had waited for almost 2 years after seeing the dimension arrived in his inscribed notebook. We reached the western coast of the old continent. Flying Demon's voice resounded in his mental sphere as he listened to the message. Noah couldn't help but feel excited about that. The cooperation with the cause was finally starting, and it was time to attack the nobles in their own home. Noah flew out of his quarters and reached for the desert at that point. Entering the separate dimension required a specific key, and Elder Julia didn't hesitate to provide it to him. Then, it was only a matter of landing on the precise spot of the entrance. Noah could immediately notice how bigger the dimension was when he entered inside it for the first time in 2 years. Its width didn't increase by much, but it stretched so far in the distance that Noah wasn't able to see its end even in the stillness of that environment. Reaching the other side of that tunnel took some time, and Noah simply spent that period flying alone toward the demons. Divine Architect created the dimension with the intent of copying the mortal lands, so space wasn't stretched nor compressed inside there. The tunnel stretched from the western coast of the new continent to the west side of the old one, so Noah had to fly for months to reach its end. The figures of the two demons appeared in the distance at some point, and Noah was pleasantly surprised to discover that they both seemed to have improved. Dreaming Demon's aura emanated an innate pressure that affected the area around her, but it was Flying Demon the one who showed the most evident changes. The man's aura seeped in the stillness around him and spread a chilling sensation that further enhanced the motionlessness of the dimension. Noah, we almost are under the Yudi mansion. You can start enlarging on that side to reach the Coral Archipelago. Everything should be set in a few months, Flying Demon exclaimed when he sensed Noah's presence, and the latter turned toward the north when he heard his words. The hive would create checkpoints inside the dimension to facilitate the transport of assets before starting with the assault on the noble families. However, all the preparations were almost complete. The mansion of the Yudi family was one of the most massive structures in the entirety of the Utra nation. The mansion could be found at the center of Nightborn City, on the eastern areas of the nation, and many paved roads stretched from it. Those paths connected the Yudi family to the other noble families under its domain, but they also led to specific strategic spots. The Elbas family left the large-sized noble families in charge of cities inside their respective regions, but it exacted taxes every year. Those families would produce the necessities that kept the commoners and weak human cultivators alive, while the royals focused on the matters concerning the cultivation world. Of course, the large-sized families would just task the weaker families under their domain to take care of those matters. They couldn't just leave the Elbas family becoming stronger without trying to do the same, but the control of the royals was among the strictest in the entirety of the mortal lands. They had spies everywhere, and they even offered beneficial agreements to anyone willing to serve them. However, ambitious underlings would always appear in every organization, especially when some of them had spectacular talent. The Yudi family was the most powerful noble family, and it had one of the most promising talents in its ranks. Also, that talent was a cultivator with a light aptitude, which further enhanced his importance. That talent, his father, and the other heroic cultivators in the family were eagerly waiting in the garden of their mansion at that time. We have been through this once already. Octavia, please. This time is different. He will definitely come. A masked heroic cultivator and Daniel exchanged words as they took glances at the terrain of the garden. They had received a communication that day in which the hive asked for the precise location of their mansion. Of course, the Yudi family gave them the instructions and even offered to prepare a formation in a safe area inside Nightborn City. Yet, the elders of the hive were set on arriving directly inside its mansion. The Yudi family could only accept their terms at that point, which led to the current situation where its heroic assets were waiting for the arrival of their allies. Daniel, I'm happy that he helped you, even if only indirectly. Yet, remember that we are just tools in their eyes. They aren't helping us out of goodwill. Octavia warned Daniel again. Octavia, I'm not a kid anymore. They'll use us to weaken the Elbas family and raid some mansion, while we'll use them to leave the Utra nation to the cause. We'll just submit to the royals if the hive tries to take this land from us. Daniel exuded a firm resolution when he said those words, and Octavia couldn't help but accept that he had grown. She knew that Daniel had always been inclined to see the good in people, but that attitude was too naive, especially for someone in the heroic ranks. However, that aspect of him changed after meeting Noah in the new continent. Daniel had finally begun to focus on himself and stop thinking like the leader of a revolution. His Earth tribulation had gone smoothly thanks to his new mindset, and even his cultivation level had steadily improved at that point. Daniel was a complete heroic cultivator near the peak of the gaseous stage now, which was something worthy of respect for someone who didn't create a cultivation technique. Yet, Octavia was still worried about the strange relationship that he had with Noah. The latter was a demon who kept on breaking records whenever he took a step forward, and she knew that Daniel respected that side of him. That respect could quickly become an inferiority complex able to affect his potential, and Octavia didn't want to see that happen. Shining lines suddenly appeared on the surface of the garden while she had those thoughts. The heroic assets of the Yudi family immediately focused on the array that was slowly appearing right inside their mansion. The elders of the hive didn't reveal anything except for the fact that they would appear there, and the nobles could only accept that they had some secret teleportation method. Yet, they still felt surprised when they saw that powerful figures came out from the ground without alerting the defensive measures placed all around their mansion and city. Ian Yudi stepped on to greet the guests when the light of the teleportation disappeared, but he soon stopped his track when he noticed their power. There were 4 figures, and only 3 of them were cultivators. However, 2 of them were in the 5th rank, and the last one was Noah Bulvin. The 4th life form was an ethereal middle-aged man that looked like a scholar. I see. They really are far above the standards of this era. Shut up. We brought you along just for a quick look. You must return to the hive when you are done. Greetings. We will briefly discuss the strategy with the rank 5 existence and then be on our way. Please, don't touch this formation, or we will end this cooperation. 37. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon spoke as soon as they appeared in the open. Instead, Noah remained silent as he lifted his head to gaze at the sky. Countless emotions appeared inside him as he closed his eyes to immerse his senses in the environment. Almost 40 years have passed. Noah thought as images of his life inside the Nation appeared in his mind, only to disperse due to the noise that his companions were creating. 37 had begun to fly around, uncaring that his form kept on losing energy due to his distance from the pendant. Flying Demon shouted at him as he tried to bring the automaton back inside the separate dimension. Dreaming Demon was completely ignoring the 2 of them as she tried to greet the incredulous nobles. The great allies coming from overseas were just a chaotic group. Of course, Ian quickly recovered from that sight. After all, their cultivation level didn't lie. Those 2 rank 5 cultivators alone were more potent than the entirety of the heroic assets of the Yudi family. Couldn't be helped. The fragmented political system of the Nation didn't allow the nobles to accumulate that much power on themselves. Having 1 rank 5 cultivator in their ranks was already the best that those organizations under the rule of the royals could do. Esteemed guests, we were waiting for you. Please, come to my chambers. An aged voice echoed through the mansion at some point, and the group from the hive could immediately understand that it came from the rank 5 existence of the Yudi family. Their expressions turned severe since it wasn't wise underestimating someone so strong when in the middle of his territory. Yet, that voice also signaled the beginning of their invasion. The 2 demons worked together to send 37 back inside the separate dimension at that point. They couldn't control the automaton, but the fact that it was losing energy, coupled with a few promises, convinced him to return to the hive. 37 could travel through the dimension freely since he had set its structure, and he wasn't affected by its length like ordinary cultivators. He could just travel from side to side in a matter of hours since he could directly fuse with its fabric. That greatly helped in setting exits in strategic points since Chasing Demon couldn't just leave the headquarters of the hive. Flying Demon had to learn how to create entrances and exits in the years spent inside the tunnel, but it didn't take him much to achieve that with the help of the automaton. Yet, in the end, the hive obtained a tunnel that connected the desert in the southwestern coast with the Coral Archipelago and the Yudi Mansion. Noah and the 2 demons followed Ian that led them in the private quarters of the powerhouse of his family. Daniel, Octavia, and 2 other heroic cultivators went with them and bowed when the aged figure of a rank 5 cultivator appeared in their view. Noah and the demons performed polite gestures too when they saw an elderly man sitting in the middle of a hall illuminated by a multicolored light. The elderly man had long white hair and a long white beard, but he appeared refined and full of energy. The source of the multicolored light was a peculiar fire burning behind the cultivator. The color of the tongues of flames changed every second in a perpetual cycle. They would go from the brightest red color to the darkest blue shade, only to return red after passing through other colors. The trio from the hive could immediately understand that the cultivator used that fire to gain enlightenment on the laws of the fire element. The power of your family is surprising, Dreaming Demon said after the doors of those quarters closed behind her back. Noah couldn't help but nod internally at that compliment. Noble families usually struggled to have heroic cultivators in their ranks, but the Yudi family had 5 of them in the 4th rank and 1 in the 5th. This is surprising even for the strongest noble family. The other big nations are lucky that the power of the Utra nation is so fragmented. Noah thought as he updated his calculations concerning the assets of the other forces. The hive had a bit more than 60 heroic cultivators after the growth experienced in the last years and the return of the 2 demons. However, he knew that the big nations were bound to have a few hundred of them. The Papal nation and the Utra nation didn't have a united front though, so that number didn't reflect the actual power that the council and the royals could unleash. Please, my family isn't worthy of your compliments when it failed to achieve the same feats of the archipelago. I'm Amos Yudi, and I officially welcome you to my family. May our plan benefit us both. Amos stood up to perform a bow after he said those words, and some of the nobles in the room showed complex expressions at that sight. Their family had asked the help of the hive, which was renowned for being the house of traitors and criminals. Also, Amos had bowed toward Noah too, who was more than famous for his crimes against the nobility. The end justified the means, but some of those nobles weren't happy to see what they considered criminals receive so much respect. Of course, Noah and the demons simply ignored the reactions of the rank 4 cultivators and neared Amos. It didn't matter what those nobles thought. They would still be stronger than them. How is the situation? Do we have a target already? Dreaming Demon asked when the trio reached Amos. She was the politest of the 3 and the most refined too, so she would obviously in charge of those negotiations. Yes, we have prepared a detailed map. Amos waved his hand, and a table that had the map of the Utra nation drawn on its surface appeared among them. The other nobles neared the table, and the 9 heroic cultivators in the room simply gathered around it, waiting for more explanations. The Utra nation has 12 large-size families, 33 medium-sized families, and 50 small-sized families still inside its borders. The arrival of the new continent has deeply modified the previous political environment, and the royals didn't hesitate to exploit that event to their needs. The trio from the hive nodded when Amos began to explain, but only Noah could understand how deeply the situation had changed there. There used to be far more noble families in the past. I bet that most of them have moved in the new continent or pledged loyalty to the royals in these years. Noah thought without moving his gaze from the map. His eyes wandered on the southern part of the nation, where the Bulvan mansion was. Even the demons were busy memorizing the map. The separate dimension required precise calculations to avoid mistakes in placing the exits, which was why the hive had to wait for the Yudi family before appearing in its mansion. We should take out the small-sized families still loyal to the royals and then move to the medium-sized ones. Flying Demon said at some point, and Amos could only nod at his words before pointing toward one of the small dots on the map. This is the Karner family, and it only has 1 incomplete heroic cultivator in its ranks. We have already planned a safe road dash. No need. We just need to know the exact location. Flying Demons interrupted Amos's phrase, and the latter showed an expressionless face at that gesture. It was clear that the hive intended to use its methods during that battle and that it wanted to keep them a secret from the cause. Yet, the Yudi family couldn't just open the doors of the Utra nation to an enemy nation. The cause would just exchange one ruler for another at that point. To tell the truth, the hive had no interest in that territory. It just wanted to plunder as many resources as it could, while also weakening one enemy. However, the Yudi family couldn't be sure of that, and it had to take as many precautions as it could in that matter. Amos remained silent for a while before giving voice to his conditions. My family will provide all the information that you need, but you must take Daniel with you. Impossible. Dreaming Demon quickly rejected Amos' offer, but the latter took out a token that radiated the power of the 5th rank before adding a few words. Bind him to an oath, but take him with you. The cause won't be on your side if you refuse even this small requirement. They are scared. Noah thought when he saw that Amos was willing to use an oath in the 5th rank just to include Daniel in their team. Flying Demon shot a glance toward his lover, but Dreaming Demon just shook her head. The hive couldn't trust such an inscribed item so quickly, and it wasn't ready to reveal the existence of the separate dimension to the world. The tunnel was the perfect tool to ambush enemies without leaving any trace, and the elders were sure that they could use it to take advantage of certain situations. Yet, they also needed the information of the Yudi family to know the exact layout of the Utranation. We'll need to inspect it, Dreaming Demon said after a short moment of silence. Both Amos and the group from the hive were hesitant, but the latter didn't strictly need to complete that task. On the other hand, the cause would be powerless against the assets of the Elbas family without the help of the 4th force in the mortal lands. One side had to take a leap of faith, but the hive didn't need to be that side. In the end, Amos handed the token to Dreaming Demon, and she gave it to her lover, who returned to the garden. One of the nobles accompanied him, but Flying Demon simply disappeared inside the separate dimension, carrying the token with him. The other cultivators waited in silence for his return, but Noah and the elder knew that it would take at least half an hour for their companion to contact 37 and make him analyze the token. There were ways to break oaths, and the automaton had to make sure that there wasn't a method prepared beforehand. Noah continued to study the map during that silence, and he completely ignored the curious glances that Daniel, Ian, and Octavia shot toward him. The fact that Noah had reached the liquid stage in those few years was just one of the many surprises that his figure hid. His body had reached the 5th rank, and there seemed to be an incredible amount of energy contained in it. Also, his mental sphere was far more potent than before, and even Amos was surprised to notice that it was nearing the peak of the 4th rank. All of that while Noah wasn't even 60. Daniel didn't even try to probe Noah with his mental energy, since the latter was surrounded by a sharp aura that threatened to destroy everything that came near him. That alone made him realize that Noah had increased the distance between them even further. Asking about the Bulvin mansion is easy, but how do I learn more about the Balor family without making them suspect anything? Noah thought as he pondered about that issue. Almost everyone in the world knew about his hatred toward his family, but only the elders were aware of his relationship with June. Noah wanted to keep it that way for now since they had both agreed on that part, but he still wanted to find a way to see her. However, the branch of the Balor family was on the new continent, so he couldn't be sure that the Yudi family knew its exact position now. I wonder if I can use Daniel for that. Noah continued to think in silence until the doors of Amos' training area opened again, and Flying Demon returned to the meeting. His simple nod was enough to confirm that the token was fine and that they could take Daniel with them. Of course, the demons didn't hold back in their conditions. Daniel would be able to talk about the results obtained, but the oath would force him to keep everything else a secret. The conditions covered the discussions that he heard during their missions too, meaning that Noah and the elders could even speak freely in his presence. Amos didn't care about those strict conditions, and Daniel seemed quite eager to join the group. After all, the Yudi family only needed to know that the hive wasn't planning something behind their backs. They would never dare to scheme against an organization that had a rank 6 existence in its lead. Amos revealed the coordinates of the Karner family when Daniel sealed the oath, and the 4 of them immediately returned to the separate dimension after that. How did you obtain something like that? Daniel asked when the insides of the tunnel appeared in his view. Noah and the demons didn't answer him and simply turned their gazes toward the ethereal man that was taking form on the brown ground. 37 already knew what he had to do. He flew toward the noble and began to analyze him thoroughly. Daniel was initially surprised by that sudden event, but the cold gazes of the 3 heroic cultivators next to him forced him to stay still. He's clear, and the oath will cover everything. 37 returned inside the fabric of the dimension after he said that, and Daniel could finally relax at those words. I don't understand, why did they send you? This is not exactly a training mission. Flying Demon complained as soon as the automaton disappeared, but Noah quickly solved his doubt. He has a light aptitude. He is the banner of the cause. Daniel wanted to retort, But Dreaming Demon had even sharper comments about that matter. I see. Your family hopes that you can start to resemble our prince. Good luck with that. The two demons were unaware of the details behind the Yudi family. They only knew that it was the most powerful noble family outside of the control of the royals. Yet, now they understood that there had to be some sort of relationship between Noah and Daniel. I won't become like him. I just need experience. Daniel answered, and Flying Demon could only shake his head at that reply. Daniel was older than Noah, but he had lived a comfortable life. His family had trained him well and provided him with everything he needed, but he was aware that he was lacking in many aspects. Do what you want. However, you must make yourself useful since you joined our group. You'll help the human assets in clearing the Carner Mansion while I take care of the fake heroic cultivator. Noah ordered as he moved toward the north of the dimension. The hive had the coordinates of the Carner family, but it still had to make the dimension reach the area under it, and Daniel couldn't see them doing that. The oath prevented him from speaking about what he learned there, but he could still use that knowledge to plan strategies in the future. So, he couldn't learn how it worked. Wait, I can help you. Why should I fight against human cultivators? Daniel complained, but a pair of cold gazes landed on his figure when he questioned Noah's orders. The demons instinctively felt angry when they saw Daniel's lack of respect, but Noah's next words made them reveal a smirk and relax the pressure that they were radiating. Because I say so. Daniel could only obey Noah's orders in that situation. His role was simply to report the hive's achievement to the cause, so that the latter's forces would know that the Utra nation wouldn't be taken away from them. As for the strategies and the methods, they were in the hive's hands. Flying Demon led Daniel through one of the branches of the tunnel, where he found a series of hooded human cultivators camping on the barren ground. They were the forces previously prepared by the hive and teleported through the entrance placed in the Coral Archipelago. Moving from the southwestern coast of the new continent to the old one would simply take too long, so the entrance on the islands was a strategic checkpoint. The hive could just teleport its human assets in the archipelago and deploy them inside the separate dimension from there to shorten their travel. Yet, some elders were already building specific formations inside the dimension to solve that issue. They just didn't have time to do it until then. 37's teachings were too valuable, especially for heroic cultivators that had never gained access to inscription methods. The hive had chosen to prioritize its power rather than the layout of the dimension. Meanwhile, Noah and Dreaming Demon focused on stretching the tunnel toward the coordinates provided by the Yudi family. The process was slow, but they had become used to it by then. Also, Dreaming Demon had tuned some of her peculiar mental waves to exploit the weaknesses of the dimension in that period, which considerably quickened its enlargement. Daniel felt tremors spreading through the structure of the dimension while he was with the human assets, but he couldn't understand what Noah and the Elder were up to from his position. 2 weeks had to pass before the group managed to reach their destination, and Noah directly contacted Flying Demon at that point. Today's mission is simple. Kill every cultivator and seize every resource. Don't leave anything behind, or you'll be in the front line in the next war. Noah gave voice to those orders when the human assets gathered in the spot right under the Carner family. Flying Demon was busy placing the door to the outside world, and Noah was using that time to instruct the troops about the task. The key was to kill anyone witnessing their arrival and to take care of the higher-ups of the family. The human ascents under him showed resolute auras after his words. The demon prince would personally lead them into a mission. There wasn't a higher honor in the minds of those rank 3 cultivators. Also, they were elites chosen due to their achievements in the training grounds in the new continent, so they had always known that a chance to show their prowess would come. We are ready, Flying Demon said, and Noah nodded at him while landing on the newly built array. Daniel and the human assets followed him, and the light of the teleportation soon enveloped their figures. The coordinates provided by the Yudi family were so accurate that Flying Demon managed to place the door right at the center of the Carner Mansion. Nobles had a fair number of traditions that could be exploited, and one of them saw them placing their training rooms or halls right at the center of their mansions. The patriarch of the Carner family was lazily training with the 4th Kezier rune inside his quarters when he saw shining lines appearing on the reinforced floor of the room. His surprise quickly turned into fear when he saw a group of 20 or so hooded figures appearing right above the array. Yet, he didn't even have the time to muster his strength since a hand suddenly filled his field of view. Noah's alertness was at its peak since he entered the formation, and Lord Karner's presence didn't escape his senses when he resurfaced. Instants were vital in a battle between heroic cultivators, but Lord Karner only had a rank 4 Danteon in the gaseous stage. Also, his mind was in the 3rd rank, which put him far behind Noah's reaction time. Lord Karner didn't even feel pain when the hand reached him. His vision simply went dark in less than an instant. He didn't even feel that his head had been turned into a pulp. Daniel stared at Noah's hooded figure with wide eyes. He hadn't been able to follow Noah's movements, but the latter had killed the strongest cultivator of a small-sized noble family in the time that he took him to notice his action. However, the human cultivators around him began to move, and that forced him to suppress his amazement to join them in the raid. Screams and shouts echoed through the mansion as the troops from the hive spread through its corridors and rooms. Noah didn't move from the training area, but simply seized the Danteon and the rings of the dead patriarch and waited for everyone to regroup. He didn't believe that the Elbas family would be able to blame the hive since there wasn't any proof of its movements. But Noah still wanted to avoid leaving traces of the darkness element when he could. I obtained the same amount of nourishment from peak rank for magical beasts. These nobles. Noah sighed when he felt the amount of energy absorbed by his body after he ate Lord Karner's Danteon. Small-size families were way too weak for his level, and the less powerful of them could even lack complete heroic cultivators. Taking them down with these preparations is simply too easy. However, things might become troublesome once we move to medium-sized families. Noah thought as he stored the corpse of the patriarch when he sensed that his troops were already regrouping in his position. There were exceptions in the political system of the Wuxia nation, and the Balor family was an example of that. June's family had 2 heroic cultivators even if it was considered a small-size family. That amount of power came from the fact that the Balors had declined over time. They didn't have the wealth to be considered a medium-sized family, but they were still far more potent than the Karner family. The same was true for large-sized families that had declined. The hive would have to face nobles without enough wealth to reach a higher social status, but with enough assets that matched it. The Balors live near the capital, so I can't discover their position from the outside world. Still, I might be able to do something for the Bulvins. The only issue is that I don't know how powerful the Shasti family is. Plans and schemes surged in Noah's mind as the human assets and Daniel returned to the central area. Their black, hooded robes were covered in blood, and Noah was even able to notice that Daniel was wearing a sour expression under his hood. However, Noah ignored the matter and activated the array that brought them back inside the separate dimension. The 2 demons waited for the group to leave the formation before launching attacks on the barren ground of the dimension. The shining lines just created fell apart under the might of 2 rank 5 cultivators, and any trace of the door disappeared on the outside word alongside them. Creating doors that worked both as entrances and exits required a series of precious materials. Still, the hive was confident in covering those expenses with the resources plundered in the attack. Also, losing money wasn't a problem for the hive since the elders knew that they would start to make some real gains only when their assault started to target medium-sized families. They were powerless, Daniel whispered as he lowered his hood. It was clear that he didn't like joining the human assets in the raid. Killing human cultivators while being in the heroic ranks was simply too easy, and having to do that had affected his morale. Leaders would often forget the cruelty of the slaughters among the pawns, and Daniel didn't ever experience it before. The chaos of the battlefields was something that Daniel couldn't possibly know due to his lofty status. But that wasn't the most disturbing aspect of the raid in his mind. That battle had made him feel for the first time that a human life wasn't so important. His thoughts were enough to kill the human assets of the Karner family, and his role had forced him to take care of any escaping soldier or cultivator. That experience affected his view of the world, and some parts of him began to understand the reason behind Noah's past actions. Life was worthless unless there was enough power backing it. Daniel had taken a glance at that mindset, and he was finding it hard to understand how he felt about that. There was the cause on one side, and what he believed was the behavior that a cultivator should have on the other. That contrast left him confused, but Noah didn't care about his mental state enough to slow down their plans. Let's return to the Yudi family and reorganize. You stay here and wait for further orders. Noah ordered, and the two demons immediately followed him after the human assets gave their gains to the trio. Daniel took a while to notice that they were moving, but he chased after them when he saw that they were leaving him behind. Of course, Noah didn't assign that role to Daniel on purpose. He simply wanted to remain alone when he seized the dantions of the heroic cultivators, but the Yudi family wanted Daniel to witness the attacks. Killing the human cultivators was the only available role, so Noah had tasked him with that. The raids were supposed to be a real-life training for the troops of the Hive, but Daniel's presence eased the already low difficulty of that task. However, even though Noah noticed that Daniel's mind was going through some changes, he didn't care enough to ponder about it. He didn't care that his casual decision was forcing Daniel's mindset to improve. The news of the assault on the Carner family soon reached the medium-sized family that controlled it. The situation was strange since no trace of the assailants could be found around the mansion. All the cultivators present during the assault had simply been killed, and most of their resources had been seized. Also, Lord Carner couldn't be found anywhere, and there were only traces of his blood left inside his training area. Worry mounted among the medium-sized family's ranks, which immediately notified the large-sized family in that domain. There weren't many forces that could attack and destroy a noble family without triggering the defenses of its mansion, nor that had the power to do so. Actually, there were only two powers that could do something like that in the Utra nation, the royals and a stronger noble family. Those speculations led to the only known conflict in that nation, and the name cause often appeared during those investigations. However, another small-sized noble family saw its destruction just 3 weeks after the Carner family. That family wasn't even in the same region of the Carners, but it experienced a similar raid, and the corpse of its patriarch had disappeared too. One time could be an isolated incident, but twice in 3 weeks hinted to some sort of conspiracy. Yet, the Elbas family didn't intervene even at that point and simply relegated the matter to the loyal large-sized noble families still inside the Utra nation. Noah and the elders purposely held back their offensive for an entire month after their second attack. But they could only be pleased when they learnt that the royals didn't want to interfere. Elder Austin was right. They have already lost any interest in this land. Noah thought when the Yudi family updated them about that matter. Destabilizing a nation was a slow matter that had to be approached carefully. Also, the Hive always had to make sure not to leave any trace. After all, the big nations couldn't allow for an ability like the separate dimension to remain in the enemy's hands. Nevertheless, Noah and the elders were set on continuing their raids as long as no one started to blame them. 10 more small-sized families fell in the following months. Noah kept on taking care of the leaders in the heroic ranks, and Daniel continued to oversee the work of the human assets. There were times when the doors didn't lead the group directly in the training areas of the patriarchs and matriarchs, but Noah's awareness prevented any problem from appearing. He always had to face cultivators at the bottom of the 4th rank or that weren't even complete heroic existences. They didn't even have the time to react to the invasion, so there was very little that they could do when a hybrid in the 5th rank shot toward them during their surprise. The other families decided to take harsh countermeasures when the 12th small-sized noble family fell, and they couldn't find any trace of the culprits. The remaining weak nobles were forced to move their mansions next to the medium-sized families that controlled them, which gathered the heroic assets in the Utra nation. That put a stop to the Hive's offensive, since it couldn't find easy targets anymore. Why aren't they acting? Don't they care about their credibility? I don't know, Prince. I think we are past the point where they can pretend not to care. Which means that they are up to something. Noah, Dreaming Demon, and Flying Demon said as they reviewed the situation of the Utra nation inside the separate dimension. The fact that the Elbas family didn't act was good for them, but the complete lack of reactions was starting to bother them. Then, Noah decided that it was time to take the raids to the next step at that point. Let's force their hands. The demons showed cold smiles when Noah gave that order. They knew that their time had come. There was something that the other big nations couldn't possibly know about the Elbas family, and that was the royal inheritance in the Narare country. The hive knew about it thanks to Noah, but it couldn't affect that matter even as the fourth force in the mortal lands. The exact location of the inheritance had been kept a secret for all those years, which prevented the hive from seizing it through the separate dimension. Yet, the Elbas family had never stopped trying to retrieve it even during the matters in the new continent. June had always been a core part of the exploration team, but she discovered that a new teammate had been added to her party after the winged beast's crisis. To her surprise, that new entry was her lover's grandfather, Thomas Bulvin. What was even more surprising was that his Danteon had reached the 5th rank. He wasn't a complete rank 5 cultivator though, since his mind was still in the 4th rank. June immediately felt the need to warn Noah at that sight, but they had decided not to have any form of contact that could reveal the nature of their relationship before their separation. After all, they didn't know how thoroughly the royals would have investigated June, so it was better not to leave any trace. Thomas's arrival quickened the exploration of the royal inheritance, and his might allowed the exploration group to reach its end in a few years. The party had been disbanded and rewarded accordingly when it delivered the reward of the inheritance to the Elbas family. Still, even the Elbas family ignored the nature of the item retrieved in the last layer of the tower. The royals had directly brought the item in the new continent to study it since they were already moving part of their most valuable assets there. Those studies had also taken some years, and the Elbas family could uncover the nature of that item only some time after the events with the black flowers. What they discovered claimed even the attention of King Elbas, and the royals could only disregard the fact that small-sized noble families were being destroyed right under their nose at that point. There was a series of large structures built among the spiked roots on the eastern side of the new continent. A series of powerful formations prevented any unauthorized cultivator from entering that place, but most heroic assets under the Elbas family's banner could access it nonetheless. That was the new academy that the royals had completed after the crisis of the winged beast, and all its experts were loyal nobles. The arrival of the new continent had given to the Elbas family the chance to fix the issue of the fragmented power of the Utra nation. The royals could simply place conditions to whoever wanted to migrate, which forced even some of the nobles loyal to the cause to switch sides. Couldn't be helped, the new continent opened the path to many possibilities, and it would obviously be the focus of any organization in the future. The old continent had been exploited for too long, while the piece of immortal lands still had an environment that vastly surpassed the standards of the mortal lands. There were a few areas inside the new academy, though, that only those carrying the blood of the Elbas family could reach. A series of rank 4 and 5 cultivators had gathered in one of those restricted areas a few months after Noah led the raid in the 12th small-size family. All those cultivators had golden hair, but the brightness of their color changed depending on how pure their bloodline was. There were 5 cultivators with silver hair in front of that group, and all the royals in the room were keeping their heads lowered toward the crowned man floating above them. "Repeat the outcome of the tests once again," King Elbas said, and one of the 5 silver-haired cultivators immediately stepped forward before listing a series of data. Out of 50 rank 4 cultivators in the gaseous stage, 25 of them have reached the liquid stage after 7 years of meditation inside the pool. The others died during the process, and the pool fed on their power to keep working. King Elbas didn't show any reaction when he heard those words, but his gaze became more intense as he looked at the reward of the inheritance that had been moved at the bottom of that area. The item was a fuming pool that radiated an eerie aura, and that contained a murky, oily liquid. There wasn't any inscription on it, which was why it had taken years to study it. "Drawbacks?" King Elbas asked, and the same silver-haired cultivator promptly gave him a detailed answer. "We can only make suggestions for now, but the dantions of all those cultivators were tainted during the prolonged immersion. There should be some potential lost in the process. Still, the breakthroughs aren't affected by the stagnation of the center of power. Limits to the effects? It should work on rank 5 cultivators, but we have yet to test it. We were thinking about blaming some of the large-size families in the old continent for the recent chaos, but we wanted your approval before proceeding." The silver-haired cultivator answered each of King Elbas' questions without the slight trace of hesitation, but the latter fell silent at that point. No one in the room dared to speak while the leader of the royal family thought. "Leave it. The mortal lands will need all the available assets in the next years. You all should prepare too. Political borders will soon lose their importance. The 5 silver-haired cultivators showed excited expressions when they heard those words, but the royals behind them didn't understand the meaning behind King Elba's words. King Elba's disappeared from that room at that point, and the heroic assets there relaxed when their patriarch left. Their questioning gazes, though, went on the silver-haired cultivators, since they were the only ones that could explain the plans of their leader. King Elba's has worked on an ambitious project for a while by now. The appearance of the black flower might have finalized his research. Gasps and resounded in the room when one of the silver-haired cultivators explained the situation. Still, a mental message reached their inscribed notebooks at the same time before they could disperse. Another series of surprised gasps echoed through the air since the message stated that a medium-sized noble family and the small-sized ones near it had been destroyed. That wasn't satisfying at all. Flying Demon exclaimed when he and Dreaming Demon reappeared on the teleportation matrix inside the separate dimension. Noah was training right next to the array, and he didn't fail to notice that there was a third figure together with the 2 elders. Dreaming Demon was carrying an unconscious woman, and her robes revealed her identity as a noble. Also, the woman was a rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage. Noah, we plundered everything that we could, but most resources have been destroyed in the attack. Yet we captured her. A heroic cultivator should be worth quite a lot. Flying Demon said as he smirked when he pointed at the fainted noble. However, Noah already had another plan for her. He didn't limit himself to enlarge his sea of consciousness through the wills of the magical beasts because they were more effective, but because the political situation didn't allow him to hunt heroic cultivators. Also, he wasn't able to kill heroic cultivators without maiming their bodies. The patriarchs and matriarchs killed during the raids would lose too much blood after Noah's attacks, which made unsuitable for the body inscription spell. Yet, the 2 demons had managed to capture one of them alive. The noble families must have understood by now that we can't be stopped so easily. They should move in the next months. Dreaming Demon explained, but Noah had already stopped caring about the matters concerning the outside world. His mental sphere had almost reached the peak of the 4th rank, and that noble could push it through those last steps. It was needless to say that he simply requested her. I'll take her. She might be useful for my training, Noah said, and the elders showed interested expressions before handing the fainted noble to him. My mental waves are forcing her to sleep. She won't wake up even if you take her life. Dreaming Demon warned Noah before destroying the array and flying toward the rest of the group together with her lover. The last assault saw the forces of the hive attacking a medium-sized noble family surrounded by 4 small-sized families that had moved to create a united front against the mysterious assailants. Their force amounted to 5 rank 4 cultivators who weren't assets that Noah could take on stealthy and quickly. His current prowess made him able to fight them at the same time, but that alone wasn't suitable for the strategy of the hive. The assaults had to be quick and effective, and there was no room for long battles. So, only the 2 demons had the power to kill the heroic assets while also meeting the requirements of the raids. Of course, their presence prevented the other troops from joining the battlefield since they would just die in the crossfire. Their performance had been incredible nonetheless, and they had managed to destroy those families while also seizing many resources. Noah moved toward one of the areas of the dimension that he usually used as a training spot. It wasn't easy to find a private place since the dimension didn't have anything in its environment that could block the view of the other cultivators. Yet, Noah had expanded the tunnel downward in that period to create a few small but secluded caves. The group from the hive had been under the Nation for a year by then, and the tunnel had become far more intricate as the raids continued. Human cultivators could train in the open, but Noah and the elders needed a private space to handle their situations. Noah had his experiments, and the demons needed some intimacy now and then, so private spaces were a necessity. Noah carefully tore the side of the noble's neck as he began the preparation for the body inscription spell. That was his first time performing the spell to a human, but he didn't intend to create a blood companion. The will of a human should be far stronger than that of a magical beast. Noah thought as excitement mounted inside him. He had trained his mind like a madman in the last years, but the enlargement of his mental sphere kept on slowing down as it improved. The time required to take more steps increased as the peak of the rank drew near. However, Noah was confident in shortening the process by using that noble. Noah completed the preparations for the spell without imbuing any specific meanings in the blood and dantian of the woman. The heroic cultivator died in the process, but she had already lost her value in Noah's mind. Saber-shaped runes came out of his hand and took a humanoid shape as they floated in the air. Noah added as many details as he could to the picture since he didn't know the requirements of the spell when it came to humans. Then, he manipulated the runes to injure his chest when they reached a satisfying level of power. Noah quickly spread the noble's blood in his wounds and ate her dantian before focusing on the insides of his mental sphere. The ethereal figure of the noble rose from the sea inside his mind, but she didn't seem to have any trace of intelligence. Instead, she radiated a peculiar aura that Noah hadn't been able to sense when she was sleeping. However, there was a limit to how much that detail interested him. Noah directly deployed all his offensive methods and submitted the noble's ethereal figure that fell apart. He was able to tame rank 5 magical beasts, so the will of a rank 4 mage couldn't resist him. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the battle wasn't easy since the will managed to struggle even more than some rank 5 creatures. It didn't have their power, but it was far denser. Noah's brown mental energy devoured the woman's will when it fell apart, and a tremor suddenly swept the entirety of his sphere. The walls of the sphere enlarged until they met some sort of invisible barrier that forced the expansion to a stop. Noah opened his material eyes at that point, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his mind had reached the peak of the 4th rank. Finally! It has taken me 25 years. Noah thought as he waited for his sea of consciousness to stabilize completely. Human wills are denser, which is only natural since they have a mental sphere. Yet, there was that strange aura. The noble's aura was peculiar, and Noah couldn't help but evaluate it when the procedure was over. However, he quickly put it in the back of his mind since everything would be more evident once he became a rank 5 mage. The best way to push his mind over the boundary of the 4th rank was the 5th Xianxia rune. The Xianxia runes were the best training method for the Sea of Consciousness, as well as the safest. Noah simply made sure that his mental sphere was stable before taking the sheet containing the 5th rune and starting his training session. The internal pressure inside his mind intensified as the details of the rune became more material, and the walls of the sphere struggled to cross the invisible barrier that blocked their expansion. Then, the 5th Xianxia rune wholly materialized inside Noah's Sea of Consciousness, and a stabbing pain forced him to close his consciousness to endure the tremors that its materialization caused. A humming sound echoed inside his mind and spread in the outside world through the mental waves that he unconsciously leaked during the process. The sound was soft and subtle, but there were 2 existences in the separate dimension that didn't fail to hear it. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon were casually enjoying their well-deserved moments of intimacy in one of the caves built under the brown ground when they sensed that sound. They recognized that noise since it was something that their minds had experienced too in the past. It wasn't hard to guess who had caused that echo, but they weren't able to suppress their surprise anyway. Some eagerness rose inside them and forced them to interrupt their intercourse to move toward the source of that sound. They wanted to see the birth of the youngest rank 5 mage in history. The 2 demons quickly wore some clothes and flew in the direction of Noah's cave. The sound became more intense as they neared its source, and even the air around them started to be affected by the energy that Noah was unconsciously releasing. Small pieces of matter began to crumble and release a basic form of energy whenever his mental waves turned violent. Those events weren't able to hinder the advance of the 2 demons, but even Daniel would have to struggle to near Noah's cave in that situation. The elders reached Noah's cave in a matter of minutes, but the humming suddenly stopped when they arrived right above it. Then, they saw the ground around it crumbling as Noah's standing figure rose in the air. Noah had still his eyes closed as he immersed himself in the sensations that his new state was able to feel. His consciousness seeped inside the fabric of the separate dimension and sent information back to his mind. He sensed the 2 rank 5 cultivators, and he could also recognize the emotions carried by their mental waves. He felt part of the meanings of their auras, as well as the power behind the existences causing them. Dreaming Demon's aura was thin but also impenetrable since Noah lost control of his mental waves when they tried to reach for her figure. Instead, they froze and fell apart when they reached for Flying Demon's figure. Also, part of that coldness spread toward Noah's consciousness, which forced him to cut away those tainted mental waves. Those were the innate defensive measures of the demon's minds, which prevented any weaker being from investigating the nature of their centers of power. Noah stopped focusing on the world around him at that point and redirected his mental energy toward the inscriptions on his sea of consciousness. What he felt at that moment couldn't be expressed by simple words. The inscriptions shone with a blinding light that enveloped the insides of Noah's sphere with their halo. Countless ideas filled Noah's thoughts, and most of them concerned his two inscription methods. Some thoughts concerned his cultivation technique and individuality too, and even new concepts on how to improve his spells appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Nevertheless, the most crucial feature of his new state was that his mental energy now carried characteristics of his individuality. Noah sensed how his mental waves could affect the matter around him and unleash destructive effects identical to those created with his liquid breath. Of course, the amount of destruction that his mental energy was capable of unleashing was inferior to that of his breath, since it was a weaker form of energy. Yet, the fact that even his other center of power had begun to radiate his individuality made him feel as if he was slowly becoming a different kind of existence. Understanding the individuality, expressing the individuality, wielding the laws and becoming a law. Dreaming Demon spoke while Noah was still focused on becoming used to his new state. Her words though claimed his attention and made him open his eyes for the first time after the breakthrough. Noah's vertical pupils radiated a sharp pressure as they moved toward the elder, and the blue color of his irises shone due to the power wielded by his mind. The two elders weren't affected by the pressure exuded by his gaze, but it was evident that Noah wasn't in the condition to stay near human cultivators. These are the 4 phases that cultivators have to cross as they strive for the divinity. Congratulations, Prince. You have just stepped in the 2nd phase. Dreaming Demon explained, and Noah nodded at her words. He already had a vague understanding of the matters that concerned the heroic ranks, but he also knew that his path was somewhat different. His cultivation technique had allowed him to become aware of his individuality far sooner compared to other heroic cultivators, and his body carried properties that his new mind was still analyzing. Noah felt the pride hidden inside his figure and the ability to rule over weaker beings buried inside his bloodline. I have so much to do, Noah thought as he tried to condense his consciousness to prevent his natural pressure from leaking. Let's observe the reactions of the nobles for a while. I'm almost ready to make my move on the Bulvin family, but I need to prepare for eventual countermeasures provided by the royals. Also, I would need your help in the assault, Noah said as he landed on the reforming terrain. He sensed for the first time the trail of the breath used to power the functioning of the separate dimension. Still, he didn't linger too much on that detail since he needed to instruct the demons before secluding himself to focus on his new power. Ask Amos to investigate the current state of my family while I'm busy. We need to be ready for everything, Noah ordered, but he suddenly remembered something that concerned his training. Right? Do you have the 6th Xianxia rune at hand? I don't want to wait for the hive to send it here. The elders' eyes widened when they heard that question, and they exchanged a confused glance at that point. Noah didn't understand the reason behind that action, but Dreaming Demon quickly hinted something with her question. Prince, how many 6th Xianxia runes do you think there are in the mortal lands? Dreaming Demon's question hinted something that Noah didn't fail to understand. The 6th Xianxia rune was a rank 6 item even if rank 5 mages used it. Its rarity was akin to rank 6 techniques and methods, which meant that there couldn't possibly be many copies of it in the mortal lands. However, Chasing Demon was a complete rank 6 cultivator, so Noah was reasonably sure that he had it. 10. Noah tried to answer, but Flying Demon's snort made him understand that he was quite off from the truth. Dreaming Demon decided to explain. 4th Xianxia runes are quite common in the world because there are many experts able to copy them. Yet there are less than 100 copies of the 5th Xianxia rune around, and maybe 5 of the 6th one. Noah couldn't help but be surprised when he heard those words. Still, he was able to understand the reasoning behind that explanation. Every organization that wanted to strive for power wanted the fourth Xianxia runes to nurture their human assets. So, they would just invest a lot of resources to purchase copies and build a vast stash of them. There weren't many experts in the inscriptions fields able to copy an item in the fourth rank, but even that small number was enough to supply the most powerful organizations. Of course, that changed as the rank of the item rose. Only experts in the fifth rank specialized in that field could copy the fifth Xianxia rune, and most of them were busy striving for the higher ranks. After all, why would they use their time to create training methods that only other cultivators could use? There had been the necessity to do that during the worldwide hunt of the Xianxia species. Still, that had happened far in the past, and the organizations that had witnessed that event had long disappeared. Copying the Xianxia runes was considered a lost art since they weren't a necessity back then. However, many millennia had gone by, and the number of sheets in the world had inevitably decreased. Some cultivators would just carry them when they ascended in the higher plane, but most of them had simply been lost in the various danger zones or on some battlefields. That led to the current situation where the available Xianxia runes weren't enough to satisfy the high number of cultivators. "When did you obtain the fifth Xianxia rune?" Noah asked the two demons when he understood how harsh the situation was. "Rather quickly. After all, the demon sects were one of the ruling forces of the Papal Nation back then. Yet, it still took me 60 years to become a rank 5 mage." Flying Demon answered before moving his gaze toward his lover. Dreaming Demon smiled before answering. "I had to work on my individuality for a while before focusing on my sea of consciousness. I reached the 5th rank in 40 years, but I was already a rank 5 cultivator by then." Flying Demon showed a proud expression at her words, but Noah could only fall deep in thought at that point. He knew that cultivators trained their minds for last, which always put them decades behind the rank of their dantians. Yet, he had needed less than 30 years to reach that level. The reasons for that achievement were apparent in his mind. His cultivation technique was the most evident reason apart from the incredible sturdiness of his mind and his early advantage. Noah didn't need to spend time focused on absorbing breath, which allowed him to focus solely on his mind. Also, he spent his days pushing his mental sphere to its limits even after he was done with the Xianxia rune. The constant usage of the divine deduction technique, his experiments with the inscription methods, the translation of his spells, and the devouring ability of his mental energy pushed his training speed to unseen limits. He was spending every second of his life enlarging his mind. Ordinary cultivators would divide their days between the training of their centers of power and would even neglect their minds, but Noah was the total opposite. 60 years, rank 5 mage. Prince, there are no words to describe this achievement. Dreaming Demon added when she saw that Noah had fallen silent. Noah simply ignored her compliment and brought the discussion back on the previous topic. "So, who has the 6th Xianxia rune?" Chasing Demon has managed to salvage the one in possession of the demon sex during the escape thanks to Charming Demon. However, the rank 5 mages of the Hive are already sharing it. They exchange turns every year. Flying Demon explained the helpless situation, but he decided to add something else when he saw Noah's confused expression. "We are waiting for the previous cycle to be completed before claiming some rights over it. Meanwhile, we'll keep on using our alternative methods." Noah's morale could only turn sour when he heard those words. The Hive had 7 rank 5 cultivators, and Noah would have to wait years for his turn even if some of them were still rank 4 mages. That was troublesome, especially for him, since his mind had always been a core part of his superior battle prowess. Also, his demonic form spell used the Xianxia runes. Learning about the state of the mortal lands though made him wonder about another aspect of that field that he had never considered before. Noah asked, "What about the 7th Xianxia rune? How does a cultivator reach divinity without it?" The two demons could only shake their heads at that question. The 7th Xianxia rune was a divine item, which meant that it couldn't exist in the mortal lands. The elders didn't need to explain that detail since it was an obvious conclusion once learnt about the scarcity of those items. Silence fell in the area at that point. The joy felt for Noah's breakthrough slowly turned into helplessness toward the lack of resources of the world. However, cultivators were resilient beings. The Xianxia runes weren't the only training method for the seas of consciousness, and Noah knew that too well. I might not reach the same enlargement speed given by the runes, but I can stay very close to it with my many methods. I'm not ready to give up to my advantage yet. Noah thought as the air around him fell apart as a natural reaction to the determination that his aura radiated. Notify the hive. I want my turn too. Meanwhile, our role remains the same. Destabilizing the Nation. Study the reaction of the nobles and prepare more tunnels for specific locations. We will attack the Bulvan family next if the situation allows it. He ordered. The elders nodded when they heard him. They knew how important that matter was to him, so they were set on preparing the field for his vengeance. Meanwhile, Noah simply closed his eyes to focus on his body. His mind had finally started to understand the kind of entity that he had become when he came out of the chrysalis. Noah had known since coming out from the chrysalis that his body hid more than just raw strength. Magical beasts only had one center of power, which defined the kinds of existences that they were. The breakthrough had elevated Noah's being, but he had been unable to understand how thorough that transformation was before. However, that changed when he became a rank 5 mage. Noah could feel how his new mind was now able to understand the many sensations that filled his body. Raw power was the most evident feature, but there were emotions hidden deep inside his bloodline and, in general, in the kind of life form that he was. The anger against heaven and earth and his desire to devour everything that could make him improve were feelings that he had always noticed. Yet his pride seemed clearer now. There were natural features in the various species of magical beasts, and one of them was their ability to submit weaker beings. That skill reached a broader meaning when it appeared inside Noah. The simple ability to instill terror that magical beasts used became an intense pride when it manifested inside a hybrid. It became pride in his status and in the power that he was able to wield. Noah innately felt that he could use that emotion to control weaker creatures and create an obedient pack, but there was something else that occupied his thoughts at that moment. This pride is an expression of the natural laws and wills contained in the magical beasts' bodies. Noah thought as his mental waves focused in a specific spot next to him to create primary energy. He had realized long ago that the magical beasts appeared to be some sort of natural enemy of heaven and earth. The matter that made their bodies didn't contain heaven and earth's will and worked according to laws that belonged only to their species. Noah had discovered that during his experiments with the slaves. The fusion wouldn't have been possible if the beast's laws couldn't replace heaven and earth's, since the hybrid's body would have just fallen apart without something that dictated its functioning. Noah hadn't been able to do much with that discovery back then, but his sea of consciousness was now able to radiate the innate feelings of his body. Noah focused his consciousness on the primary energy forming next to him. He set his mind on his pride as a powerful hybrid, and a thick aura began to surround his figure as he tuned to that feeling. The primary energy acted normally at the beginning, but it started to show strange behaviors as the intensity of his aura increased. It first slowed down its natural dispersion until it completely stopped to remain still right next to him. Noah wasn't able to wield laws, but he could try to submit that energy with his hybrid's pride. The intensity of his aura kept on growing, but the primary energy didn't show other changes. It merely stood still as if something was containing it. Noah tried to force it to perform plain commands, but all his efforts didn't bring any result. Preventing it from dispersing seemed the best that he could do without laws. I can work with this, Noah thought as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The divine deduction technique was filling his mind with ideas on how to improve his current abilities and create new ones. Also, it provided many inspirations that concerned his 2 inscription methods. Ambition, hunger, and now pride. The number of strong meanings at my disposal is increasing. I need to create a second rune, and I must improve my first one too, Noah thought. Countless possible improvements surged inside his mind, and he didn't fail to understand why cultivators on his rank spent so much time in seclusion. It wasn't just a matter of training and meditation on the laws of their elements. Every breakthrough opened the path to new approaches, and all the tests required to study them would take years, if not more. Noah had the divine deduction technique, which shortened that process significantly, but he had to spend a lot of time too if he wanted to tread the possibilities revealed by his mind. Luckily for him, the raids on the noble families were momentarily on hold since the demons had to study their reaction before deciding on their next move. One medium-sized family and 4 small-sized families had been destroyed even if the nobles had grouped to form stronger fronts. The remaining families in the Utra country would understand at that point that the assailants had peak rank 4 cultivators in their ranks at least. That was a power that most nobles couldn't hope to oppose, and that without considering the possibility that the assailants had rank 5 existences with them. Only the largest families could have access to a similar power, but even the Yudi family couldn't do anything if the 2 demons were to appear inside its mansion suddenly. Helplessness and fear spread among the nobles after the last raid. All the families destroyed in the last year were loyal to the royals, so the cause became the main suspect. However, the Elbas family simply ignored the situation, which further worsened the position of those helpless families. Most of them felt forced to migrate to the new continent and seal new agreements with the royals, while some of them decided to side with the cause and remain in the Utra nation. The recent assaults forced all the nobles to take a side even if they were still under the banner of the Elbas family on the surface. The hive had managed to reveal the weakness of a fragmented political system. Still, the demons had to admit that the indifference of the royals had played a significant role in their strategy. Of course, there were exceptions to that event. The Balor family and the Royal Academy, as well as other families deeply connected with the royals, didn't migrate nor change side. They already had branches on the new continent, so they didn't need to move their assets. Also, their relationship with the Elbas family was the best insurance on their safety, which was one of the reasons why the hive had focused on other targets. The Bulvan family remained on the Utra nation too, and it seemed that its influence in the area around its mansion increased. To the surprise of the demons though, the Yudi family wasn't able to gather precise information about its location. They couldn't possibly know that the Elbas family planned to officially recognize the Bulvan family as a large-sized noble family after Thomas's achievements in the royal inheritance. That plan, though, couldn't be announced so easily since the matter of the inheritance was a secret. So, the royals secretly provided a large number of resources and support while the Bulvans were busy expanding. Of course, that secrecy hindered the gathering of information that the hive needed to prepare a battle strategy. The Balor family shared the same kind of secrecy of the Bulvans, and the same applied for the nobles strictly connected with the royals. The Elbas family usually annexed loyal families in their ranks through marriages and similar events, but some nobles liked to maintain their identity. The Balor family wasn't one of them, but June had no intention of marrying a royal just for the sake of her family. On the other hand, the Bulvan family simply didn't trust the rulers of the country. Noah had been able to thrive because the royals wanted to add him in its ranks, and no one believed that they had simply neglected to check his identity. Yet, they made up for that act with tons of benefits, and they had even helped Thomas in reaching the 5th rank. Their relationship was strange, but they were allies. Those details ultimately influenced the transformation that the Utra nation experienced after the raids. The smaller families slowly gathered near the large-sized families, creating vast empty areas that were soon occupied by bold packs of magical beasts. The population divided itself into 3 crowded areas that were mostly inhabited by cultivators. The northern side of the country saw the families loyal to the royals moving there to stay near the capital. The defenses there were the best in the nation, and gathering there was a clear sign of subservience. The eastern coast witnessed a similar event near the Yudi family. Nobles loyal to the cause or merely angry at the Elbas family for not handling that dangerous situation before had moved there to create a united front. The last crowded area appeared in the southern part of the country, where the domain of the Shasti family was. The families that had moved there didn't want to choose a side even if they were inclined to remain loyal to the royals. Yet, they had chosen the southern territories to remain somewhat independent. Nobles had their pride, and many of them wouldn't give up on their names to obtain some benefits. Of course, that relocation wasn't cheap, especially since most activities handled by commoners couldn't just go with them. The economy of the Utra nation soon took a heavy blow, but the cultivators there didn't feel it like the commoners. They found themselves without any protection against the tides of magical beasts that finally had the chance to explore those territories, which inevitably led to a high number of casualties. The nobles didn't care about it. They only worried about the invisible threat that was destroying entire families without leaving any clue about its origin. They didn't care if the economy of the country plummeted as long as they remained safe. Also, the Elbas family had long since moved its focus on the new continent, so the activities on the old one weren't that remunerative in comparison. I don't see us reaching your family without being discovered, and Amos can't find much. It seems that the Bulvins didn't reveal anything in their last years of cooperation with the Elbas family. Flying Demon said as he sat with Dreaming Demon right next to the entrance of Noah's cave. A few months had passed since their raid on the medium-sized family, and the forces of the hive didn't have an opportunity to attack the nobles in that period. Noah, there are 2 large-sized families there, and a total of 13 weaker families. Also, the records about your family are too cryptic. There might be a lot hidden in those mansions. Flying Demon explained. Noah heard those words but remained with his eyes closed inside his cave while the divine deduction technique consumed mental energy to analyze the situation better. The large-sized families didn't bring their full power here since they still have to defend their respective cities. The defenses of Mossgrove City are the only real issue. Noah thought as his mental energy created a representation of the southern area of the nation inside his mind. The demons had given him many pieces of information, but there wasn't anything accurate about the Bulvin family in them. We can't attack like this. I need to see the mansion with my own eyes before planning a move. Noah thought. He could only accept that as he reviewed the situation from every possible angle. According to the Yudi family, one of the 2 large-sized families there had a hidden powerhouse in its ranks, which meant that the demons might encounter some difficulty in taking care of them. Also, the sheer number of heroic cultivators in that area was a problem. Noah and the elders would be fine if they avoided the Shasti family's defenses, but someone was bound to notice them when the destruction began. Noah couldn't reveal the presence of the hive to obtain his revenge. Sacrificing his backing and possibly causing a war against the Elbas family wasn't what he wanted. His revenge was necessary in his mind, but everything would be pointless if he lost part of what was allowing him to cultivate in peace in those years. It was his power that had brought him so close to his revenge, and he was fully aware that he would just be less than an ant without it. I need a distraction to gain the exact layout of my family. I should be able to use the magical beasts now. Noah thought as he exited his cave and faced the sitting elders. They didn't even try to hide their surprise when they saw him suddenly appearing in front of them. After all, only a few months had passed since Noah became a rank 5 mage. That period was enough to become used to his new stage, but it was too short to tune his new power to his abilities. They couldn't understand why he wanted to leave so soon, especially at a point when they didn't have a strategy. I believe there are new danger zones in the empty areas, right? Noah asked. The 2 demons nodded, but they didn't gather specific information about that field. Even the Yudi family had limited itself to study the movements of the other nobles and discarded the migration of the magical beasts in that period. It couldn't be helped. No one would think that a cultivator could use them, especially not while the hive was in the middle of its raids. Yet Noah wasn't a no one, and he didn't even know if he could consider himself as a simple cultivator anymore. I'll learn everything that I can from Amos. You stay ready to expand the dimension in the meantime, Noah said as he flew toward the array that connected the separate dimension with the Yudi mansion. In his mind, he was already set on building his first pack. Noah decided not to reveal his new power to the Yudi family, but Daniel learned about it when he saw him near the door right under his family mansion. The human troops of the hive were with him, but their only orders were to remain still until Noah or the demons decided otherwise. It was needless to say that Daniel couldn't contain his amazement when he saw Noah, but the latter was too focused on his task to mind him. Noah ordered Daniel to gather as much information as he could about the changes in the environment happening in that period. The noble couldn't warn his family about Noah's breakthrough, since he had learned about it inside the dimension, and that would be a breach in his oath. So, Noah could obtain a clear idea of the fauna of the Utra nation without exposing himself. He knew that he couldn't hide his center of power for long, but attacking his family while it was in the middle of 2 large-sized noble families was dangerous. He had to take all the precautions that he could, especially since the royals were helping the Bulvins in many ways. Daniel continuously brought reports and pieces of information in the dimension, and Noah instructed the demons to control the expansion of the tunnels. The Yudi family had accepted that Daniel couldn't join the raids since only rank 5 cultivators could affect the situation at that point. Also, Daniel didn't really like killing human cultivators, so he didn't mind being left with the human troops. Noah simply left that area when the elders reached his desired destination. "Why do you want to place a door in a danger zone, Noah? Are you sure about this?" Flying Demon asked when he sensed Noah's arrival, and Dreaming Demon showed a confused expression as she turned toward him. They didn't understand Noah's intentions, but they had executed his orders nonetheless. "I have a way to observe the southern areas without revealing our position." Dreaming Demon: "I'll need your help when I'm done with my preparations," Noah answered while revealing a confident smile. Some experts in the magical beasts field could use the behavior of those creatures to their advantage, and Noah could take that action ever further. The understanding of his pride had brought the oppressive properties of his aura to a new level that gave him full confidence in controlling a large number of creatures. He just needed to lure them in a safe area and prepare. Finding the perfect spot where to gather a large pack of magical beasts wasn't a problem for him. His expertise, coupled with the information provided by the Yudi family, was enough to make him choose a territory that saw different faunas mixed. The elders didn't question him anymore after his answer, and Noah simply entered in the array that Flying Demon had just completed. Noah found himself at the base of a mountain when he resurfaced. The flora of the mountain fused with the short trees in the environment right after it. There was a small swamp in the woodland, and Noah could sense that a series of underground passages spread from under his position. That was the territory with the most varied environments in the Utra nation that didn't feature human settlements anymore after the recent events. There was the big city of Miskal nearby, which was ruled by the large-size Hambot family only a few months ago. The Hambot family, though, was loyal to the cause and had moved near the Yudi family since it was aware that it had something to do with the raids. Noah had calculated that detail in his decision. He could act as he wanted since there were no enemies in the area. Also, the remaining cultivators in the city took direct orders from the Hambot family, so he could be sure that they wouldn't even investigate eventual strange events. Of course, the other families of the cause weren't aware that the hive was helping them. They only knew that the Yudi family had found a secret backer. They would suspect the hive since they knew that the Yudi family sealed favorable trades with it, but they would obviously remain silent on the matter. Noah closed his eyes and spread his powerful consciousness to gather the information that concerned the fauna in that area. His natural awareness had further improved when he became a rank 5 mage, and the lifeforms both underground and on the surface couldn't escape it. Mostly rank 2 magical beasts, but there are some rank 4 specimens. Noah thought when his mind processed the pieces of information, and he quickly flew toward the most crowded zone that he found. The old continent had less powerful magical beasts compared to the piece of immortal lands. Rank 5 creatures could be considered overlords, but they were scarce since most of the continent had been colonized for countless years. Only peculiar territories like the mystical fog and the depths of the sea could hide creatures in the 6th rank. When Noah reached the crowded area, he roared. His voice made the trees around him shake, and the terrain under him crack. His pride spread along with the mental waves released with his cry and reached the magical beasts in the various layers around him. The weaker creatures directly fainted when the mental waves reached them, but the beasts that managed to remain conscious felt overwhelmed by his pride. Noah's cry carried a simple order that every different species there could understand. "Come here." Low growls resounded in the area as the beasts came out of their hidings and slowly gathered under him. Noah saw packs of wolf-type magical beasts coming out from the east, a series of ant-type creatures from the ground, and various species of monkeys from the west. Each of those creatures had their heads lowered as they neared Noah's flying figure and waited to learn their fate. Do they really think that they can escape? Noah thought when he sensed that the 2 rank 4 creatures had begun to run away when they felt the roar of a rank 5 existence. "Stay here," Noah ordered with another roar as he shot toward one of the escaping rank 4 beasts. His flying speed was far superior to the creature, and he simply landed in front of it when he reached it. The beast was a wolf-type creature that could only tremble in fear when Noah cracked the terrain during his landing. The wolf lowered its head and waited for its fate to be decided, but Noah simply grabbed it from its neck and carried it back to the other beasts. Then, he shot toward the escaping rank 4 toxic monkey and did the same, throwing it back in the middle of the gathered creatures. Noah hovered above the tide of beasts of various species at that point and moved his gaze through the specimens that kept their heads lowered. They are too weak, Noah thought before taking one of the rank 4 corpses inside his ring and throwing it in the middle of the tide. Noah knew that he could rule over weaker beings, but he had no experience in that field. So, he had to see how thoroughly he could control those beasts. There was a considerable difference between what he could say compared to what those creatures could understand. After all, magical beasts had limited thinking skills, especially those in the human ranks. They have gathered here because they fear my power, but I don't know if they will die for me. Noah thought as he watched the tide of creatures under him fighting for the rank 4 corpse that he had thrown among them. Also, the rank 4 beings had tried to escape, and I can't let that happen again. There were too many different species there, and the 2 rank 4 specimens weren't enough to subdue all of them. It was needless to say that a fierce battle exploded as soon as the corpse reached the ground. The beasts launched themselves in a selfless assault as they tried to seize a piece of the nourishing material. They didn't even consider the fact that most of them couldn't tear apart the skin of the corpse since their hunger had completely taken over their minds. That won't do. I won't be able to cross Mossgrove City like this. Noah evaluated as the battle unfolded under him and decided to begin the honing of his leadership skills. Months passed, and the rank 4 danger zone near Miscall City saw earthquakes and roars often spreading in its insides in that period. Noah needed time to learn what kind of orders the beasts under him would follow, and he even had to understand how well they would perform his task. Those skills would obviously take a while to master, but Noah didn't mind it since he was busy tuning his abilities to his new power. His martial arts weren't a problem since the Sea of Consciousness didn't affect them, but he needed to improve his spells. His last translations and modifications could only make them reach the power of the 4th rank, which would waste the new mental energy that he could produce. Of course, he didn't need to upgrade all of them now. Noah focused on the Will of the Dark cover spell in that period since he needed it to discover the actual position of the Bulvin Mansion. Bringing its power on the 5th rank wasn't an issue, but Noah still had to perfect it to reduce the consumption of breath to the minimum. Even the energy contained inside his liquid dantian vanished quickly when he used it to fuel a spell with the power of the 5th rank, so he had to make sure that he could activate it at least 5 times before moving to the next step. Yet, there were some problems when it came to the actual effects that the will was able to produce after its improvements. Noah's mental waves now carried traces of his individuality, which meant that they would conflict with abilities that didn't reflect it. Covering his presence didn't match his violent and sharp will, which ultimately affected the power of the improved spell. It still reaches the 5th rank in power, but I feel that it should be far more potent due to the amount of energy depleted in its activation. Noah thought as he stared at the dark silhouette hovering above the sea inside his mental sphere. The will radiated a subtle destruction that even its properties weren't able to hide. That destruction wasn't enough to make the spell useless, but it was bound to leave some sort of faint trace that stronger beings could notice during an investigation. My whole being strives toward specific abilities as my individuality starts to manifest. It's a bit annoying to see the appearance of limitations. Still, the abilities that make use of my individuality are far stronger now. Noah could only give up on that matter as he thought that. He had spent a little more than 7 months on that will, and he had realized by then that there was nothing that he could do to avoid that issue. After all, he was treading the path to become a law that didn't exist in heaven and earth's world. That required a certain level of specialization that had to match the kind of existence that he was. Noah believed that he would be able to solve that issue once he became able to create with the primary energy, but he could only accept that outcome for now. The spell is ready, and my leadership skills have reached the required standard. It's time to call Dreaming Demon. Noah decided at that point, and his inscribed notebook suddenly appeared in his grasp. The 7 months without raids didn't affect the new layout of the Nation. The noble families were still scared that something would happen to them if they left the crowded areas too soon. Also, that situation had finally forced them to pick a side, so the families on the southern side of the country were simply waiting for the Elbas family to intervene. The nobles in that area had gathered around the city of Mossgrove, which was ruled by the Shasti family. There were families there that Noah had met or heard of during his life in the Utra nation. There was the Voidal family that had moved there from Ebenrest city to join the Shasti family in the protection of the weaker nobles. There were the Merger family, the Lance family, the Solar family, and the Norge family for what concerned the medium-sized noble powers. Then, there was the Wilford family, together with other small-sized noble forces that Noah didn't know. Of course, there was also the Bulvan family in that area, which had a far bigger mansion compared to the other medium-sized families there. That detail didn't escape the other nobles, but its relationship with the royals wasn't a secret. Everyone in the nation knew that the Bulvans had let the youngest heroic cultivator in history escape. Noah was their greatest shame, but also the reason why the Elbas family provided so many resources to them. Even some large-sized families would envy that favorable treatment, but there wasn't much that they could do about that. The nobles spent a quiet life in that territory, and most of them used that strange period to lose themselves in the many attractions that Mossgrove City offered. However, that peace was suddenly broken one night since a series of cries resounded from the northern side of the evergreen forest. The soldiers patrolling the areas near the city were surprised to hear that there seemed to be various species of beasts together in the same forest. But that was only the beginning. Hundreds of beasts of different ranks came out from the border of the forest and charged toward the city, and the series of mansions placed next to it. The soldiers could only give the alarm at that point. Their strength wasn't even remotely enough to handle that catastrophe. Ordinary medium-sized families usually had less than 20 rank 3 cultivators, and most of them were tasked with the protection of the nobles. The troops patrolling the surroundings of their mansions were mostly rank 1 cultivators that didn't even have a rank 2 martial art, which placed them at the bottom of the cultivation world. Also, there were almost no soldiers that had access to spells even if they managed to reach the status of a rank 1 mage. The nobles controlled the entirety of the resources that concerned the cultivation world, and that aspect of the political system of the Utra nation didn't change in the last years. The fall of the peace of Immortal lands had improved the situation for some commoners and simple soldiers. However, they still had to swear ponderous oaths with the Elbas family before obtaining any benefit. That led to a situation where the troops deployed around Mossgrove City, and the various mansions were utterly helpless against the tide of hungry creatures. After all, there were 3 rank 4 beasts among the large pack made by different species. Those rank 1 cultivators didn't even manage to reach the nearest city before the tide engulfed them. Cries of alarm began to resound in the mansions and inside Mossgrove City at that sight. It was evident that simple soldiers couldn't deal with that sudden threat. There was a need for the elite troops in the inner circles of the nobles to handle that massive number of powerful creatures. There wasn't any expert in the magical beasts field among those noble families, but every cultivator knew that such an event was incredibly rare. The habitable areas and the borders of the evergreen forest often saw clearing operations reducing the population of magical beasts in those territories. Those operations didn't stop after the raid began since it was pointless to trade one threat for another. So, the nobles in that area were completely surprised to see that those creatures had managed to form such a massive pack in secret. Also, they had never heard of a pack made by many different species that went against every study of the magical beasts world, and the nobles obviously understood that there had to be hidden causes behind that event. Yet, their focus was on fighting back the tide now. A series of rank 2 cultivators, followed by few captains in the 3rd rank, came out from the various mansions and charged toward the incoming beasts. The tall gates of Mossgrove City opened, and the small army of the Shasti family joined the other cultivators in their charge. Meanwhile, more cultivators came out of the various buildings and began to prepare a defensive front that made use of inscribed items. The tide of beasts was dangerous and had taken the nobles by surprise, but there were 15 noble families there. That wasn't a force that simple creatures could defeat, especially since the defenses of Mossgrove City had yet to appear. However, something strange happened right before the first frontal clash. The cultivators between the city and the tide of hungry creatures suddenly lost their focus for an instant, which made them unable to react when the beasts pounced at them. Those soldiers managed to regain their focus only when they were already between the maws of those creatures. The cultivators deploying the defenses found themselves unable to finish their task since the first batch of soldiers didn't manage to slow down the advance of the assailants. The incoming tide forced them to retreat in the nearest mansion to rely on the defensive capabilities of those buildings. The nobles would rather use their soldiers than spend resources to activate the defenses of their buildings, especially in that period. However, the beasts were closing at high speed, and there wasn't enough time to deploy other troops. Shining lines appeared on the defensive walls of Mossgrove City, and the mansions on the northern side of that area followed their example. Halos of various colors spread in the territories around them and illuminated the night with their soft lights. The beasts suffered injuries as soon as the multicolored light swept them. The weakest among them died in less than a second when the joint power of those defensive measures affected their bodies. Even the beasts in the third rank began to struggle to reach the walls filled by inscriptions, but some of them still managed to slam their bodies on the sturdy defensive walls. Only the 3 creatures in the fourth rank were somewhat able to resist the halos. Yet, a series of elite soldiers quickly came out of those buildings and began to fight them. The number of specimens inside the pack began to diminish at high speed, and the nobles even managed to avoid more casualties once they activated the powers of their habitations. The magical beasts began to retreat, but some of them tried to run through the open spaces between the mansions to look for something that could satisfy their hunger. Their orderly charge had turned into a wild battle for their survival, but it was evident that only a few of them would be able to return in the evergreen forest alive. That strange event was coming to an end, and even the heroic cultivators inside the buildings had their attention on it. They had never seen magical beasts ignoring the differences in their species to work together in an orderly assault. It was something worthy of being noted in the historical records of that country, and that the Royal Academy would surely want to study in depth. Nevertheless, they didn't notice that there were 2 powerful figures hidden in the clouds above Mossgrove City. Dreaming Demon had her eyes closed as her consciousness seeped in the world below her, and Noah wore an expressionless face as he stared at a mansion under him. His rank 5 mind was strong enough to suppress his instincts, and no trace of his hatred spread from his figure as he memorized the layout of the Bulvin mansion. Both Noah and the Elder were using their methods to conceal their presence, but the diversion created by the beasts was necessary to keep the hidden powerhouse's attention away from the sky. They were confident in their concealing abilities, but it didn't hurt to be careful, especially since they didn't know the exact power of the rank 5 noble. I memorized the layout of the defensive formations in the area. We can return in the separate dimension now, Dreaming Demon said as she opened her eyes and turned toward Noah. He nodded when he heard her words, but he didn't move yet. The images of the dragon from his childhood appeared in his mind as he kept his gaze on the familiar mansion. A dragon ignited my ambition, and a dragon will take the life of those that tried to suppress it. Noah thought before moving his gaze away and turning to leave toward the nearest entrance to the dimension. The time for his revenge had come. The strategy to use the magical beasts as a diversion worked perfectly. Noah had been able to take a good look at the layout of the mansions around Mossgrove City, while the heroic assets of the families were busy paying attention to the unusual event that he created. He had to add other beasts as he advanced toward that area, but that long process helped in honing his ability to use his pride. Also, Dreaming Demon had been able to learn about the defenses of those buildings. Noah knew that Dreaming Demon's abilities were perfect to study one environment when inscriptions were involved, and she had even helped the tide of magical beasts during their charge. Her subtle mental waves couldn't be noticed in that messy battlefield, and they forced the nobles to activate the defenses of their buildings, revealing everything to her consciousness. Noah and the demons now had all the pieces of information required to plan the attack on the Bulvin family. Yet, there was still one thing that held Noah back from attacking as soon as the elders stretched the separate dimension right under the Bulvin mansion. I might ask the elders to go there, kill Reese, and end this matter, Noah thought as he sat in one of his caves while holding his inscribed notebook. A few weeks had passed since he used the magical beasts to attack Mossgrove City, and the demons had just notified him that the tunnel had been completed. He could choose to enter the Bulvan mansion whenever he wanted. Flying demons simply needed to create the entrance. I might let Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon destroy everything in their path and kill everyone in a matter of minutes. Noah thought. Any eventual defense provided by the Elbas family would fall in front of them. The images of his life inside the Bulvan mansion appeared in his mind at that point. Noah knew that the situation inside his family couldn't be simple. Information about the Bulvans had stopped leaking for a while, and the support of the royals only made the case more mysterious. There was bound to be something that he didn't calculate inside the mansion, and Noah would need a bit of time to make the required preparations. Waiting when he had the chance to deliver the final blow wasn't his style, but that matter concerned his family. No, it has to be me. It must be my blade that severs the fate chosen by heaven and earth. I can't let anyone do this for me. Noah set his mind and proceeded to convey his decision to the elders. Then, he focused on improving his abilities, especially his offensive. He had to be fast and precise with his attack, and his real target was Reese. The other members of his family could wait a bit longer, but he had to be sure that he killed his father before he died of old age. Modifying his dark cover spell had taken 7 months even with the new power of the divine deduction technique, which meant that the time required for each improvement had increased again. That was normal since his level had risen again, but there was the lifespan of his father to consider. More than 40 years had passed since he escaped from his family, and Reese was already a middle-aged man back then. Human cultivators could live for a long time, but his father had never really trained. So, he had to kill him now if he wanted to be sure of obtaining his revenge. He wouldn't mind it too much if something inside the mansion suddenly forced him to retreat as long as Reese died in the process. However, he still spent almost 2 years in seclusion, even if he had decided to attack as soon as possible. He needed that time to improve the offensive methods that made use of his mental sphere, and he didn't apply that enhancements to all his abilities. What he had achieved in those 2 years was the least amount of preparation that Noah found acceptable before charging toward his family. The layout of the Outcast didn't change much in that period, and the demons made sure to attack any family that left one of the 2 crowded areas loyal to the Elbas family. That forced the nobles to maintain their current position, even if their anger toward the uncaring royals grew since they kept on ignoring the matters of the old continent. The Uti family received many secret messages too, which opened the path to new potential allies inside the country. It could be said that the Hive had already completed his task of destabilizing the political power there, and that had only taken 3 years. I'm ready. Noah conveyed those words through his inscribed notebook when he exited his cave for the first time in 2 years. Daniel had long returned to his family in that period, and even the human troops had gone back to the new continent a few months ago. Only Noah and the 2 demons were left in that part of the separate dimension. Noah flew toward the end of the tunnel, only to find Flying Demon carefully laying lines on the ceiling of the dimension with a black, inscribed stick. The door is almost ready, Prince, Dreaming Demon said as she turned toward the incoming Noah. Her eyebrows arched when she sensed the cold sharpness that he radiated as he took slow steps toward them. She had never seen him like this. It was as if Noah's entire being had become a blade focused only on his target. Dreaming Demon didn't say anything, and she just prepared herself to provide as much assistance as possible once they reached the other side. Flying Demon soon finished the door, and he set his mind on the same state when he noticed the seriousness of Noah and his lover. You focus on isolating the mansion and containing any external threat. I'll call you if I need your help, Noah ordered before stepping on the array, and the elders nodded before covering their faces and following him. Noah covered his face too as the light of the teleportation enveloped their figures. Shining lines began to appear in one of the underground training areas that had been built in the last period. Adrian Bulvan was silently training when the appearance of those inscriptions awakened him from his meditation. He stared at the lines in amazement for less than a second before spreading his consciousness to warn the other members of his family. Yet, his mind suddenly lost focus as 3 hooded figures materialized on top of the array. I can give you half of a time, Dreaming Demon said through her consciousness. The effects of my mental waves will begin to disperse afterward. The two demons shot in the air at that point and reached for the upper parts of the mansion. Adrian regained his focus at that moment only to sense a primordial fear filling his entire being. Noah and the demons had covered their faces only as a form of protection against eventual recording devices hidden inside the Bulvan mansion. That measure was necessary in case something went wrong in the attack, and the Elbas family intervened to blame Hive. There would be no proof without images, and the words of a medium-sized noble family couldn't match those of an organization backed by a rank 6 existence. Also, the demons had disappeared for 1,000 years, and they didn't appear publicly yet. The noble families around the Bulvan mansion wouldn't be able to link those two rank 5 cultivators to the Hive even if they revealed their abilities. On the other hand, Noah's abilities were quite famous by then, so his hood did very little in hiding his identity. However, his spells had drastically changed in the last years, which gave him some leverage in the case someone inside the mansion survived the attack. Adrian trembled when he felt Noah's gaze focusing on him. He had sensed a similar fear before, but its intensity was utterly different from the past. Yet, he was still a heroic cultivator, and he didn't hesitate to deploy his defensive spells when he felt threatened. Adrian's size began to increase, and his skin started to change color, but that process seemed to take minutes in Noah's vision. Their levels were too different now, and each of Adrian's actions couldn't escape Noah's powerful consciousness. He couldn't even reach the liquid stage in these years. Noah thought before a large amount of his mental energy condensed and came out of his sea of consciousness. His mental energy transformed when it came out of his eyes and took the shape of an ethereal saber that destroyed the matter in its trajectory. The saber seemed almost material due to the density of the mental energy that made it, and it was incredibly fast too. Adrian didn't even manage to complete his first transformation before Noah's spell pierced his head and released its destructive properties inside his sea of consciousness. Adrian could only feel a sharp pain coming from his mind before his consciousness became dark. Noah's focus stayed on his uncle's mental sphere to analyze the effects of his spell. The destruction released by the ethereal saber spread through the walls of Adrian's mind after it pierced it, and they could only fall apart under such might. The mental blade works as intended. I can finally use my mental spells again, Noah thought as he shot toward his dead uncle to seize his dantian before it dispersed the breath inside it. He had been thorough with his modifications when he was in the separate dimension, and he had further enhanced the power of his spells in the 2 years spent preparing for the attack. Of course, Noah had chosen to focus on the spells that made use of his mental sphere before the attack. The mental tremor spell used to release a condensed beam of mental energy in its original form, but it had become a dense saber after the many modifications. Noah knew that something in line with his individuality would produce more potent effects, so he had pushed his abilities on that path. Also, its power had been raised to the 5th rank, which made Noah decide to rename the spell Mental Saber. Noah quickly ate Adrian's dantian and stored his corpse inside his space ring. Then, he spread his consciousness to search for a specific presence. The layout of the inner ring of the mansion appeared inside his mind as his consciousness covered the area. Noah sensed many soldiers in the 2nd rank, and even a few of them in the 3rd rank. That high number of powerful soldiers was quite peculiar for a medium-sized noble family, but Noah couldn't be bothered by them. They were just ants in his eyes, and even 1,000 rank 3 cultivators wouldn't be able to stop his charge. Yet, his attention focused on an old human cultivator that wore an eye patch on his left eye. Noah's aura became violent when he recognized his father, and he directly pounced toward his direction. The walls of the underground chamber couldn't block his charge, and even the floor of the inner circle crumbled as Noah advanced at full speed toward Reese' room. The entire central building of the mansion shook as Noah broke anything in his path toward his revenge. His movements were fast, but the other heroic cultivators in the area had all been alerted when Noah's consciousness spread. Their instincts had told them to escape when they felt those dense mental waves, but a voice resounded through the entirety of the mansion when Noah was in the middle of his charge. "Block the invaders." Noah heard that voice even if walls and debris fell everywhere around him. The voice belonged to his grandfather, but the cultivation level that backed it made Noah's eyes sharpen. "Rank 5 cultivator," Noah exclaimed in his mind, but he didn't stop his charge. Instead, shock waves resounded from under his feet as he performed the shadow sprint martial art. Noah was set on killing Reese that day, even if that meant facing Thomas Bulvin. Of course, he had already noticed that Thomas wasn't a complete rank 5 cultivator. His reaction timing was too low, and he had sensed Noah only when the latter spread his consciousness. Otherwise, Thomas would have detected the appearance of the teleportation matrix in one of the underground rooms. The shadow sprint made Noah reach an incredible speed, which brought him right before Reese's room in less than an instant. However, a mighty gale swept his body and flung him away just as he was about to charge through the last wall before his father. Noah felt an immense pressure landing on his body and attempting to reduce him to a pulp as the winds threw him directly in the outer ring of the mansion. His mental energy focused on keeping his face covered, and both his arms and legs worked to stop his momentum. Noah managed to stop right before the defensive walls of the mansion, where he straightened his position. The spell didn't make him bleed, but he felt sore in multiple points. Also, the gale had killed many soldiers on its path as it carried Noah outside of the central building. Then, Noah sensed 3 heroic cultivators descending toward him. One of them was a rank 4 cultivator in the gaseous stage that resembled Adrian, and Noah didn't fail to recognize him as Keith Bulvin. The only woman in the group resembled Lena Bulvin, and she was an incomplete heroic cultivator that had a rank 4 Danteon. The third presence belonged to Thomas Bulvin, and Noah's coldness reached its peak when he saw that he held a struggling William from his neck. Thomas revealed a smile when he saw that Noah hesitated to attack, and he lifted William higher in the air before announcing something. "A hood can't deceive me, Noah Bulvin. Move and your master dies." Noah stared at the familiar man in Thomas's grasp, and he couldn't help but hesitate. William had aged a lot in the more than 40 years after Noah's escape, but that change wasn't supposed to be so sharp since he was a rank 3 cultivator back then. Yet, Noah was able to notice that his Danteon seemed damaged, since it didn't contain even the slightest trace of breath. The truth was that the royals had thoroughly investigated every soldier in the outer circle of the Bulvin family after they decided to support Thomas fully. The investigation revealed many crucial pieces of information that concerned Noah. The Bulvins learnt how Noah became aware of the existence of the Royal Academy from Sandy and Mark, and how he obtained the second Kezir rune from William. It was needless to say that the discovery had kindled the anger of the nobles who did their best to punish those betrayers, and even the innocent captain couldn't escape that. William had received a special treatment, though, since he was one of the direct causes behind Noah's quick improvements, which led him to that state. Noah recognized the facial features of the man that had introduced him to the cultivation world under the wrinkled skin and the dirty gray hair. He was missing an eye, and even one of his ears had been cut off. The skin on his wrists was torn and red, and only a prolonged time in chains could leave those marks on a rank 4 body. William took a while to understand why Thomas had taken him out of his cell. The hooded figure under him felt familiar, but he was too tired and old to link it to the disciple that he had trained such a long time ago. However, he started to understand something as Thomas's words entered his ear. His tired eye went on the invader, and the coldness that he radiated awakened memories that he had been forced to suppress for a long time. He began to remember about the hard-working disciple that he had trained so many years ago. He remembered his determination to strive for the higher ranks, as well as his resilience when he was forced to join the inner ring. Then, he couldn't help but laugh when he connected those memories to the hooded figure under him. William's laugh surprised all the heroic cultivators on the scene, but Noah felt complex emotions rising inside him when he heard it. He had already made his mind on that situation, but he wanted to stare at his master for a few more seconds before acting. Nevertheless, William began to speak before he could do anything. "My disciple is the most driven and ruthless cultivator in the entire world. A ruined old man like me can't block his path, and you are fools if you think that you can do it." William kept on laughing when he finished his phrase, but he soon started coughing blood due to that effort. He was simply too old and ruined, and even that small action had brought him to his limit. Noah lowered his head at that sight. The Bulvin family was using someone he cared about to limit his actions, something that his mother had chosen to prevent with her suicide. He felt a fit of raging anger inside him, struggling to come out, but his powerful mind managed to suppress it. He felt the unwillingness of severing his ties with his old master, but he suppressed that feeling too. The chance to retreat was still there, and Noah was aware of that. He could just contact the elders that were busy somewhere around the mansion and retreat through the separate dimension. William would have a pitiful life, but he would be alive at least. Noah would just have to wait until he died of old age and then attack again. Nothing was stopping him from doing that. However, he had already decided to press on. This is my choice. I own it, Noah thought before raising his head again to stare at Thomas. He had gone through all the available paths in his mind, and there were a few of them that could even end up in William's rescue. Yet, those paths would force him to restrain himself once again, which was something that he wasn't willing to do. Nevertheless, he didn't want to find justifications for his decision. He had needed that time to make sure that he wasn't deluding himself with some excuse. He had decided to kill William to continue his revenge, to destroy one of the few people that he cared about to act freely. There wasn't any emotion coming out of him when he stared at his enemies. His aura simply radiated a cold sharpness that became more intense with each passing second. Then he spoke. Thomas. Noah directed his words at his grandfather, and his voice resembled a roar rather than a human sound. Thomas Bulvin kept his confident smirk when he heard that unfamiliar voice, but there was only seriousness inside him. His opponent was a rank 5 mage, while he only had a rank 4 mental sphere. They were extremely close in power, which was something that genuinely amazed him. After all, he was sure that the hooded man under him was his grandson, and seeing that he had reached his level in 60 years of life only affected his morale. What can you do against a faster, stronger opponent that you can't outsmart? Noah asked. Thomas showed a confused expression when he heard the second part of Noah's phrase, but William's eye widened at those words. Those were the exact words that he had used to question him during one of their first lessons, and he could only smile when he understood that his disciple still remembered them. Thomas didn't notice the changes happening inside the man in his grasp, but he did nothing to interrupt Noah. He knew that gaining time was the best option for his family. He didn't know why no one had answered his call for help, but he was confident that such methods couldn't last long. Noah saw the smile on his master's face and felt sorrow, but he still proceeded in waving his hand and creating hundreds of ethereal sabers that floated next to him. Keith and the other fake heroic cultivator retreated when they sensed the power contained in those ethereal sabers, and even Thomas felt a dangerous sensation coming from them. The three of them were so focused on the spell that they didn't hear William's murmuring something that only Noah heard. Giving up. William gave the answer that he had given so many years ago, but Noah quickly corrected it. You become a demonic sword able to sever the fate chosen by heaven and earth. Noah followed his words with another wave of his hand. The ethereal sabers shot toward the 4 figures in the air at that point, and Noah made sure to fix his gaze on his master during the process. He saw how William's smile didn't fade even when the spell stabbed his internal organs. The ability used by Noah at that moment was the modified version of the Ghostly Claws spell. The diagram of that spell was able to reach a power in the 5th rank, so the modifications applied during his years inside the separate dimension were enough to make it suitable for his individuality. Noah had only reviewed it a bit during the period before the attack, but the spell was perfected already. The claws had become sabers at that point, which made Noah change its name into Ghostly Sabers spell. The spell worked in the same way of its previous version, with the difference that its destructive power had wholly increased. Keith and the other fake heroic cultivator retreated at high speed when they saw the ethereal sabers reaching for them, but they were too slow. Cultivators at the bottom of the heroic ranks couldn't match the speed and power of a spell in the 5th rank, especially one so hard to defend against. The inscriptions on their robes shone only to flicker when the tide of sabers seeped in their bodies and pierced their internal organs. Also, the saber released a spreading destruction when they reached their target. Keith and the woman paled as blood came out of their mouths. Their insides were a mess, and they couldn't stop the spreading destruction even with their complete focus. They could only see how their consciousness began to fade before they lost control of their footholds and fell on the ground. Noah didn't know if they had died, but the situation didn't allow him to check it. His eyes were on the rank 5 cultivator that was using one of his defensive spells to fend off the incoming sabers. Thomas had directly used one of his most potent defensive spells when he sensed the amount of danger radiated by the ethereal sabers. Dense gales engulfed his figure and destroyed Noah's attacks with their raging motion. Noah was backing the spell with the energy contained in his liquid dantian, so he wasn't holding back his offensive in the slightest. However, Thomas had access to the dense gaseous breath of the 5th rank, which pushed the power of his spell to the peak of the 4th rank. Also, he was aware of Noah's abilities, so he had chosen the method that countered them better. The gales were dense and contained a large amount of his mental energy, which managed to stop the advance of the sabers. Yet, that was still a spell with the power of the 4th rank, and there was a limit to how much it could resist against Noah's attack. Thomas was soon forced to let go of William's corpse to focus on defending himself. The wind began to rotate around Thomas as he wielded a big fan and started to wave it. An invisible whirlpool formed around him as he kept on condensing air with his fan, but Noah's attention had moved on William's falling corpse. His master was smiling even after he died, but the destruction released by Noah's spell was still consuming his body. A rank 4 body could only crumble in front of a rank 5 spell, and William didn't even have much breath left inside it. Noah saw how his master turned into bloody dust during the fall, before becoming a simple red stain on the ground of the outer circle. His gaze lingered on the stain for a few seconds, and he didn't even care that Thomas had completed his attack. He just wanted to fix those images in his mind. Of course, Thomas didn't wait for his opponent to be ready and unleashed the winds that he had condensed around him. Those winds became a thick current that threatened to destroy everything in its path as it moved toward the hooded figure on the ground. Noah saw that scene in slow motion. His consciousness was too powerful, and he couldn't be distracted even if he focused on something else. Yet, he didn't move and he let the thick current crash on his figure. Noah felt pain when the dense winds slammed him on the ground and pushed him downward, creating a deep hole in the terrain of the outer circle. Earthquakes spread from that point, and even the inscribed defensive walls nearby threatened to crumble under the might of a rank 5 cultivator's attack. The entirety of the Bulvin mansion began to shake, but Thomas didn't fail to notice that the tremors seemed to stop right after the defensive walls abruptly. Some sort of energy was isolating the mansion and prevented the energy released inside it from spreading outside. Thomas's eyes sharpened at that sight. He didn't lack experience nor wits. He had only lacked wealth in his life. He had never been able to obtain a rank 5 cultivation technique before, which led him to stop his training at the peak of the solid stage. His dantian had stagnated for decades in that stage, and it had been able to survive the breakthrough only thanks to the expensive drugs provided by the royal family. So, he knew that his grandson had some helpers that were managing the situation around the mansion. Nevertheless, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain coming from his heart. Thomas spit blood as his consciousness quickly focused on his internal organs. His mind noticed how a couple of ethereal sabers were running freely inside his body and tearing apart anything in their path. Anger rose inside him when he understood that Noah had used his dense winds as a pathway for his ethereal sabers. Thomas's defense was good, and it even countered the ethereal properties of Noah's spell. However, he had been defenseless when he used the winds around him to attack. Noah had used that chance to send a large number of sabers through the current, and only 2 of them survived the journey to land inside Thomas's body. Thomas began to use his breath to restrain the movements of the sabers inside him, but he could only make them deplete their power more quickly. Meanwhile, they continued to tear his internal organs apart and spread their destruction through his body. Also, Thomas knew that Noah was still alive. He had used the full power of a rank 5 martial art, coupled with a rank 4 item and his rank 5 breath. But Noah was still able to control his spell after that blow. That attack was one of Thomas's most potent offensives, and even a direct hit wasn't able to take care of someone with a rank 4 dantian. Thomas began to feel fear, but the appearance of more than 100 black sabers forced him to suppress that feeling to focus on the battle. Noah didn't need to spend much time on the ghostly saber spell during the 2 years before the attack. So, He could focus on other abilities after completing the modifications on the mental saber spell. Of course, he had prioritized the abilities that didn't require much breath, and one of them was the will-consuming rune. Noah had yet to create another personal rune, but he had used that time to improve the saber-shaped one that he had made in the past. His mind had become able to condense stronger emotions when it reached the 5th rank, which allowed him to create a stronger version of his first rune. Thomas saw hundreds of small, black sabers with power in the solid stage of the 4th rank filling the ground under him. The sabers began to absorb the breath in the environment and even the primary energy that Noah's spells had previously released with their destruction. Their power multiplied, and they seemed to near the peak of the 4th rank in just a matter of seconds. The density of the breath in the area quickly plummeted as the runes absorbed it, but Thomas couldn't focus on it since a series of ethereal sabers shot from the ground toward him. It was clear that Noah was planning something and that he didn't want Thomas to interrupt his strategy. Thomas snorted and surrounded his figure with gales again, while also waving his fan many times. His mind felt the strain of using powerful attacks and defenses at the same time, but the situation required him to push himself to his limits. Also, Noah was still nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had disappeared after the last attack flung him underground. The raging, dense air around Thomas fought against the incoming ethereal sabers, while the winds released by his fan crashed on the array of black runes on the ground. He didn't want to fall in a passive position against an opponent that used mental attacks. After all, he had already been injured due to one slight distraction. However, that approach lowered the might of both his attack and defensive method. Thomas was only a rank 4 mage, but he was using abilities fueled by breath in the 5th rank. There was a limit to how well he could handle 2 of his strongest skills at the same time, especially since their power surpassed the capabilities of his mind. His mental energy depleted at high speed to control both abilities, but he managed to obtain some initial success with that approach. The black runes fell apart and released the energy that they had previously accumulated, and the ethereal sabers struggled to pierce the dense winds that surrounded him. Yet, that positive trend was bound to stop as the reserves of his sea of consciousness kept on diminishing. Thomas's focus reached its peak as he poured more energy to destroy the runes on the ground, and he moved his attention to the ghostly sabers only when the other threat was taken care of. The winds around him became more violent when the last saber-shaped rune fell apart since Thomas could use all his concentration on the mental attack after that. Nevertheless, he suddenly felt that an unstoppable force was tearing apart his defensive method. Noah had hidden underground and used his dark cover spell to conceal his presence while his spells kept his grandfather busy. Thomas had been so focused on the various sabers that he didn't notice that Noah had come out from the ground behind him and had directly charged at him. Thomas's defensive method countered mental attacks, but it couldn't do anything against Noah's physical strength. The winds dispersed under the pressure released by Noah's punch, and only then was Thomas able to feel the immense danger that Noah radiated. Something inside him told him that he would die if that punch landed on his body. Thomas's aura suddenly changed when death became so close to him, and he decided to forsake his mansion to use his most potent ability at that point. Noah heard his grandfather murmuring a few words right before his fist connected with the center of his back. "The wind blows from within me." Noah's knuckle touched Thomas's back, but a dense wave of condensed air landed on his body and flung him back directly to the other side of the outer ring. His body had already been wounded in the last attack, but even his bones began to crack when that wind hit him. Noah quickly ate a large number of Daniel's pills to fill his body with nourishments as he crashed on the opposite defensive walls and created deep cracks on its surface. Meanwhile, his consciousness remained fixed on his grandfather and the destruction that he was unleashing with his new ability. A series of tornadoes originated from Thomas's low waist and spread in every direction, destroying everything on their path. The buildings of his mansion fell apart under the might of those strong winds, and their suction force further wrecked the area around him. Thomas had suddenly become the center of a storm that didn't care for allies or foes. However, his posture was off as he floated toward Noah, carrying his destructive winds with him. "I broke his spine, but I didn't expect his individuality," Noah thought as he stepped on the air. Thomas was gravely injured, but the power of his individuality had pushed his most suitable rank 4 spell through the boundaries of the 5th rank. On the other hand, Noah was holding back on some of his abilities to protect his identity. He still had the demonic form and his sabers at his disposal, but he would instead use skills that the world had yet to see. A battle of individualities it is. Noah set his mind at that thought and deployed his saber-shaped runes in the environment once again. Then, he cast the ghostly sabers spell on top of those runes. In the end, he released a large amount of his liquid breath and spread his mental waves to quicken the creation of primary energy. "You dare pretending to be someone else even when I gave up on my family to fight you?" Thomas shouted when he saw that Noah wasn't willing to use any of his renowned abilities. His spell was too violent and had an area of effect so large that most of his mansion had been destroyed in a matter of seconds. Nothing could remain intact when a force that neared the power of the 5th rank appeared in the open. Of course, Thomas didn't doubt about the assailant's identity for even an instant. His instincts told him that the figure that did everything in its power to cover its face was his grandson, and he trusted them. Yet, the fact that Noah wasn't willing to reveal himself even when he was going all out angered him to no end. That anger though vanished when he sensed that the saber-shaped runes had reached a power in the 5th rank. Thomas had his back hunched as he stared at the threatening saber-shaped runes from the center of his storm. The slight contact with Noah's fist had been enough to break his spine, which he managed to keep together only through his breath. Also, he had a rank 5 body, meaning that he couldn't die so quickly. However, the ghostly saber spell had also damaged his internal organs. He needed to fix his back before he could start healing, but his opponent kept on standing even if he had hit him with 2 of his most potent attacks. Of course, Noah was far from okay. Thomas's attacks weren't sharp like his, so they found it hard to pierce his skin. Yet, their might had managed to tear his muscles apart and even fracture many of his bones. The resilience of Noah's body, though, was on a completely different level. He was a rank 5 hybrid in the lower tier. It would take far more damage to make his body collapse or affect his actions. After all, Thomas wasn't a complete rank 5 cultivator yet, and that greatly influenced the battle prowess that he could express. Noah suffered from the same issue, but his rank 5 mind gave him access to spells with that power. His reserves of breath obviously depleted at a faster pace, but he had purposely focused on the skills that mainly relied on his mental energy before the battle. Also, he expressed part of his individuality with each of those abilities while Thomas did that only with his last raging storm. Thomas noticed how the power of the saber-shaped runes kept on rising even after they reached the 5th rank. There didn't seem to be a limit to how much they could absorb, and Thomas knew that they were already deadly in that state. That discovery made him anxious to end the battle before they reached a power that he couldn't hope to match. Thomas struggled to redirect the storm toward the hooded figure, but Noah promptly answered to that gesture by launching the ghostly sabers. The ethereal sabers fell apart as they made their way through the raging winds, but some of them managed to reach for its center and stab Thomas. At the same time, the winds swept Noah, who felt an incredible pressure threatening to shatter his body. The ground under Noah's feet crumbled as the storm raged in that spot, and he felt the pressure pushing him on the ground. Yet, Noah endured the pressure and redirected his gaze toward his grandfather. Thomas coughed blood as the ghostly sabers seeped in his body and tore apart his internal organs. Still, the wind that originated from his low waist managed to prevent any deadly injury. However, he suddenly sensed a dangerous sensation coming from the intense stare of his opponent. Thomas saw a dense, half-transparent saber shooting toward his head at high speed, but there was nothing that he could do to avoid it in that state. The storm could only deplete part of its power. The saber landed on Thomas's mental sphere, which began to tremble to no end as the destructive properties of Noah's spell spread through its walls. The raging storm had managed to make the mental saber unable to pierce Thomas's sea of consciousness, but there was nothing that it could do about the properties of Noah's individuality. Thomas's concentration wavered, and the tornadoes originating from his low waist became wild once again. Noah felt some of the pressure on him being lifted when his grandfather lost focus, and he didn't hesitate to unleash his runes at that point. Controlling the saber-shaped runes now that they had reached a power in the 5th rank consumed a lot of his mental energy, but that consumption was completely sustainable for his level. The tide of black sabers shot through the violent storm and reached for the man in its center. The violence of the storm wasn't affected by the momentary unfocused state of his grandfather. Its power was connected with Thomas's individuality, and it wasn't something that could be stopped once it was released. Noah felt the thickness of the winds as he used his complete focus to push the saber-shaped runes deeper into the storm. Their trajectory was a bit off when they reached Thomas, but they still managed to stab him in many spots. The runes severed his right arm, stabbed his left shoulder, pierced his legs, and created holes in his torso. More basic energy formed on the battlefield as the mighty black sabers radiated Noah's individuality, and they kept on absorbing it to fuel themselves. Even the storm began to fall apart as Noah's individuality destroyed the matter that made it. Large empty tunnels formed wherever the saber-shaped runes moved, and the destructive force lingering in those spaces spread through the storm, affecting its composition. Thomas became aware of his surroundings only when the runes had turned and were ready to deliver a second attack. The tide of sharp, black weapons filled his field of view, and something inside him told him that he wasn't going to win that battle. His body was a mess, and his mental energy was almost completely depleted. Also, none of the families around his was coming to help him. His gaze moved away from the runes and went on the ground at that point. His mansion was wrecked, and every building had crumbled as the battle between him and Noah shook the area. Only the inscribed defensive walls were still standing, but long and deep cracks had filled their surface too. Thomas couldn't sense any trace of life coming from the debris, and he suddenly felt just as the defensive walls. They were a ruined structure that protected wreckages just as he was a broken man that protected a family that no longer existed. All his efforts had been reduced to dust in one battle. "No, my family won't disappear," Thomas murmured when the first rune stabbed his shoulder. Noah heard those words, but he didn't stop his offensive and continued to control the black sabers even as his grandfather continued to speak. "One Bulvan will remain in this world. He might change his name, his face, and even his blood, but he will always be Noah Bulvan." More sabers reached for Thomas and pierced his body, but he didn't care and shouted, "His glory shall be my glory because his name is my name. I declare him patriarch of the Bulvan family with my last breath. May he learn to own his name as he strives for the sky." Thomas couldn't say anything else since the tide of runes destroyed his upper body after those last words. The windstorm dispersed when Noah destroyed his grandfather's upper body. The saber-shaped runes fell apart and released their energy in the environment as he relaxed. Silence filled the area inside the scarred defensive walls, and Noah found himself alone in the middle of the wrecked mansion. His consciousness couldn't sense any trace of life, and his eyes could only see the ruins of what had once been his home. Noah didn't feel anything at that sight. He felt empty as he landed on the ground and tried to sprint toward the remains of Thomas's corpse. Yet, he puked blood as soon as he took the first step. "I'm injured," Noah thought before straightening his position to keep advancing toward his grandfather. His last exchanges with Thomas had been inside the windstorm, which had applied a threatening pressure on his body for its whole duration. Noah had endured that damage during the battle to press on with his offensive, but his wounded state became evident once he relaxed. Most of his bones had cracks, and his muscles had been torn apart in many spots. Those were injuries that he would take months to fix even with the improved healing properties of his body. However, he couldn't stop and rest just yet. Noah slowly closed with the remains of Thomas's corpse. He only found a pair of bloody legs attached to what was left of his waist, but that was enough for him. The windstorm had modified the trajectory of his saber-shaped runes, but Noah had been careful not to touch his most crucial part. Noah browsed through the insides of the corpse and found a shining orb that had already begun to disperse its dense energy. Thomas's breath resembled a raging storm as it seeped out of his dantian, which showed that Noah's assumption about his individuality was on point. Noah directly ate the dantian and closed his eyes to assess the amount of nourishment that it provided him. His wounded body greedily attacked the shining orb and reduced it into primary energy that nourished all his tissues. Part of its energy went to the injured muscles and bones, but a large share of it simply fed his form as a whole. Noah felt a warm sensation filling his body, and he could immediately tell that no rank 5 beast in the lower tier could match that amount of energy. This should be equal to a bit more than 10 rank 5 magical beasts. Noah thought before storing those remains and moving toward a specific point among the ruins. His consciousness covered the entirety of the space inside the defensive walls, so finding his target in that mess was quite easy. Noah slowly walked through the ruins until he reached a big boulder. A human figure appeared when Noah destroyed the block with a light push. The figure belonged to an old man who had a broken eye patch on his left eye. The falling boulder had crushed his chest and his heart with it, but his face still carried his original features. The man that I've wanted to kill for so long wasn't even able to survive the fall of a building. Noah didn't feel anything when he thought that. Reese's corpse was right under him, but he didn't feel any satisfaction. His punch had forced Thomas to go all out, which unleashed his windstorm. Nevertheless, that spell had a large area of effect, and the mansion could only crumble under its pressure. The cultivators inside it couldn't oppose the pressure either, which forced them to remain still as the mansion fell apart. A battle between two cultivators that neared the 5th rank in power was bound to create repercussions that human cultivators weren't able to endure. Noah had mainly used mental attacks, so the humans inside the mansion had been able to endure his offensive. However, Thomas's attack had affected the entirety of the estate, which left the nobles and soldiers inside it with no hope to survive. In the end, Thomas killed his family and I killed my master. Life is silly at times. Noah sighed after those thoughts, and his mind began to wander. All this hatred toward someone so weak. What am I supposed to do with this feeling now? That question gave birth to a series of images that appeared and vanished inside his mind in a cycle. Lily's face often appeared among those images, but they weren't limited to her. Noah reviewed the entirety of his life inside the Bulvin mansion in a matter of seconds, and he could only feel empty when he compared them to the scenery around him. Yet, his ambition soon began to fill that void. My hatred led me to defy the plan of heaven and earth. Noah's aura released a tremor that spread in the matter around him when he thought that. All the sacrifices that I've made sharpened by form, but I still had to sever something that I cared about to fulfill my revenge. William's face appeared in his vision at that point. Noah didn't feel good about his death, but he still decided to own that sin. Deluding himself would only hurt his mindset, and he needed to have a clear idea of what he was. My pain, my sorrow, and my actions made me become a blade able to sever the fate chosen by heaven and earth. No trace of it remains in the world, and only their flaw keeps on living, he thought. The matter around him began to fall apart, and breath of the darkness element began to gather around his figure as his mind kept wandering. Noah was too lost in his thoughts to care about it, but his dantian was forcing his cultivation technique to work at a faster pace. Succeeding in his revenge and accepting William's killing allowed Noah to gain insights on the destructive part of his individuality. Those insights influenced the behavior of his dantian, which forced the black hole cultivation technique to provide specific laws to its form. The whirlpool at the center of the ring seemed to expand as it strived to reach a vaster area where to gather breath. Flying Demon returned in the sky above the mansion at that point. His robe was torn in some spots, but his face was still covered, and he appeared unharmed. He was about to call for Noah when he noticed the peculiar state in which the prince was. Flying Demon could see from his height how the ruins of the mansion turned into dust as the breath of the darkness element inside their matter left them. All that breath gathered around Noah before seeping in his low waist that greedily absorbed everything. Flying Demon saw how Noah's aura vanished for a second before spreading again in the environment with a newfound sharpness. Also, the fact that the aura radiated a power in the solid stage of the 4th rank didn't escape his senses. Flying Demon remained silent as Noah went through his breakthrough. He had come to warn him that they didn't have much time left, but the situation forced him to stop his actions. Noah was advancing to the solid stage, and that was a process that he didn't dare to interrupt. The matter of the ruins of the mansion kept on crumbling as the breath of the darkness element contained inside it reached for Noah's dantian. The laws carried by that breath nourished the fabric of Noah's center of power and improved its structure. Enlightenments on the destructive part of his individuality dawned upon him as his dantian squeezed the liquid breath inside it. The sharp form of his black energy condensed until it became a minute shard that radiated a blinding dark light. My destruction is complete, Noah thought when his dantian started to stabilize, and his cultivation technique stopped increasing its absorption speed. A wave of sharpness spread from his figure when he opened his eyes and further destabilized the remaining wreckage of the mansion. Dust accumulated around Noah as the broken walls and floors crumbled under the pressure of his breath, but Flying Demon couldn't see any satisfaction in his eyes. His power had increased again, but he had to pay a heavy price for that. Prince, we must go. Dreaming Demon's cover won't last for long, and my opponent has managed to escape, Flying Demon said as he landed next to Noah and waited for his answer. Dreaming Demon appeared in the sky too at that point, and she could only stop her tracks when she saw the situation on the ground. Her complete focus had been on blocking the signs of the battle from leaking outside the mansion, and that wasn't a simple matter. That battlefield had seen the fight between two cultivators that neared the 5th rank, and she had to contain it while also modifying the scene viewed from the outside. The only existence that could notice her methods was the rank 5 noble in the area, but Flying Demon had kept it busy just as they had planned. So, she was a bit surprised when she saw the wreckage and Noah's cultivation level. It was evident to both demons that Noah's revenge didn't only affect his emotions and that he was still in the process of accepting his new state. Yet, they had to go since there were bound to be reinforcements on their way. Destruction is only half of my path, but my creation struggles to manifest. Death surrounds me, but there is also life on my path. Noah moved his gaze toward the elders near him when he thought that. They were pressing him to leave, but they didn't dare to move before him. Then June's figure appeared in his mind. I'm a demon that strives for power, but I have people that I care about. This duality exists in the world, just like it exists in my individuality. Noah thought when the demons showed happy smirks at his gaze. Arthur, Tisha, Noah said, and the elders became severe when they heard him calling them with their real names for the first time. These walls saw the birth of the people that have allowed me to cultivate. Both of them died because of me. The two demons didn't say anything when they heard those words. They had endured their share of tragedies too, and the events after the exile were just part of the hindrances that they had to overcome in their long life. On the other hand, Noah was young, and the power of his centers of power only made his age even more amazing. Yet, he still had to become used to how many things lost their value after spending centuries away from the struggles of the mortal world. I will stop at nothing to reach the stars, but that doesn't mean that I won't treasure anything else. Let's leave a piece of life in this place of death after we clean it, Noah ordered, and the demons quickly began to plunder the battlefield after his order. They didn't wholly understand Noah's words, but they could guess what he meant in the last part. Flying Demon flew toward the center of the area and released a series of ice shards when they were done with the plundering. A layer of ice formed on the terrain when the shards touched it, and the temperature in the area dropped as white flowers rose from the frozen ground. The remains of the mansion, the terrain, and even part of the defensive walls saw flowers made of ice growing from their surface and creating a pure scenery. Of course, the flowers weren't alive, but they grew from the wreckage of a battle and expressed a sense of life in the process. Flying Demon didn't know what Noah really meant with his words, but it was clear that two people important to him had died in the mansion. So he created a grave. The messy breath, still lingering in the area, froze when the flowers touched it, which erased almost every trace of the battle between Noah and Thomas. Dreaming Demon returned next to Noah when she had finished gathering the intact wealth among the wreckage and turned to stare at her lover's work. "How many enemies do you have left?" she asked. "Quite a bunch, and they are all stronger than me," Noah answered. "Who is the strongest?" she asked again. Noah turned when he heard that question, and he revealed a weak smile before answering. "Heaven and earth, of course." Then, He gave one last look at Flying Demon's work before moving toward the teleportation matrix connected to the separate dimension. The two demons quickly followed him, and the three of them destroyed the door as soon as they returned in the tunnel. Dreaming Demon removed her hood, which revealed her tired expression, and the other two in her group followed her example. Noah was a bit pale due to all the injuries that his body had suffered, and he felt the need to hibernate to quicken the healing process. Instead, Flying Demon appeared completely fine. His opponent had been weaker than him, and he had kept the higher ground during the entire duration of the battle. The noble had managed to escape though, since Flying Demon couldn't chase him past Mossgrove City. "I'll probably isolate myself for a while. You can handle the matters in the Nation on your own," Noah said as he moved toward one of his caves while gulping a mouthful of blood that had climbed through his throat. "Do you want us to focus on something in particular?" Flying Demon asked when he saw Noah slowly walking away from them. "Try to discover something about the Balor family, but never give away that you are interested in it," Noah answered before stopping and turning toward the two elders as he remembered to say something. "Right? Thank you for your help. My revenge would still be on hold if it weren't for you. Our lives would be on hold too if you hadn't saved us. Rest, Prince. You have improved again without fully absorbing the gains given by your past breakthrough. Leave the Nation to us for now," Dreaming Demon said, and both elders revealed stern expressions at her words. Noah felt another wave of tiredness filling his body and decided to perform a slight bow before leaving to reach one of his caves. The battle against Thomas had injured him, but most of those wounds could have been avoided if he used all his abilities. Yet, he had to remain unknown, or at least avoid leaving irrefutable clues on the scene. The hood would protect him from eventual recording devices, but he still had to avoid using his signature moves. His body had paid the price to defeat an incomplete rank 5 cultivator while using only new abilities, but that amount of damage was something that he could endure. Noah spent the following months in a partial hibernation. He slept and woke up only to eat part of the nourishing resources inside his space ring. The energy contained in Thomas's dantian quickened the healing process, but the windstorm had even fractured his sturdy bones. That was something that would take a while to heal even with the healing properties inherited from the Een body. However, Noah wasn't in a hurry, and his mood was quite strange too. The Bulvin family was no more, and the Nation didn't have much appeal without it. It still contained a lot of resources due to all the noble families living there, but they didn't interest Noah either. He didn't need anything other than materials for his experiments, and the hive would provide them with just a single request. "My destruction is complete. My saber has severed the fate chosen by heaven and earth," Noah thought during his hibernation. "But I'll only leave nothing around me if I don't start to create." His mind focused on his dantian from time to time, and the sharp crystal radiated the same kind of destructive force that had appeared when his breath was in the liquid stage. That force had grown in intensity when his breath reached the solid stage, and it had even begun to affect a deeper layer of the matter. His individuality turned the world of heaven and earth into primary energy that he could use, but he still lacked the means to build with it. Fusing the will-consuming runes with the elemental forging method is the first step toward creation, Noah thought as he ate another pill made from a peak rank 4 magical beast. "I just need to heal before I can focus on harvesting all the gains of my breakthroughs." June's face appeared in his vision as he began to think about the creative aspect of his individuality. She was an expression of life in his mind and someone that could push Noah's drive to create further. "I want to see her," Noah thought before falling asleep to continue his recovery. Time passed quietly in the area of the separate dimension under the Nation. The news of the destruction of the Bulvin family didn't take much to spread through the entirety of the country. It was already clear that the secret assailants had access to assets in the peak of the 4th rank, but the last raid revealed that they could unleash something in the 5th rank too. An entire medium-sized family had been wiped out, and the assailants didn't even care that its mansion was right next to 2 large-sized noble families. No one was safe anymore, and the nobles could only redirect their gazes toward the 2 crowded areas that had yet to suffer any attack. The first one was on the northern border and used the threat of the capital to scare away the hiding assailants. The second one saw the families loyal to the cause grouped near the eastern side of the nation. The nobles in the southern area knew that they had to leave, but they had to decide which side to trust before that. The Elbas family didn't intervene even after the destruction of the Bulvans, and the loyal nobles were starting to become annoyed with that behavior. Their homes were being assaulted and raided, but their rulers didn't even address the issue. On the other hand, the families loyal to the cause didn't suffer at all in that period. More and more nobles began to switch sides and choose to move toward the eastern areas of the nation. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon exploited that situation to attack nobles that were still set on following the Elbas family and were moving toward the northern border. Fear continued spread through the nation, which seemed to be held hostage by an invisible threat able to attack anyone. The hive only benefited from that situation since the demons kept on plundering large amounts of precious resources and creations that were unpurchasable from outside the country. The wealth obtained from small and medium-sized families didn't amount to much in the hive's perspective. Only the completed items and inventions were valuable since 37 could reverse engineer them and expand the knowledge of the fourth force in the mortal lands. There were also a large number of scrolls and tomes that described techniques and spells which the hive carefully stored and began to study as soon as those goods reached the new continent. The news of the destruction of the Bulvan family eventually spread even outside of the Utra nation, and many eyes landed on the hive as a consequence. All the world knew about Noah and his enmity with his family, but the inscribed items that had survived the attack didn't reveal any incriminating evidence. Noah and the elders had been careful during that raid, and that behavior paid off since no one could even begin to blame the hive. Noah woke up fully healed in that period, and he began to focus on his abilities rather than minding the political situation in the outside world. There was too much to do with his breakthrough and too much to experiment on. Years inevitably passed as he focused on himself and the path ahead of him. He had achieved one of his lifelong goals, but there was still the ambition that pushed him to become stronger. Also, June was somewhere in the mortal lands, and he had a tunnel that could bring him wherever he wanted. Noah had never wanted to see her so badly, but he could guess that his eagerness originated from his individuality. His destruction was complete, but his existence strived for harmony, which could only be found in what inspired life in his case. The demons were with him, but they were friends at most and couldn't compare to his lover in terms of importance. Yet, Flying Demon sent him a message during his second year of seclusion. "We plan to attack the academy, and we need your knowledge, Prince." The Royal Academy of the Utra country used to be the place where countless studies and experts gathered to research on every aspect of the cultivation field. That facility and the capital used to hold the highest number of inscribed items, techniques, and spells, but everything had changed after the fall of the Peace of Immortal Lands. The terrain of the new continent contained so much breadth that most formations didn't need obsidian credits to work, and that was just the most basic benefit. The decision of the royals to move was wholly justified, as well as that of using the southeastern coast of the new continent as their new headquarters. Yet, the capital and the academy were still essential structures in the Utra nation, and they were bound to contain riches that the nobles couldn't hope to match. The demons would obviously decide to target them once the political environment of the nation allowed it. I didn't manage to achieve much in this period, but learning more about that area of the country might eventually lead me to June. Noah thought when he listened to the elder's message. Also, it's the perfect period to raid those facilities. The Elbas family didn't intervene in those years, and the forces of the hive were sure that it was up to something. Yet, they didn't care about the eventual repercussions that could hit the nobles once the royals stepped in. The hive was there to weaken one of the three big nations and to seize as many resources as it could. The well-being of the nobles didn't even cross its mind. The elders had simply decided to exploit an opportunity that could only benefit them as long as the raids weren't connected to the hive. "I'm in," Noah replied through his inscribed notebook. "I just need to make some preparations and remove the oath." Every student of the academy had to swear an oath before joining its facilities, and Noah still carried that declared in the past. He knew the exact position of the Royal Academy, but he couldn't reveal it before removing the pact that he had sealed when he became a student. The royals might have moved those facilities too, but we can just go there and see for ourselves. As long as they keep on ignoring us, we can keep on raiding. Noah thought before focusing his dense mental waves on his body. The oath sealed a long time ago had been unaffected by his fusion due to its ethereal properties, which meant that it was still somewhere inside his body. Oaths were usually sneaky and difficult to find, but the marble tablet in the academy was only a rank 4 item. Noah's rank 5 mind could see it as long as it focused on any external presence. Mental waves spread through his skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs, and they vibrated according to his unique aura. His body began to vibrate together with his mental waves, but a couple of spots didn't react. Those spots soon released 2 small runes that struggled to remain attached to the organs around his dantian. Those runes represented the oaths that he had taken in the past, and one of them linked him to the hive, or rather, to the old chasing demon sect. Instead, the other represented his oath with the academy, and it had to be removed if he wanted to reveal its position. Noah's mental waves encircled the rune and began to release his destructive individuality. The rune struggled and tried to self-destruct while shooting toward his dantian, but a wave of sharp breath came out of his center of power and aided his mental energy. Noah's methods weren't able to prevent the explosion, but most of the energy contained in the rune had been depleted before the blast. Small cuts and tremors spread in Noah's low waist, but his healing capabilities quickly kicked in to fix and contain the damage. Oaths are indeed annoying to deal with, Noah thought as he witnessed the wounds caused by the rune. His body was sturdy beyond any common sense, but its defensive properties didn't activate during the blast. It was as if it had willingly accepted to be injured by that energy. That was one of the troubles of dealing with oaths. The acceptance of the cultivator when sealing a pact would prevent most defensive methods once the vow was broken, which was the threatening aspect of those inscribed items. Noah waited for his body to heal before sending a message to the elders with the exact coordinates of the Royal Academy. Then, he turned his focus on his abilities again. The 2 years of seclusion had allowed him to improve his spells, but most of his old skills couldn't express his individuality fully. The Dark Blast spell could carry the destructive aspect of his existence, and the Black Hole spell could contain his greed, but they didn't reflect him even when fused into one attack. The same went for the Dark Ray, the Dark Cover, and the Warp spells, which were simply unsuitable for Noah's sharp individuality. Only his mental attacks had been able to express some aspects of his existence due to their strict relation with his mental energy, but even they weren't entirely his. The Dragon's Claw martial art and my rune are originals that reflect myself, and their power is far above my other abilities. Noah thought as he focused. This is the right path, but I need to deepen my creation to make full use of my individuality. Noah knew that the answer to his current issues was in his 2 inscription methods. The years spent in seclusion had allowed him to improve all his abilities, but he needed to make use of both inscription methods if he wanted to push his training to the next level. There was his cultivation technique to improve, and he had yet to find a way to fill the gaps left by the absence of the 6th Xianxia rune. It would take years before his turn arrived, so he had to create a viable alternative training method. His weapons were also nearing their limits, and they wouldn't keep up with him once he began to rely on his martial art again. However, his inscription methods appeared somewhat limited now that he had reached a higher level of understanding. Material items and condensed wills were powerful and useful tools, but Noah wanted only the best for his centers of power. That was the reason why he didn't focus on his training methods as soon as the wounds suffered in the Bulvan mansion healed. He had decided to tune his battle prowess to his new power before redirecting all his concentration in inventing the tool that would push all his creations to a new level. I need to fuse my inscription methods, Noah thought before activating the divine deduction technique in the silence of his cave. Noah's plan was ambitious, but he needed to pursue it if he wanted to keep striving toward the higher ranks. The elemental forging method had already shown its limitations in the past, and the studies of the will-consuming runes reported similar issues. Even the most prominent inscription methods would have limits to its teachings since most cultivators would begin to focus solely on themselves after reaching a certain level. Mighty experts would lose interest in creating a school that others could study at some point. The path toward the divine ranks didn't allow many deviations and required long periods of seclusion that cultivators couldn't spend thinking about others. Only those who needed to stop their advance to deepen their understanding would spend time among other cultivators that had similar issues. Also, experts usually weren't willing to share the discoveries that they had spent decades researching. It was up to the many organizations controlling and transcribing such schools because it was in their interest to nurture promising cultivators that could further improve their knowledge. Of course, every organization would just follow the will and needs of their leaders. The Elbas family strived to be unmatched when it came to the cultivation fields while also maintaining control over the talents of its nation. The Royal Academy was the organization that the royals had set for that task, and the world knew that it had already been a successful organization. As time passed, every organization would see a change in its layout or position, and the Royal Academy wasn't an exception. The new facility built on the new continent was far better than its previous version, but its requirements were far stricter. The Elbas family held complete control over the southeastern side of the piece of Immortal lands, which allowed it to set any rule that it wanted. Defeating the previous royal family had left it in control of a vast nation with a fragmented political system and full of different forces. The Elbas had made use of that environment to become stronger. Still, there was a limit to how much it could be achieved with so many traitors lying in wait. The royals had to find compromises in their rule, but that hadn't been necessary on the new continent. That land was empty, and they could grant access only to nobles that sealed pacts that benefited them. It only made sense that they would move their focus away from the Nation at that point. Total control was better than ruling with compromises. The Royal Academy in the Nation lost a lot of its former importance as the events concerning the new continent unfolded. The raids suffered by the country even affected its image in the nobles' eyes since the Elbas family didn't feel like a real ruler anymore. However, that didn't affect the intention of the Hive to investigate its facilities. "Do you think there still is something inside it?" Flying Demon asked as it looked above him. The two demons, Noah, Daniel, and the human troops of the Hive, had gathered right under the spot inside Aroliac Forest where the Academy was supposed to be. Daniel had a stricter oath compared to Noah since he had worked as an alchemist inside those facilities after his graduation. Amos couldn't break it, so he couldn't provide his information to his group. Yet, he had decided to join the attack after listening to Noah's plan, which meant that what he knew was on point. The oaths of the Academy covered only the aspects concerning the spreading of its researches and secrets, but they didn't consider the possibility of an outside force attacking it. After all, there was a rank 6 existence backing the organization ruling it. The Elbas family would rather leave that possibility open to bait out some rebels than creating harsher oaths that could scare away possible students. Also, the Academy had some of the most advanced defensive methods in the entirety of the nation, which scared away any ill-intentioned force. Of course, such measures didn't consider the separate dimension designed by Divine Architect. "Our silent noble is here, so there must be something valuable," Dreaming Demon said as she shot a glance at Daniel. "It doesn't matter." Noah intervened in the discussion at that point. "We had to come here at some point anyway." The elders focused again at his words and covered their faces. The formation had already been set, and the group simply waited for Noah's order before starting the operation. Only a month had passed since he revealed the coordinates of the Academy, but the elders had managed to prepare everything in that short period. It was needless to say that Noah didn't manage to achieve much in that time, but his battle prowess was at its peak nonetheless. He would need better methods to improve further, so he didn't mind coming out of his seclusion to join the raid. Actually, he had requested to be informed about that matter. The noble families didn't have techniques and spells of the darkness element useful to his level, but the deposit of the Academy could still contain something valuable to him. "Let's go," Noah said, and the group stepped on the teleportation matrix on the brown ground. The light of the array filled their vision for a second, and the polished buildings of the Academy became visible when the halo disappeared. The insides of the Academy didn't change much in those years. There was still a long river that divided the facilities from the habitations of the students. Some new buildings had appeared, but Noah couldn't notice any significant difference. Yet, Everyone sensed something strange as soon as their mental waves spread in that environment. "There is no one here," Dreaming Demon transmitted through her consciousness to Noah and her lover. Noah immediately turned toward Daniel and noticed that his expression was as confused as theirs. Daniel couldn't say much in that situation, but everyone could understand that something was off by just glancing at him. The human assets, though, didn't have the same thinking speed and were set on following the orders of the Demon Prince without hesitating for even an instant. They left the array as soon as their minds stabilized, spreading toward the many buildings in the area. The heroic cultivators in the group limited themselves to observe to see if they triggered some defensive measure, and even Daniel stared at those human troops without taking a step further. His mind had become more experienced for what concerned those situations, and he had also accepted that he could use rank 3 cultivators as cannon fodder at his level. Nothing happened at the beginning, but a tremor filled the academy as soon as one of the human cultivators reached a building. The ceiling of the academy crumbled together with those tremors, and 3 silver-haired figures appeared in the sky when the outside world was revealed. "Haha, Second Prince was right. You rats had to attack this abandoned place soon," one of the figures said just before releasing a peak rank 5 aura. "Second Prince is usually on point when it comes to thieves," one of the silver-haired cultivators said before spreading his aura too. The only woman in the group floating in the sky added something. "Second Prince and First Princess will be disappointed to know that their forces only amount to this much." Her aura spread too, and the group from the hive was amazed to see that all of them were at the peak of the 5th rank. 3 peak rank 5 cultivators had appeared after destroying the upper part of the hill hiding the academy. Their auras fell on the ground and enveloped the assailants, applying their pressure on them. Noah condensed his consciousness inside his mental sphere and relied on the intrinsic properties of his mental waves to defend against that pressure. Daniel and the elders did the same as the 3 peak rank 5 auras enveloped them. Dense mental waves filled with an intense feeling tried to seep through the walls of the cultivator's seas of consciousness, but it was hard to affect mages on the same level with just thoughts and at that distance. Still, Daniel fainted in a few seconds, and the human cultivators spread through the area directly collapsed when they came in contact with that energy. They were rank 3 mages, so their minds could only collapse under the pressure released by the 3 silver-haired cultivators. "We have to retreat," Noah thought as he focused on fending off the pressure. The destructive force released by his mental waves prevented the auras of the 3 royals from touching his mind, but they were bound to understand his identity if they kept that up. Only one whiff of the darkness element would be enough to uncover him, and the hive couldn't deal with the consequences that such discovery would create. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon shared his same thoughts. There was nothing that they could do against such power. Dreaming Demon was the first to become used to the pressure, and she quickly used her key to reactivate the teleportation matrix. "Not so fast," the woman in the air said as she waved her hand to create a series of fiery boulders that started to fall toward the 4 invaders. Dreaming Demon was forced to interrupt her action to defend against the spell of the royal. Flying Demon managed to focus when the boulders began to fall, and he quickly helped his lover when he sensed that threat. The air between the 2 groups became cold and white flowers started to bloom in the trajectory of the boulders. Dense mental waves also hindered the advance of the royal spell, which lost a lot of power before reaching the flowers. Flying Demon's spell fell apart and melted when the fiery boulders released their might on them, but another wave of Dreaming Demon's mental energy managed to deplete their remaining power. The woman showed a surprised expression at that sight, but the words of her companions forced her to focus. "Second Princess, you went too easy on them," one of the royals said. "You'll taint father's pride in this way. I'll step in," the other cultivator added to the previous complaint. Second Princess snorted and was about to refuse their help when she noticed that Noah had managed to focus too, and was trying to activate the matrix with his key. "Third Prince, First Prince, let's end them together," she said at that point. "We'll learn their identity through their corpses." The other 2 cultivators tore one of their silver hairs at her words and cast spells together with her. The group from the hive saw the fiery boulders reappearing together with a giant snake made of fire and a series of flaming branches that spread downward. The spells were too fast, and even Noah could understand that the teleportation wouldn't be quick enough to save them from the incoming attacks. His evaluation also considered the possibility in which the three of them used their most potent offense to slow down the spells of the royals, but the outcome wouldn't change. The attacks would reach them, and they would die under the might of those three peak rank 5 cultivators. Noah didn't hesitate to grab and break Chasing Demon's talisman when he realized that he had no other available option to survive. A wave of dense breath spread in the environment as soon as he activated the talisman, and the terrain around the group began to move at high speed under its influence. The ground of the academy cracked, and large boulders started to gather in the air to form a huge shape. The spells of the royals crashed on the floating terrain, but a quasi-rank 6 aura spread from that seemingly harmless earth at that moment and deflected the 3 attacks. Noah had to close his consciousness to focus on fending off the vibrations created by the clash above him, and Flying Demon was forced to do the same. Dreaming Demon wasn't an exception, but she managed to recover faster than her companions to activate the key. The teleportation matrix shone and illuminated the dark area created by the shadow of the form that kept on gathering terrain above them. The royals didn't want to let go of the invaders and answered to the new threat with a series of spells, but the brown shape kept on growing in size and protecting the teleporting heroic cultivators under it. Even the terrain of the Auroliac forest was affected by the spell contained in Chasing Demon's talisman and flew toward the colossal figure. The brown shape became more detailed as more materials gathered on it, and the royals in the air could soon realize that they were against a giant golem with a quasi-rank 6 power. Their pride exploded at that point, and the 3 of them bit their fingers to use a few drops of their blood to cast their next abilities. The scene became messy when their flames fed on their blood to create wonders. The few buildings of the academy that had managed to survive to the appearance of the golem fell apart when the new spells crashed on the giant opponent. The shock waves of that battle spread through Auroliac forest and reduced most of its trees to dust. The ground never stopped shaking when those 3 peak rank 5 cultivators fought the quasi-rank 6 being born from a talisman. The golem roared and waved its massive arms, but the princes and princess were high in the air and used that advantage to exhaust it slowly. Chasing Demon's talisman didn't have an endless source of energy, and the golem quickly depleted that fueling it to face the relentless assault. When its reserves of energy vanished, it fell apart. Giant boulders rained on the ruins of the Royal Academy, but the 3 peak rank 5 cultivators were only interested in the area that the golem had protected with its life. They could only feel disappointed when they saw that there was no trace of the invaders there. "They were waiting for us," Dreaming Demon said when the group reappeared in the separate dimension. Daniel was still unconscious on the brown ground, but the elders and Noah didn't hesitate to destroy the teleportation matrix. Then they reported that event back to the hive. "What was that?" Flying Demon asked as he turned toward Noah. It was evident that he was hinting to the giant golem that had appeared in their defense, and he knew that both he and his lover didn't have access to that kind of power. "Its power surprised me too," Noah said as he began to speak about the talisman. "Chasing Demon had given me that item when I was only a human cultivator." Flying Demon couldn't help but release a laugh when he heard his words. The talisman contained a quasi-rank 6 spell, and not even the most promising human cultivators of the big nations had access to a similar item. After all, that talisman could save the lives of rank 5 cultivators. Who would be so selfless to give it to a human? The Patriarch's respect toward Master's opinion is truly boundless, Dreaming Demon said while revealing a smile of her own. "You saved our lives once again." Flying Demon patted Noah's shoulder without stopping his laugh. Then, he lifted the unconscious Daniel to lay him on his shoulder as he went for the southern part of the separate dimension. The raid had failed, and it was time to reorganize to decide if keeping attacking was worth the risk. The hive now knew that the Elbas family had begun to intervene in the political situation of the Utra nation. The desolation of the Royal Academy couldn't be a case, and anyone would suspect that those peak rank 5 cultivators had just waited for the assailants to arrive. Their timing was too perfect, and they would have succeeded in seizing the group from the hive if it wasn't for Chasing Demon's talisman. A being at the peak of the 5th rank was an existence that only powerhouses could command, and the Elbas family had managed to deploy 3 of them so easily. Noah was already reevaluating the power of the big nations after witnessing that, and the elders were doing the same. The hive was too weak compared to such forces. It merely happened to be the strongest organization after them. "What do you think we should do, Prince?" Flying Demon asked as the group walked toward the southern areas of the dimension. The hive had lost part of its human elites in the last raid, but they could be easily refilled thanks to its current power. The real issue was the lack of available targets. The demons had attacked every defenseless family that sided with the royals while Noah was in seclusion, but the nobles had mostly found a safe position by then. The cause had gathered many followers due to the indifference of the Elbas family, and part of its enemies had been destroyed. Yet, many families had managed to reach the capital too, which limited the possibilities of the hive. "What's the situation of the other cities?" Noah asked after he analyzed the situation in his mind. The fact that all the nobles had moved in safe areas didn't eliminate every valuable spot in the Nation. The big cities once ruled by the large-size families were still there, and there was a high chance that they still contained some sort of riches. Raiding the cities would only bring the hive small benefits, but that was better than nothing. The cause managed one crowded area, and the royals defended the other, so there wasn't much more than they could target. Flying Demon shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the noble that he was carrying. "We need to ask him when he wakes up." The group became silent at that point and simply returned on the array under the Yudi family. Daniel woke up along the way, but his mental sphere seemed to have suffered some injury when the peak rank 5 auras swept it. It wasn't in a critical condition, but its walls had nearly cracked during the sudden attack. His mind was quite frail at that moment, and he would have to spend a period of rest on restoring it to its original sturdiness. Noah and the elders instructed him to investigate the various cities of the nation before sending him back to his mansion, but their expressions became cold when he disappeared. "Do you think they have understood his identity?" Flying Demon suddenly asked. "We were all covered, and the exchange lasted only a few seconds." Dreaming Demon said, "But I can't be sure about that." "It would be the hive's word against that of a royal," Noah replied. "I'm actually worried about the secrecy of the separate dimension." The demons glanced at Noah, but they quickly understood his worries. The separate dimension was a creation of divine architect, but it was still something in the heroic ranks. Most organizations didn't even have the means to study it, let alone finding it. Yet, 3 higher-ups of the royal family had seen them disappear without leaving any trace. The array on the outside world had been destroyed too, which was a feature that the Elbas family would surely be interested in learning. There was a considerable difference between noticing something that you didn't know existed and searching for something that you aren't able to sense. The royals didn't know how the invaders were able to raid without leaving any trace, but they could shrink the possibilities after witnessing their escape. Also, the invaders had access to a quasi-rank 6 spell. The rulers of a big nation couldn't ignore such a threat anymore, and they were bound to start a thorough investigation as soon as possible. The large variety of studies of the royals would focus teleportation matrix and would eventually lead to the conclusion that only a separate dimension could act in that way. As for how close to the truth those investigations would bring them, Noah and the elders could only make suppositions. "We might need to consider destroying the dimension in the worst possible outcome," Noah said to conclude that discussion. There wasn't much that they could do without information, and the hive had yet to give them directives. They could only go back to their caves and wait for the situation to evolve. It didn't take much before something important happened right after the event with the Royal Academy. The silver-haired cultivators of the Elbas family flew toward the headquarters of the other 2 big nations and hive while carrying a golden letter in their hands. 2 of them went toward the Empire, 2 met the council, and 1 of them reached for the forest of white woods. The wardens, the rank 5 elders of the hive, and the higher-ups of the council intercepted them, but the silver-haired cultivators were only interested in delivering the letters. Each of those forces felt extremely surprised when it saw the words "Royal Invitation" written on the front of those golden sheets. The golden letters radiated a soft aura that surpassed the power of rank 5 cultivators. The forces of the other nations didn't trust those silver-haired cultivators so easily, but their powerhouses soon intervened when they sensed King Elba's imprint in those letters. "Chasing Demon," Great Elder Diana, and God's left hand appeared in their respective areas and seized the folded sheets from the royals' hands. To their surprise, King Elba's aura came out from each word written on those sheets. The powerhouses could hear the rank 6 cultivator of the Nation speaking inside their minds as they browsed through the contents of the letters. Their expressions remained stern during the first part of his speech, but their seriousness could only fall apart when they heard his plan. The silver-haired cultivators had already left by the time the powerhouses' gazes left the sheets, but they had never been interested in those rank 5 cultivators in the first place. Instead, the matter announced by King Elbas was so appealing that they directly returned to their training areas to ponder about the situation. Of course, God's left hand passed the message to her superiors before discussing the contents of the letter with them. Confusion spread among the rank 5 cultivators that had witnessed that scene, but they could only wait for their leaders to notify them at that point. They had sensed an aura that surpassed their power when their powerhouses unfolded the letters, so they knew that the matter didn't belong to their level. Noah and the demons had spent the period during that event in their caves inside the separate dimension. They were still unclear about their next move, and the hive was late in suggesting different strategies. The 3 of them, though, received an ambiguous message from Elder Julia, who briefly explained what had happened above the forest of White Woods. The trio could only feel surprised when they learnt about that, especially since those same silver-haired cultivators had appeared to stop their raid in the academy. The Elbas family was revealing its hidden assets, but only the powerhouses of the big nations could know more about the situation. The heroic assets of each major force eagerly waited for their leaders to reveal something, but nothing happened even after weeks passed. Yet, a message soon spread through the inscribed notebooks of the heroic assets of those 3 forces. For months from now, gather on the southern coast of the old continent. Chasing Demon's voice resounded inside Noah's mind when he listened to his message. Noah quickly contacted the demons that were with him in the dimension, but they didn't know anything either. They were worried that the impromptu gathering was a consequence of their raids. But Elder Julia soon sent another message that reassured them. So, this isn't limited to the hive. Dreaming Demon said as she sipped from her cup. Why are rank 4 cultivators involved in matters that concern existences at the peak of the heroic ranks? Noah asked as he enjoyed some of the wine retrieved in the mortal palace. I don't know, Flying Demon replied. The Elbas family hides too much for us to understand their plans. The 3 of them had gathered in Noah's cave to discuss Elder Julia's message, and to decide about their next move. The sudden order from Chasing Demon ended up making them decide to put an end to the raids, since there seemed to be something going on inside the Elbas family. Also, the meeting was in the Nation, which meant that there would be more royals inside its borders from now on. Yet, they had taken that chance to enjoy a break from their cultivation. Those last years had been tense, and the previous defeat was still weighing on their mind. The cause has no chance, Flying Demon said as he refilled his cup. Those golden robes have at least 3 peak rank 5 cultivators. The nobles would lose even if King Elbas didn't exist. It's about destabilizing, Noah replied. The archipelago was the same in the past, and now the hive strives to match the big nations. Even grains of sand pile up to form a mountain. The demons noticed from his words that Noah was in an unusual mood. He would usually reply with sharp words that radiated a destructive aura, but his mind seemed to be elsewhere in that moment. They couldn't possibly know it, but Noah was using the entirety of his focus to explore the aspects of his individuality that concerned his ability to create. Such a sudden change of focus was bound to modify his aura, but Noah needed to dig deeper into those parts of him to complete his understanding. His destruction became complete when he decided to kill William to sever his shackles, but he needed to explore a completely different part of himself at that point. His creation had always been behind his destruction in terms of insights, yet Noah needed it to step on the next stage of the heroic cultivators. The demons didn't understand his mindset and thought that his mood was linked to his revenge. The Elbas family had decided to use the southern part of the nation as the gathering point, and that area had witnessed Noah's revenge just a few years ago. No matter how firm his mindset was, fulfilling his hatred after 40 years was bound to affect him. Did you feel it? Flying Demon asked. Is the void eating you from the inside? Noah's eyebrows arched when he heard that question, but he soon showed a slight smile when he understood what the demon meant. My ambition is boundless, and there is no void that it can't fill, Noah answered. And so is our anger against ravaging demon. Dreaming demon said, it's a pity that we won't see him at the gathering. Noah knew that Elder Julia had told the elders not to join the meeting in the Urination. The only person outside of the hive that had seen the two demons was Drew, and his position wasn't so high. The hive was confident that the big nations were unaware of the arrival of two new rank 5 cultivators, and it wanted to keep it that way. Also, the meeting mainly involved the powerhouses of the mortal lands. Gathering the heroic assets in one area was just a show of power that the other nations wouldn't fail to execute. Noah knew that he would have to participate since his position was too crucial inside the hive, but there was some worry inside him. There was a chance that the silver-haired cultivators had noticed the level of his centers of power when they stopped the raid. Noah was basically the only rank 5 mage with a rank 4 Danteon in the mortal lands, so linking him to the secret assailants wouldn't take much at that point. Well, the elders will just vouch for me, Noah thought as he put that issue in the back of his mind. Instead, I should focus on creating a new rune before the gathering. For months passed quickly, and the mortal lands witnessed an incredible event in that period, which was bound to be written down in the historical records. Flying figures filled the sky above both old and new continents, forming powerful groups of heroic cultivators that moved toward the Urination. King Elba's choice of setting the meeting 4 months after delivering the golden letters wasn't arbitrary. The heroic assets of the big nations and hive needed time to organize and move toward that distant country. As for why the powerhouses had decided to accept King Elba's invitation, it was something that all the heroic cultivators still ignored. The sky above the southern coast of the old continent became crowded in the morning after the 4 months of preparations. Groups of heroic cultivators occupied the area that had seen the destruction of the Bulvin family just a few years ago. Noah and a series of elders from the hive stood on the western side of that region. They wore stern expressions when they saw that the other nations had mobilized far more assets. Yet, they were also confident since their leader stood proudly in front of them. The forces of the Empire occupied the eastern border of that region. Noah didn't recognize any cultivator in that group, but the 2 rank 6 existences leading those troops were enough to make him suppress any thought about scanning them. The troops from the council occupied the northern border, and Great Elder Diana was in their lead. Most of the heroic cultivators gathered there kept their eyes on the forces of the Elbas family that were silently floating above the southern border of the region. However, there were a few exceptions. Noah felt a few gazes coming in his direction, as well as some pointing at chasing demon. There was a peak rank 5 cultivator among the troops of the council that stared at the patriarch of the hive with a confident smile. He was tall, quite burly, and had long red hair that flowed behind his back. The elder didn't have any beard, and his facial features were rough. However, his dark eyes radiated an intense ambition when he stared at chasing demon from a distance. Noah sensed his patriarch's aura flicker for a second before returning to its natural dense state. He is ravaging demon. Noah understood when he noticed that detail. His focus though couldn't go on him since there were a series of stares on him too. Many heroic cultivators had sensed the level of his centers of power. They were focusing their attention on the monster that had become a rank 5 mage before reaching the 5th rank of the Danteon. The consciousness of those existences passed silent messages that further moved the attention of the many troops on him. Yet, chasing demon's presence deterred them from using their minds to investigate the demon prince. Noah decided to ignore those attentions and focus on the real reason behind their presence there. The group from the Elbas family was crowded, and it had the highest number of heroic cultivators in that area. Noah saw the same 3 silver-haired cultivators that had appeared above the academy, watching him with smiling expressions, but his cold, reptilian eyes didn't reveal any anxiety. Instead, he was more interested in the other troops in that group. There were 2 more silver-haired cultivators in the lead of that force, but Noah disregarded them to focus on the entities behind them. Cecil and Thaddeus were staring at him with ugly expressions. They handled the secret aspects of the royal family, and supporting the Bulvan family had been their decision. Seeing how he continued to grow while also destroying everything that they built gave birth to intense anger and hatred in their minds. But the emotion radiated by their auras didn't faze Noah. He didn't even spend a second on their figures. His eyes had a different target. A woman with wild, silver hair was in the back of the royals group, and her pupils trembled when Noah's figure entered her vision. It has been too much, Noah thought as soon as he found June. His instincts exploded at that point and fused with his emotions when they reached for his mind. Human words couldn't describe the intensity of the sensations that filled his body. Noah felt the need to fly through the crowd of powerful entities and take his lover away with him. He felt a deep craving for her soft skin, and for the sensations that her touch created inside him. The possessive instincts of a magical beast had turned into intense desires that even surpassed the hunger that accompanied his every breath. His urge to hold June didn't originate only from one aspect of his bloodline, which made that sensation far more prominent than his other feelings. I miss her scent even if my body hates it, Noah thought while suppressing his urges. I need to find a way to see her more often. Their gazes met only for a second, but both of them forced themselves to divert their eyes to avoid leaving any clues about their relationship. Luckily for them, the existence that had organized that event appeared above the four groups and gave them something else to focus on. I see that everyone is here, King Elbaz spoke as he descended from the sky to join the group of his family. 3 massive pillars floated behind him. Their size was similar to the structures in the new continent used to create habitable areas, but their shape and the inscriptions on their surface were utterly different. The heroic cultivators from the various groups had to focus on enduring King Elbaz's words, but their powerhouses expressed their doubts as soon as they saw him. Enough with the mystery, Chasing Demon said. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't use this chance to kill that traitor. Great Elder Diana snorted and replied. Arrogant but right. Speak, King Elbaz. God's right hand showed interest in the pillars, and God's left hand limited herself to pressure the leader of the royals to explain the contents of the golden letters. King Elbaz showed an arrogant smile at their eagerness and used his mental energy to lay the pillars on the ground. He placed 2 of them vertically, and he put the third one horizontally above them. The inscriptions on the surface of those structures shone when King Elbaz created some sort of giant door right in the middle of the southern area of the Nation. Then, he turned toward the 3 forces and spoke while making flashy gestures. Most of you aren't aware of this, but there are multiple mortal lands in the world. King Elbaz's words surprised most cultivators on the scene and captivated the few of them that were aware of the existence of multiple mortal lands. The powerhouses didn't reveal any emotion, but a few rank 5 cultivators couldn't stop their expression from changing. The rest of them were mainly confused. Even human cultivators knew that a higher plane existed due to the fall of the piece of immortal lands. Yet, the existence of other lower planes opened many possibilities and could broaden one's mindset. King Elbaz didn't wait for everyone to understand his words and continued to speak. The piece of immortal lands has brought incredible benefits, as well as threatening beings. Still, what would happen if we fought existences on our level? The fabric of the 3 pillars began to merge as the inscriptions on their surface kept on shining. The air around the massive door bent and cracked under the might of the energy released by their blinding halo. The inscriptions spread on the terrain around the structure too, and formed an intricate pattern among the 3 glowing columns. The lines created formations on the ground that surrounded large and complex runes. The terrain began to fall apart as the formation started to absorb the breath contained inside it. But the 5 silver-haired cultivators promptly threw a large number of credits. The cores of the inscriptions stopped using the ground as their fuel when the crystals touched their surface, and the shining lines spread even further at that point. The formation spread until it reached the abandoned Mossgrove city, and it merely avoided it as it continued to cover the entirety of the region. The silver-haired cultivator continued to throw credits in the middle of the shining lines to keep them active, but the inscriptions stabilized after they reached a certain width. Whatever that structure was, it was now ready to function. King Elbaz took something from his space ring at that point and lifted it in the air so that everyone could see the item in his grasp. The cultivators on the scene were immediately able to recognize the rank 6 black flower that had caused a considerable commotion just a few years in the ago. Space isn't an element that living beings can wield. King Elbaz spoke to the crowd. But it's something that humans can affect through the right tools. A series of runes appeared on the black petals when his dense breath flowed inside the flower. King Elbaz waited for the modified magical plant to be ready before throwing it in the middle of the door. The flower released its power when it came in contact with the shining lines inside the door, and a strange sound echoed in the air around it as the petals became dust. A loud tremor followed the sound, and a vertical crack appeared at the center of the now fused pillars. The crack spread until it connected the upper part of the door with the ground. The cultivators in the area could only see the darkness inside the crack, but a strange energy soon seeped out of that blackness. Gasps of surprise and amazed shouts resounded in the area when the cultivators from the three forces understood that the energy was, in fact, breath. The Elbaz bloodline will give access to a different mortal land to this world. King Elbaz shouted as his pride spread in the environment. May my name be indelible. The intensity of King Elbaz's aura increased as the amazement of the other cultivators on the scene reached him. That phenomenon wasn't limited to him, since even the silver-haired royals saw the power of their individualities increase. Except for the powerhouses, there weren't many existences there that could understand what was happening. Only the other members of the Elbaz family, some high-ranked soldiers in the Empire side, and Noah could link that event to the peculiar individuality of the ruler of the Wuxia nation. He is the fuel of his abilities, and he has just achieved something incredible. Noah thought as he used his powerful mind to keep his eyes on the crowned rank 6 existence. He knew that such a mighty existence wasn't opening a path to other mortal lands to benefit his world. King Elbaz's arrogance made him strive for the higher planes, but he needed to improve his bloodline to advance. The improvements that he looked for weren't similar to Noah's and the enduring demon sex techniques, but were proper feats that had to leave their mark in history. The descendants closest to him were also affected by that feat, since they were worthy of carrying the name Elbaz. The rank 6 cultivators around him felt the urge to stop the process that was clearly benefiting their rival, but the door that led to an entire world was too appealing. How many riches were hidden inside that mortal land? How many valuable resources could be found there? And, most importantly, would there be powerful enemies there? Our joint elements have given birth to a magical plant able to wield space. I've reverse-engineered that process and reproduced it in the form of a portal. King Elbaz said as he moved his gaze between the rank 6 existences. The portal needs the 5 of us to work, and I can't affect its functioning alone. King Elbaz continued before concluding his explanation with a question. Do we have an agreement? The golden letters only revealed the royals' plan, but it didn't mention anything about its details. Also, it didn't cover the eventual agreements that had to be sealed once the portal was open. The powerhouses of the other nations only knew that King Elbaz was inviting them to the opening of a new world. The Empire will join your family in your quest, God's right hand said as soon as the leader of the Wuxia nation had finished speaking. Noah couldn't help but shoot a glance at the 2 rank 6 existences of the Empire before suppressing his thoughts. He knew some of the deeds of the god behind their organization, but his level didn't allow him to understand his intentions fully. Divine beings had mindsets that mortals couldn't hope to understand, and Noah didn't want to investigate such strong existences with his current level. Yet, he knew the political situation of the new and old continent too well to fail to predict the reactions of the other powerhouses. The council will explore the new world with you, Great Elder Diana said shortly after. Chasing Demon hesitated for a few seconds at that point. The situation of the Hive was different compared to the other big nations. It would benefit more from a long period of peace rather than from another war. Yet, it couldn't let the enemy organizations gain a new source of income, and Chasing Demon would be forced to provide his energy anyway. The Hive will join, he said in the end, and the powerhouses gathered at the center of the area to define the terms of their agreement. The powerhouses spoke through their consciousnesses as they gathered at the center of the region. The cultivators around them couldn't hear their mental discussion, but everyone could guess the topic of their conversation. There was a portal to another world right in front of their eyes. Anyone could understand that there had to be some sort of agreement before engaging in such an invasion. Where there is breath, there are magical creatures. Noah thought in those moments. The issue is whether there will be cultivators. Noah's knowledge about heaven and earth covered topics that most cultivators couldn't hope to learn. Earth had spoken to him when he became a rank 4 mage and he was a hybrid. His point of view was vastly different from other humans, and he could sense details that other cultivators couldn't possibly obtain. He had long since suspected that the magical beasts were some sort of natural enemy of the world. They were creatures that appeared to be necessary for the domain of heaven and earth. The other mortal land had breath, so it had to have those kinds of beings. I need to go there, Noah thought after evaluating his possibilities. He was deepening the understanding of his creation, and having access to an entirely new world could greatly benefit that aspect of his individuality. His aim was still to forge a darkness element that belonged only to him and use it as the foundation for his existence. Escaping heaven and earth's control seemed the natural path that every cultivator had to pursue as they strive toward godhood. Yet, his journey further deviated from the typical route that powerful entities treaded. His mind came from another world, and his body was an abomination born from the fusion with a being that fed on the world's energy. Instead, his dantian didn't have any trace of heaven and earth's will in its fabric, but it still contained energy that he didn't create. I need to sever my ties with the breath if I want all my centers of power to become independent, Noah concluded in his mind. Only a completely separate entity can match heaven and earth's path. The powerhouses separated after some time and returned to their respective groups. Chasing Demon ordered to build some structures worthy of accommodating heroic cultivators on the western border of that region when he reached his underlings. He didn't explain much, but it seemed that the portal already needed his energy to remain active. The same went for the other powerhouses, which would be forced to stay in that region now that the crack was open. It will take some time before the passage becomes stable enough to endure our might, Chasing Demon said. But human cultivators are too weak to survive the journey to the other side. His words hinted that someone between the 4th and 5th rank had to be in the first exploration team, but there seemed to be more issues linked with that task. The god of the Empire won't participate in this matter, so we don't have an oath able to bind us rank 6 existences, Chasing Demon added. And using rank 5 oaths to control all the heroic assets in the world is a waste. The elders revealed confusion and worry when they heard that. The invasion could work only if the assets of the 4 forces worked together, but that wouldn't be possible without oaths. They would have to trust each other as they explored a new world. But how could something like that happen? The Empire was mostly neutral when it came to matters that involved the entirety of the mortal lands, but the Elbas family and the council were different. Noah and the royals carried grudges created through years of escapes and schemes, and the Papal Nation was the home of the betrayer of the demon sections. Working together without the fear of eventual repercussions didn't seem feasible even in front of the riches that an entire world could hold. We can only form mixed teams so that we can keep an eye on each other, Chasing Demon concluded. The first force that hurts the others would be immediately sieged by 3 nations. Chasing Demon neared the portal after explaining a few more details, and the other rank 6 cultivators did the same when they finished organizing their troops. The invasion couldn't start so soon. Each nation needed to take care of many matters before redirecting most of its heroic assets in such an inviting mission. The Hive wasn't an exception. Actually, it even had far more affairs to set before letting go of its troops. Different from the other organizations, the Hive was quite young, and it was right in the middle of its growth. Continuing to ride that positive trend would have been the best option if an event so amazing didn't happen, especially now that 37 had begun holding inscription classes. However, Chasing Demon couldn't let the other countries alone in a new world. After all, he didn't do that when it came to the peace of immortal lands, and the situation was quite similar. The only difference was in the enemies that they would have to face. The 2 mortal lands would have similar levels in terms of power, but Noah's world had just significantly increased its number of cultivators due to the fall of the new continent. Generally speaking, The population of cultivators would have already started to decline if the peace of immortal lands didn't distract the four forces from the conflicts among them. It could be said that Noah's world was already above the average level of a lower plane, and it was even improving continually. My second rune is complete, and it would eventually become the core material for the elemental forging method. Noah thought when he saw the elders around him dispersing to perform the tasks assigned by Elder Julia. She didn't give any order to Noah. She knew that he had just gone through two crucial breakthroughs, so she wanted to leave him alone as much as he could. Yet, she didn't expect him to be the one nearing her to discuss something that didn't concern his training. Elder Julia, Noah said when he reached her. When the teams are decided, try to make me and June end up in the same group. The elder's eyes felt surprised, but a slight smile appeared on her face when she questioned him. Isn't it dangerous? You would have many eyes on you. What's the point of becoming stronger if you don't pursue what you want? Noah said. There is a chance to be with her, and I won't let it go away. Noah's resolve didn't escape Elder Julia's gaze, but he followed his words with a question that she didn't expect. Right, what do you think will happen to the nobles?